Yo, what's good?
What's good?
What's good?
Everything's good. We live?
We are live.
All right.
Hey,
So
you mind if I play your intro real quick? I owe that to you.
thank you, my friend.
Right.
What's up, gentlemen?
Yo. Hi, welcome to Knicks at Night. I'm here with Freezy, our host, our founder, and our leader. Hey, the Knicks beat the Bulls tonight 107-103 after I lost on Monday night to salvage a split and pass the Bulls in the Eastern Conference standings with a record of 10-13. Let's give Tibbs and the coaching staff some kudos for making adjustments as our defense was much better defending the
Oh yeah.
three-point line as the Bulls shot 6 for 36 or 17%. Levine scored 24, but he went 0 for 7 from 3, and Markkanen had 9 points after 30 the other night. We do need to do a better. We need to do better though with points in the restricted area. Monday we gave up 23 baskets, and tonight another 23 baskets. The Knicks were led by Randall's 27 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, tying a career high with 5 threes. Elfrid Payton's 20 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and RJ's 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. The Knicks are now 8-2 when Payton makes 5 baskets in a game, demonstrating the importance of aggressive point guard play. We also shot 50% from 3, going 11 for 22. We'll go over the game. We'll recap the player's performance with the video and live chat. And Freezy and I are about to do a shout out with our family. Freezy, you want to take it and say hi to our fam?
Oh yeah, of course, of course. Hey, y'all, pardon me for not sounding like myself, but man, I have something going on. But yo, so shout out to Hoodie Kev and Day A for one. Hey
As
man,
always,
What's good?
thank
What's good?
y'all for coming through, man.
No problem. Thanks for
Um,
having us.
Eric Gonzalez, what's good? Buds, we see you. What's good, man? What's good? Hey, Marky B, what's good? Daryl Pemberton is in the building. What's good? Wait a minute, who was? It's Joe Madden. It's Joe Madden.
Yay!
What's
It's
good,
Joe
bro?
Madden.
What's
Oh
good, bro?
man, you made my night, man. You made my night. What's good, Joe Madden?
What's happening, guys? How
Yeah.
we doing?
What's
up,
up,
Kev?
Good,
What's
good,
happening,
man.
Jay? What's
My
happening,
wife,
Steve?
my wife and I said a prayer for you, my friend.
Yeah. Oh, thanks,
Hey,
Steve.
man. It is
No.
Joe Madden.
You
What's
feeling better,
good?
buddy?
Yeah, I feel a good bit better, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Illmatics. William, what's good? PBB, what's good? Hey, y'all. I'm gonna move out of the way and let Foxy do his thing, and I'll be back in a few. I'm gonna doctor myself up, man. I'm not feeling good, man, but
Nah.
I'm gonna let Foxy do his thing, man.
Okay, we got your
All right,
back,
Chris.
man.
Or I'll watch Foxy do his thing. That sounds better.
Steve, if you're not Steve or Fox or Freezy, if you're not feeling too good, I go get tested, man. Because I didn't feel good the first couple of days, and then I went and got tested.
Yo, Buds is live on camera.
Oh shit, I look like crazy right now. Yeah, what's up?
What's good? Yeah, hey man. Yeah, I'm going to get tested for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm here for one reason only tonight. I'm here for the Austin River slander.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have room for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So let's first say hi. How you doing, Kev? How was your day?
Pretty good, pretty good. You know, another day down. I have a question. Is my mic loud? Because I'm having some issues. So am I good right now?
yeah, you sound good.
But the last 4 broadcasts, you were real loud on
Yeah,
that
I've been
mic.
trying to do some interesting, some weird stuff going on with my headphones. I just wanted to make sure that everything was good. But now that that's been said, yeah, but you know, it was a good game. Glad we got out of a little bit of, I guess, a funk that we were on. It's good to see them playing fairly aggressive defense most of the night. So that's a positive. So I'm glad to see, I guess, an adjustment from Tibbs, which is another good thing. So there are some positives.
Yep. Day, how are you? How's your day?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm not doing so good. That
Oh,
damn,
no.
I'm still doing that damn snow. I still have like a half a car that's covered. I've been working between front yard, backyard, side yard,
It's a lot of it, Look,
How
just
much?
having
How
some
much
young
snow
kids
y'all
around
got?
your way, pay them $20 each, you'll be okay.
almost
We
3 feet.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, we
hmm
got
I live
slaughtered.
in Charlotte right now for work, so no crap.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
slaughtered, and
Yeah.
it's just never ending. And the darn plows in the city, they go
Oh yeah,
through
no, yeah.
they
I
go
know the
through the
routine.
streets, and they make by your driveway like a concrete and
Oh yeah.
snow blowers and
Yeah,
everything you
give you a
try
little
and.
wall in there, pack it all in nice and tight. Oh, I know the feeling.
So my elbows and arms feel like either I'm gonna be jacked or whatever. But the last 3 days I had a hell of a freaking workout.
Because it's like
So
ice now. It hardens
Oh,
after within 24 hours. Once the air gets on it, it starts to real harden.
yeah,
I used
Like
to go
I
out
done a
and make
little
a killing when
pathway
I was a
around my
kid.
house up to my doorway and then down my driveway. I wasn't touching the rest of it. I was like, I'll be there for weeks.
Oh,
You
I
need a
used to go door
jackhammer
to
to break
door.
it up.
I used to
yeah.
go door to door, shovel people's driveways, and make a killing. I was making like $300-$400 when I was like 15, 16 years old. I loved it, man.
Well, those days are over, buds, because I did that too,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and now I say to my neighbor's kid, "Hey, you want to make some money?
Oh yeah.
Why would I want to do that? My parents give me all the money I want.
Yeah.
What the hell happened to America?" So enough of that. And Dave, what'd you think about the game?
Okay, well, Steve, you know how I do. I start off with the team
Yep,
first, so we go to individuals
love it. Yep.
later. Team, first half, was the best that defense has looked ever since that Warrior game on the West Coast trip. We closed out the three a hell of a lot better tonight in that first half. We contained the basketball a hell of a lot better than we did the other night. We also took them a lot. We took them out of their action. No back doors. Anything with the pick and roll, weak side was coming down, doing a great job of collapsing the paint. When they would kick it outside, our guys did a good job in hope of recovering, getting those guys off the three-point line and either putting it on the floor or shooting a contested three. So first half, like I said, that was the best defensively that we looked in about 2 weeks. And the offense was potent. Julius was on fire. The ball was moving. Everybody was getting involved. We were very aggressive. Like, we looked stronger and tougher than them in that first half. We were killing them on the boards. We were getting to the paint whenever we wanted. It was a picture-perfect first half. Best one we've had in a while. On both ends of the floor. Of course.
Even Obi showed some life.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Third quarter came, and I started noticing the defensive intensity wasn't the same. I started seeing a couple more, and it wasn't as bad as the last couple of weeks, but there was a couple more open threes. They were getting into the lane a lot more. We'll get into that because the paint points were ridiculous tonight. And a part of that had to do with, I think Tibbs really wanted to stress us running them off the three-point line and closing out. So, of course, when you do that, the best way a defense can get into the lane is on the closeout. And the Bulls did a good job of doing that. So we have to get better as far as completing our defensive possessions. And I thought as Chicago was starting to make runs in the third, I thought what helped us was, one, having a good lead, and two, us having some timely hooping. Julius in the third hit a big shot or two that extended the lead. I remember quickly hit a three that extended the lead. So that gave us breathing room into the fourth. And when the fourth came, I thought our offense was completely stagnant. We went back to the same old stuff. I believe we got outscored, and you'll have the numbers. Was it 26-15 that fourth? Am I correct?
I'll tell you in a sec. I what I do all the time is I just write down the final score of each quarter rather than.
You know what? I'll look right now.
I got it here if you want. Let's see. Here we go.
Scored 27-16 in the fourth.
Okay, so 27-16.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Which means that our offense was completely stagnant in that fourth. And what started happening was that we were still doing a good job of running them off the three-point line and making them put it on the floor, which is important. But what was happening now was that Chicago was starting to have their way in the paint. And that's something that as a team defense, You know, that's things just to go back to the film room, and we got to fix our coverage off that first guy getting beaten, and making sure. I hope guys are stuffing the paint well and stuff of that nature. Um, it got really sloppy when we tried to close out the game. We had like 2 or 3 turnovers in the last like 30 seconds.
Bullock pulled another thing you did in Atlanta. Kevin, I thought about you when he made that boneheaded play. Yeah, you want the vets in there. It's like Atlanta revisited, and then Rivers. That guy is the dumbest coach's son I've ever seen.
So I think what I take. Look, I congratulate the W. I'm glad we got the W, but I did not like the way how we looked in the fourth quarter, but especially in the last 4 minutes. I thought we looked really sluggish. I thought against a better team, we could have lost that lead tonight easily.
No doubt.
And
Quick didn't have big numbers, but he hit a couple of big shots where
Sure
we were hurting to get basket, and he came through.
that's correct, Steve. And and like we always said, we expect nights from this for quickly. And plus, we got to keep in mind he only played 13 minutes.
Yep.
And the only reason why he played 13 minutes was because I give Alfred credit when it's due. He was very aggressive tonight, and he did a good job in putting pressure on those on the Chicago guards, and especially didn't really have a shot blocker out there. So kudos to him. But I didn't like. I'm going to finish up.
Yeah, sorry.
Steve. Okay, it's cool. I didn't like the fourth quarter. I thought it was an ugly win, and I think these are the type of things we still need to fix. So we went a step forward tonight as far as defending that 3-point line, getting them off it, and continuing the basketball better. We did a better job with that. But there was a couple of other things that we still have to go in the film room about, especially offensively.
Yeah. On the defense, I'm doing some film study with Guillermo, and so I was writing notes. Mitch, even though on the stats, 8 points and 11 rebounds, yep, I was right, 8 points, 11 rebounds.
Yeah.
He made a lot of bad plays on D.
Oh, yeah.
I just, I hate to interrupt, I just wanted to get
not
to,
at all.
Thank you, Daryl Pemberton.
Thank you. I was about to hit it. So please.
The 1999 super chat says, Joe Madden, glad to see you back in the chat, fam. Salute.
Really appreciate it, buddy.
There's one other thank you.
Again, thank you for the generosity, Daryl Pemberton.
Daryl Pemberton's one of the greats. Morning, noon, and night. This guy is always generous. He always has great takes. And like you said, we can't, thank you for all your support.
And Quiet Money with $1.99 super chat said, definitely an ugly win, but I'll take it.
Oh, yeah, we will.
Yeah.
They all W's.
And the same thing with Quiet Money. Another one, morning, noon, and night. Yes. My brother, we're always talking.
Appreciate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to get to those.
Yeah,
I saw him. I was like, I guess someone need to get to these.
Yeah.
I'm kind of used to sort of moderating with you not being here.
No, that's what it's all about. Hey, that's what it's all about. So,
I can't feel your shoes though.
Oh, nobody's asking. Meaning we all wear the same shoes here. We're all partners, and we all Knicks fans, and we all bleed Blarn's tears. That's for sure. So, Joe, what'd you think of the game?
Wait a minute, hold on. Before Joe goes.
Yo, whoa!
It is wow. I'll let you take this one.
No, Eric Gonzalez. Thank you so much on behalf of Freezy for your super chat. A $50 super chat. Wow.
Oh wow.
That's huge. Everyone, no matter what, you never hear us broadcasting for super chats. We appreciate everyone's support, but thank you. That's unbelievably generous. And
yeah, I'm gonna take back some of the things that Chuck B said about you, Eric.
But Eric, thank you again for that super chat. Really, very, very generous, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated. Wow, I think that's the biggest one. I think
so too.
Yeah. So, yeah, Freezy has that magic. So, Joe, your thoughts? And again, we're so glad you're you're feeling better, man.
Yeah, I feel good. I just have to wait quarantine maybe another week, and then go get tested. So,
yeah, I'm married to a nice Irish girl. So, for almost 4 decades. So I've been very, very blessed.
Congratulations.
Yeah, like I said, I found a soulmate early in my life. So our 40th anniversary this year, as you can tell from
Good.
my looks, she took advantage of me at a very young age. But everything worked. It worked out. But she loves, you make her when she hears you talk. It's like, oh, I like that. So she's a Joe Madden fan, and when I told her that you were under the weather, like I said, she's a nice Roman Catholic girl. We said a prayer for you.
Don't worry, Steve. I'm not going to take your wife away from you. I got my
Uh,
own one.
After 40 years, man, what
Nah.
anything. For some reason, I don't know why she likes me.
Nah, you're a good guy, Steve. That's
Take
why
it, my
she
friend.
likes you. All right. The first half of the game, we played good basketball, good ball movement. We played D like we've been playing all year. Second half of the game was atrocious. Second half of the game was a complete flip flop. I don't know what they did when they went in at halftime, but literally it changed. And that lead, you see, the Bulls started chipping away at that lead. And I thought for a minute we were gonna lose the game. And I think we were very lucky because I think then the end of that fourth quarter we done everything we possibly could to give them the game.
It was like,
But
take those second team out, man. Bring back the starters.
yeah, not even with that. Even with our starters, like as he said, Bullock boneheaded move, River boneheaded move, Mitch boneheaded move. Any way to give them back to give them the win, the same as they done to us in the last game. They tried to give us the win, and tonight was the other way around. That it was a close game at the end. The Bulls tried to give us the win. We didn't take advantage of it, and tonight I felt like we tried to give them the win, but they didn't take advantage of it. I'm getting kind of worried that if the team doesn't make some sort of tweak, bringing in some guys that we could use to make this playoff push, the playoff run's going to start slipping away.
But we'll also know the strategy. This team either meeting that, then it's a tank by our management that they're not getting us over the hump by making a trade
Yeah,
or using our resources.
that's what I was thinking. I'm like, there, you hear the Derrick Rose, Lonzo Ball, them Tylee. Payton played a good day today, but I don't expect him. That happens when once a month you get a game like this out of him, and then he goes back to being Payton. But if we don't make an adjustment to make this team a little bit better this year to try and show that we're trying to make the playoffs, if they don't make a move by the deadline, then this team are looking at the draft,
You got
and
it.
you can see that they're not
As they
looking
should.
because this as they should. It depends if we don't make a move now. I think it's going to start to that playoff berth is going to start to slip away, and then you look at the draft. But they do need to make some changes if they want to make that playoff push. Because I'm looking at the next couple of games. If we'd have lost tonight and we went into Portland with a loss and then 2 games against the Heat, we could have been
Yeah.
looking at 9-16 and the year is over. Because we're playing good basketball and it's all down to coaching and it's all down to system play and what Tom Thibodeau has planned, like his game plan, defense first. And our lack of talent has been starting to show again, except that Clippers game. We played very well that Clippers game. Just we got out talented, but we're starting to show the lack of talent is going to start to hurt this team a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And my belief was when I seen the roster at the beginning of the year that this team was going to try and be competitive, but play towards the draft. And now, if they don't make a change, then that's what they're still looking to do. But they need to make a move. They need to bring in like a veteran point guard because quickly didn't play great tonight, although he didn't play a lot of minutes. But I don't think Quickly's ready to start. I think he's good coming off the bench, but I don't trust in Payton to start. And I think we've lost games because of Payton.
But wasn't
So
that stat that I opened up with kind of crazy though that that
That was
they're
a great stat.
Well, they said it on the broadcast, so I wish I found it on my own. But
Oh, did they? I missed it.
yeah, but they're 8-2 when Peyton makes 5 baskets.
Yeah.
That's wild, and he made 5 baskets in the first quarter, which is crazy.
Yeah. And how often does he make 5 baskets?
Exactly.
That's another rare thing.
It shows you how pivotal that point guard position is
Yeah.
being played great at a night-to-night basis.
Yeah.
And the thing that drives you crazy is, if you said to somebody, does Elfrid Payton have an elite skill? Most people would say no, and I'd say no, actually he does have an elite skill. He was second in the league last year getting to the rim behind Zion, with RJ being third, but getting to the rim and finishing are two different
things, yeah.
Right. Correct.
And if that guy could finish, but he made a couple plays. Like I said, I was doing a film study today during the game and writing down, and there was a couple plays that demonstrated why he's Tibbs' point guard, where he penetrated, he finished, and that just showed. And obviously, he's a pest on defense, but Kobe White had an off game tonight.
He's trash.
Yeah, he's not. He's a combo guard. They play him at the point, but
Yeah.
That's why you've seen a lot more in the second half. They were playing Zach LaVine more on ball because Kobe's not a facilitator. He's kind of, the Bulls have the same problem as we do. They have a little bit of talent, like they have young talent, but they have no one to get them the ball. They've all score first guards with no facilitator. We have no facilitator, but we have a little bit of a lack of talent, and I think it's starting to show. I want us to make a little bit of a move because I want us to make the playoffs. But at the same time, I don't want vets sneaking us to a 10th seed to ruin our draft position. Because, you get to that 10th seed, you
Then the
lose
9
a
and 10
play-in
play.
game. Yeah,
Don't the 9 and 10 play to get into the playoffs?
No, it's 7 and 10 play, 8 and 9 play. And if 7 and 8 win, they go to the playoffs. But then if 7 and 8 lose to 9 and 10, they play a second game. So if the Knicks go in as a 10 seed, they have to win 2 games against the team above them to get in.
Yeah.
So
let's keep. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Yeah. So to me, it's like I want us to compete and for a long term. And I know Knicks fans don't like saying this, but I'm like, this year's draft is way too good for the Knicks to try and get try and sneak into the 10th seed. And if they lose the first game of the 10th seed, their draft stock has gone down unless the lottery blesses us.
Hey, Joe, I got a question.
And the Mavericks bless us.
And the Mavericks, the Mavericks won today, actually.
I know, Porzingis went off.
Yeah,
Porzingis went off tonight.
That's part of my question. So if we make a trade, right, would you rather add the Knicks pick or the Mavs pick?
Depends who the trade's for.
Like a Zach LaVine, Oladipo. I mean, that's like the level of talent we'll probably go after.
Yeah, if they even do that, I don't think they're going to give up draft compensation.
Especially Oladipo's a free agent next year.
Yeah, they're not going to. They're going to, if they're going to make a move, it'd be for like a cheap, like Lonzo Ball, a Derrick Rose, like a point guard that they can get on the cheap. Like I see a move that they could do is giving up like Knox, Frank in 2 seconds for like Lonzo Ball and JJ Redick or something like that, which will make the team better and more competitive a little bit because you have actual point guard. But they're not going to give up draft capital, especially coming into a draft which is scouts say is probably the best draft since LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony draft.
Yeah.
Did you see that clip by Begley today? About the recent, like the updated on the LaVine interest?
No, expand on. Well, Joe, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Let's kick it to you, Buds. How are
things? I don't really have anything to say. I was just asking, do you guys see that clip?
So expand on it for us.
Okay, so Begley came out and there was a clip saying the Knicks feel that if there becomes a player around LaVine or Oladipo, that level of talent, that Knicks will be willing to give up draft capital because they feel like, they have stored that capital away, that if any of those type of players do come available, that they will make a run at them. And I believe it. So I don't think we kick the season away. Like I talked to people today on Bleacher Report and they're talking about that $18 million is just to take on bad contract and stuff. Yeah. I don't believe that.
Yeah.
I think
I think so
Leon and
too. I
Tibbs
think they're
want to
going to
compete.
try and get another pick. I think they
Yeah,
try and take on bad salary and get another draft pick.
I don't think that's the plan, though. I think they're going to do whatever they can do to make the playoffs this year. I don't think they have
Yeah,
any interest in draft picks.
it all
I mean, yeah,
depends
they're going
about
to
the
draft
deadline.
well, but they're
Yeah.
not hoping to go get Cade this year. They don't plan
No,
on
no,
Cade.
no.
You know, I'm just saying though. That's
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
There's no interest to
yeah.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. They're because this draft is so deep. Like, there's a kid I like. There's the two kids I want are out of Gonzaga, and that's Corey Kispert and Jalen Suggs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That Corey,
Kispert, I think he's another Joe Harris.
yeah,
he reminds me of Clay.
He's much bigger though, Steve, in frame and
yeah.
height.
He's a
Yeah,
bigger
that's
Joe
why he
Harris.
reminds me of
Yeah, and
Clay a
he's a
little bit.
three. They're two positions in need: is point guard and a three, man.
Yep.
But he's a
And
nice shooter.
Kisper's
Up
was
here.
like 44%, 54% from the field, 48% from three, 92 from the line.
He's
And
shooting 50% off the dribble from three.
yeah.
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 Hey, Dave,
The
let me.
kid's talented, and that's a you don't have to have like this draft's deep, but you want to have like lottery pick, and two of them if the Mavs bless us with two of them, because then if you do like Kid as much, you could go up and trade up for him, and I think they will. They're looking to try and take on more draft compensation because I don't think, as I said before, like Thibodeau and the players might want to win. But organizations aren't stupid. You look at Worldwide West and Leon Rose.
We're not passing up on the talent on this draft.
They
No,
also know
they're not
No
nothing
way.
passing up on
attracts.
that.
They also know nothing attracts free agents like winning basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
So
Guillermo.
They're going to build this thing through the draft, I believe, because the Knicks have actually never. I love it. We want to build through the draft and we win a couple of games, and then Knicks fans are like, oh, never mind the draft. This franchise wants to do this thing right because they know they can't get big
I think so.
bring in free agents, and they're going to build this thing through the draft like a team like the Denver or Utah, the way they do it,
I'm not
because they know
sure
they
they
can't
have
bring
any
in.
set plans. I don't think they're going into anything with like a set idea. They're going to take any option available. They're gonna look under every rock to see how to better this basketball
Yeah,
team, whether through, like they said, through trades, free agency, draft, whatever.
yeah,
So if someone becomes available on the market, they're going to make a run, whether it's they have to give up draft capital or not. If they don't, but Leon's not going to make a deal just to make a deal. He's going to do it that he feels comfortable with. So
yeah. And they're going to
whatever
go
Leon
after a
does,
big
I'm cool
fish.
with.
If
Hey,
Yeah.
the only
Dave.
one I could see is a big fish they might go
Steven, poor
after
Steven.
is Bradley Beal. I don't see Levine or any of them as enough. I think if they're going to go for make a trade, they're going to go for a big fish. They're not going to do. It's either going to be a small trade or a big trade. It's not going to be like give up like 2 picks for like Zach Levine.
Yeah.
I
Hey,
would, but go ahead. Go ahead, Fox.
I'm gonna kick it to Day in a second. I'm gonna say the thing, but hold on. I want you to think about it because I want to say hi to the chat. But hey,
Go ahead.
Day, if you were a GM for Chicago, why the hell would you ever trade Zach Levine? So I just want you to think about that for a second. Let me just do
Okay,
a
go ahead.
shout out. Anthony Alvarado, how are you? Pedro Matos, as always. Jeremy, Legion of Knicks podcast. Guillermo, my brother, agrees with me. He doesn't see much Clay, but he definitely sees Joe Harris. White
Yeah.
Falcon, Fort 4, Mixed Sports. Quiet Money, as always. Thanks for the super chat, and just thanks for being cool, man. Braham 718, pseudonym Skype. Hope all is well. Again, we appreciate Eric Gonzalez. Again, thank you for your generosity. It's greatly appreciated. Enjoyed your takes on the shows recently. We'll see you soon. Let's see. Kodak Vlogs, as always. All Star Sports 23. Yep. He's thanking me for noting a positive fact about Peyton. Yeah, absolutely. We try to be cool and not. We just like to call it, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and keep it real. But Peyton, like I said, has elite skills. It was just if that boy could ever finish, he'd have a whole different career. And
If you could
let's
shoot.
see. Yeah, D Jones. Hey, he's shooting well at the foul line this year. It's just those other elements.
Beyond it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to mention
Jonathan
Super
JD. Hope all is well. Shout out to you. Hope everyone is well. And let's see. Obi Crop Toppin. Marky B, Coach Color Blocks. Hope all is well.
So, Coach.
Yep, enjoyed chilling with you yesterday. Zach's coach's desk. Sorry, Zach. Hope all is well with you, Milo, and everything
What's up,
else.
coach?
Obi Crop, yeah, we have more coaches.
Starting to build up, huh?
Yeah, but it's good. Sima Singh, New York Knicks, the new Knicks. I don't know if Bodega Wi-Fi's here, but the best mods in the planet. And as always, please remember to hit that like, subscribe, remind the bells so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night and Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. Please share the link on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarns Tears family. And thanks again for getting us over the 1,300 subscriber milestone. 1,500, here we come. We greatly appreciate it. Gentlemen, thank you for letting me get that, talk to the family. Day, I'm kicking it back to you, Mr.
Okay.
GM of the Chicago Bulls. Why would you even think about trading a proven commodity like
Right.
Zach LaVine for great draft picks, but unproven commodities?
Okay. Well, we know that in the last longer than that, Chicago's front office has kind of been incompetent for the most part. When these things type of happen with a young star like LaVine is, and I do consider LaVine a young star, obviously organizational goals and player goals are not meeting. So when that happens, it causes dissension. And it's very obvious. And these trade rumors have been swirling around with him for even through last season too. So there's obviously been a lot of unhappiness on his part there. And obviously they're feeling like, well, okay, if our organization goals and his goals are not aligning, then maybe we need to go elsewhere for the future and pick up a piece or two, get some draft picks, especially with this deep draft coming. That would be my only logical stance as to why that would happen.
Yeah, because he has a couple of years left on his contract. It's not like it's coming up, and so I don't know. Hey,
They can look at it too. It's like, look, if we're not winning with you, we can win without you.
They also have a
if
new
we're not
front
winning
office
with
Or
you,
not
we're
win
not
without
winning.
you.
or not
We're
win
not winning
without
sorry,
you.
we're not
Thank you,
winning
Day.
without
That's
you.
deep.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, you got to admit, he's a special player, man.
He is, but to me though, I like LaVine and I would trade from if it's not a big price. Which it's going to be a big price. They're going to ask for 2
But
or
it'll be
3
less
round
than
picks
Beal,
for him.
probably.
Less than Beal,
Yeah, it'll
yeah.
be less than Bill.
But
Yeah.
I like him. I think he'd be good on this team. He just hit well, and I understand he probably with us like with Randall and with RJ's usage would be a little bit less, but he's very high usage with the Bulls. He takes some crazy shots, like that's what Clyde kept saying. Like he's a good bad
I was
shot
about to say he's
taker.
one of those people that are good, bad shot shooters.
Yeah,
He
and he
has
can
also
take.
but for
30%
all the bad
What do
shot,
we
the
think
thing
of his attitude?
well, I liked him talking trash. I'm a New York boy, so if you have it and you can back it up, do it. And
Yeah, he aggressive. I
as
like
long
it.
as you can back it up. But yesterday I heard on some other broadcast people saying Zach had a bad game, and I'm like saying he shot 50% from two, he shot 50% from three,
Right.
and he let Markkinen was hot as hell. So he became even more attractive to me, saying what he was willing to, even though he was playing well, to let Markkinen have the game last night, and he had a few less shots. So that impressed me by him. He made a move tonight where he exploded for a dunk. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody come off a catastrophic knee injury that has his
Yeah.
bounce still.
And that's what I like about him. Like he was never a 3-point shooter, or even a mid-range shooter. He was a dunker. And when he had that injury, he learned how to evolve his game. Instead of relying on that athleticism, he still uses it, but he doesn't use it as much. Like he'll go layups and then he'll hit mid ranges and threes. Like he's a beautiful step back. But that's what I like about him was he was like smart enough. Like DSJ's had injuries, but still goes to his athleticism. LaVine was like, you know what? I had a bad injury, like it could one of them injuries that could taunt my career. I have to adjust my game, and he learned how to shoot. And he's shooting very well because he's in that 50, 40, 90 mark this year so far.
Thank you. He's hitting the gold standard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, Kev, so what do you think? Put on your GM hat for two things. A, why would Chicago do? And the second, Oladipo's playing pretty well with Houston. His contract What's your thoughts on Oladipo on this team?
You know what? I'm gonna first say I can just imagine Chuck just laying in his bed, just cackling it up. Go ahead and cackle, Chuck. Go ahead and cackle. Anyway,
What's he cackling at?
You
Chuck
missed it
being
last
Chuck.
night, Joe. They got spicy last night.
Chuck being Chuck.
Oh,
So
I
here's the
didn't see
thing,
Did
right?
something
So
did something happen again last night? I am the last to
No,
know.
I didn't see
well,
it.
we
I'm watching
let's
that
just
Freezy had to end the stream.
things got a little hot and heated.
Oh yeah,
We
Freezy
had
got
to
personal,
we had to end the broadcast a little early.
Oh wow!
Wow.
to say the least.
But you know,
Did you remember to hook off the jab?
it wasn't me.
Oh,
Believe it or not,
oh.
it wasn't even me. I was the one trying to cool things down.
Kevin
who
told
it
me,
wasn't me.
Who was it?
He was
Huh?
upset as it
Who was it?
Who was that? I don't know who that is.
Well, technically it was Eric G and Chuck
that's
B
right.
and Goose kind of had like a 3-headed thing going on.
Yeah.
And I was just like, okay, everyone, we need to calm down a little bit.
See all that
we just had
shoveling, let me sleep like a baby. Not hear any
We
of
just-
that. Any of
We
that.
just had to pull the plug last night because
that's a shame, man.
it was getting a little contentious.
Yeah, I don't mind disagreements in philosophy. I just don't like personal attacks. That's not my style.
Yeah, that's how I think it was it's more personal attacks than anything else. But looking back on it, I was laughing then, but looking back on it, it was just like, okay, I don't know how we even got to this point right now.
Okay, Kev, GM hat.
Yeah, thank you,
What's your
Dave.
take?
My man always keeping me on point, and I appreciate it.
You got it.
There's several things that you have to take into consideration with Chicago, and I brought this up the other night. Billy Donovan left OKC because they were about to go in rebuild mode, and Billy Donovan didn't want any parts of that. So he goes to Chicago, and the GM of Chicago says, we're trying to build here, right? We're trying to build, and we want you here. So that alone goes to say that Chicago is not about to be sellers, because if that was the case, Billy Donovan would have never taken the job in the first place.
They also
So
thought
we
they were
should-
going to be better, though.
I mean, not really. I mean, it's not like we're going to see them be the
Nah,
best
they
team
had-
in the East.
They had playoff
But-
expectations last year.
I mean, right now they're still in playoff consideration. They're literally a half game. We're saying that we're that much better than Chicago. We're not.
No, but
We're
it's
literally in the
still
same spot with them. So it's not like they're complete sellers right now. Like the bottom is falling out of Chicago. It's not that.
I don't
It's not that at
think
all.
they're rushed to it either. I don't think they're ready to make that move, but they have a new GM, a new president, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't see why they. I don't see why they wouldn't take calls. If they can get a first round pick or two, they would do it. And I'm giving both draft picks up for him. So
Well, you have to find out where you are as a team first before you make that, because they could be a buyer too. If they're in a position they're right there hovering around the edge, why are they selling? Like, why are we buyers and not sellers?
oh, that's why I said they're not to that point yet. But I could see them getting to that point, around the deadline.
I mean, there's a lot of teams could get to that point, but I think people are just automatically. Now, here's the thing: Zach LaVine has never said he wanted to be traded. Chicago has never said they were trading Zach LaVine. It's media things and fan hypes like, ooh, Zach LaVine's in a losing situation. Let's go get him. And that's where I think a lot of disappointment comes, because for some reason and or another, fans set themselves up because they look at players who aren't in winning situations and they're, oh, they need to get out of there. They need to come here. And it's like, well, no, because we are literally in the same position as they're in. And you have to look at I think personally, we've been in this show for 39 minutes, and we've spoken more about a player on another team than we have about our own team.
Are you upset that we're not talking about Kevin Knox, who didn't play tonight?
No, we have 14 other players on the
Let's
team,
talk
right?
about Julius Randle.
We have 14 other players on the team, right? We talked about Zach LaVine, and we're not talking about the New York Knicks.
No,
So this isn't about Kevin Knox. This is about let's talk about the New York Knicks on the New York Knicks podcast.
Kevin,
I don't disagree.
I think that's a great idea. So
Julius Randle.
Let's talk
What do you
with
think of
Julius
Julius?
Randle.
Oh,
So
or Julius.
we'll keep it with you, Kev. Julius had 27 points tonight, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, was a plus 14. In 38 minutes, he shot 11 for 20, 5 for 7 from 3. He missed both fouls. He was 0 for 2 on foul shots, but again, that consistency, that 27, 6, and 6.
I'm surprised mostly with Julius of his outside shooting. I think he had 5 threes tonight.
5 of 7 from 3.
It's a little bit different. I think a lot of that is come from. I've noticed a lot lately, especially with Chicago, they're really good at sending the double team at the right time to get Julius flustered. And so I guess to avoid that, he's been more on the perimeter this game than he was last game. You saw him even when he went into the post, they sent the double team, and he almost kind of got some turnovers.
What did you think of his decision making when they did send the double team?
It depends, because there are times you can look and it's a little sloppy.
Or you see the old Julius.
Yeah, you see the old Julius. I think he needs to react better. I think he needs to react quicker. I think he needs to. I don't know if it's Kenny Payne, but they really, really need to just work on with Julius getting the ball out.
This guy read the defense a little bit better when
I was
that
about to
double
say
team
maybe
comes.
they should work on him with boxing out too. He
Yeah,
wasn't
and
boxing
where
out
the
for
double
nothing
team
tonight.
Yeah, and where the double team is coming from, and just making the right reads and being quick enough with your reads. You know, if you're old enough Knicks fan, the one knock we had on Patrick was he never kicked out of those double teams.
Okay.
But that's all he.
And the only successful time that he did deliver a good pass on a double team was when Chicago did a big no-no and left the corner wide open for Bullock.
But also, he had a nice pass to very similar a day to Mitch when they double teamed him for a dunk.
On the dump off, correct?
Yeah.
It goes to show, really, because teams know, like, you can double Julius when he goes in the post, because who is he kicking it out to? Elfrid Payton, Reggie Bullock, Mitch. You know, you have.
They did a kick out tonight in the fourth quarter to Elfrid Payton that if he lost that game.
And he took that three, too.
Yeah.
I was like, oh.
But he had some arc on it. Usually his shot's like a bullet out of a gun. There's no arc to it. It's just straight line drive.
Yeah.
At least he's getting a little bit better at the shot. Hopefully he can start making some.
Like with that double team, I don't think Chicago made a mistake. I think they figured we can leave Reggie Bullock open.
No, but
he hit a big shot for us tonight, though, Bullock.
That's what I'm saying. But they said that was a mistake from Chicago. I don't think that was a mistake from Chicago.
Kev, it's a basketball rule that the 3 highest percentage shots is the paint. I mean layups, free throws. And
no, I understand that.
Never leave the corner open. That's a no.
Like I said, it's also about who's there in the corner. And Reggie Bullock was struggling, and I think it was to use a Jets reference, it's one of them Greg Williams 0 blitzes. So where it's like, you know what?
The only good thing that'll come out of it is a draft choice.
Yeah, so I don't think it was a mistake. I think they knew what they were doing. I do. I really do think that Chicago knew we can leave Reggie Bullock. He hasn't been doing anything all night.
Yeah. Hey, Dave, let me ask you a question. Do you remember the first Bulls possession of the game? Randall, I thought it was going to be a long night. Randall, did you see the look on? He didn't switch. He basically switched and let Peyton take Markkinen, who just
Right.
went in, for easy. And you saw
That's
Randall
funny,
after,
Steve.
right after that. I was like,
As
damn.
funny, Steve. I reacted to that. I said, "Oh boy." But they cleaned that up. They did a very good job of cleaning up the pick and roll coverage tonight. You know what I really liked from Julius tonight? Forget the numbers. You know what I really liked? I loved his perimeter defense intensity tonight. I thought he was quick on his feet. I thought he was getting out there on contestants. And I thought he was putting guys into bad shots on the perimeter, which I rarely seen him done this year.
Yeah. Man, he was on fire too for three. Very seldom, man. He was like, he got into that zone, boom, hit another one.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, yo, he's feeling it tonight, ladies and
He
gentlemen.
had some timely hooping tonight as well.
Yeah. Joe, any thoughts on Randall tonight?
Yeah, Randall had a good game. He bounced back because I thought the first game against the Bulls, offensively, he had a decent game. That game, he just defensively was atrocious. And
Agreed.
he had some bad turnovers. He had a costly turnover at the end of that game, but he bounced back. He picked it up, and he made some questionable shots in the third quarter. 2 shots at the baseline, fadeaways that were questionable. But other than that, Randall had a good game. He's balling out. So
He's got to box out more, though.
yeah,
There was one possession where he didn't box out. They got a second chance, and then Peyton went to sleep, and they backdoored him. And I was like, oh
Yeah,
man,
right. On the wing, right. When
yeah,
they back right.
Satoransky. I was like, oh no, man. Oh,
And
here
and
they
that's what's
come.
and second chance points create those type of opportunities. So
yeah.
Yeah. Thanks to my day, who is one of my. Let me just look up here. Second chance points. They had 8 tonight, and we had 19.
oh yeah, we were bruising them on the offensive boards tonight.
Yeah. Their bench
11
scored
offensive
41
rebounds.
though, and our bench scored 26 points in the
Second,
paint. Yeah, second. Yeah, so like I said, second chance points 8 for the Bulls, 19 for the Knicks. Points in the paint, the Bulls had 62 and we had 50. So that's what I alluded to.
yeah.
That we gave up 23 baskets on Monday, and we gave up another 23 baskets in the restricted area again. And but we were consistent, Day. You got to admit, we had 0 fast break points tonight, keeping up that incredible pace of ours.
But the difference with the points in the paint between Monday and tonight was that Monday we just didn't show up defensively. Tonight it was predicated off the fact that we were running guys off the 3-point line and making them put it on the floor. So that's the difference.
Man, Thaddeus still has a game, don't you think?
Sure does.
And he's one of the few that still uses a little hook shot when he goes into the thing. I think Randall should copy that little hook shot of his.
Mm.
So
5 steals too for him.
Yeah,
He's active.
yeah. Hey,
Second
Bud,
unit
you
brought him
there?
back.
Yeah. I'm just taking care of recreational activities.
All right. Well, your thoughts on Randall?
I would just be repeating what everyone else's thoughts. Pretty much, he had a great game, both sides of the ball. The first possession did scare me. I was like, oh God, it's me that night again, where Laurie kills us. But everything was good. I have no complaints. I've been impressed with Julius all year, and I was team get Julius out of here last year. So he's made me eat my words. I can't say nothing bad about him.
All right, I'll let you get back to your blunt.
No, it's some wax. Some wax.
Well, we go to Barrett
Sat around
tonight.
the horn.
Yeah. So RJ tonight, 17 points in 32 minutes, shot 50%, from 8 for 16, 0 for 1, second game in a row that he's limiting the 3-point, 1 for 3 from the foul line, 7 rebounds, 2 assists. He had 4 turnovers. He was a +4. But one of the things that this is freestyle, so anybody wants to kick it. One of the things though that he did was he hit a beautiful mid-range shot. So that
Step
12
back.
to 15 feet, that is his sweet spot. He does that consistently. His game is going to go to a whole nother level. Any thoughts, fellas? Kev?
There was, it was weird because I look at RJ sometimes and I don't know if it's me, but he just has a tendency to like, and it's just sometimes like, I don't even remember that RJ's on the court, and I think he needs to do a better job at. I know this sounds weird, but being more aggressive and getting the ball more from Elfrid Payton.
Kev, I don't want to stop you, but that's the worst thing for RJ, man. When he's too aggressive like that, he's just forcing everything. He has to get his through the flow of the team, man. I hate when he's out there being way too aggressive. But continue.
He's still learning, buds.
You can
for sure. He's
say
20 years old. He's the youngest player on the team. So, I mean, of course.
It's weird to think Quickly's older than him. Yeah.
But yeah, that's just how I look. I look at it and it's just one of those steps. I mean, it's not like he had a bad game. It's like I said, I just look at RJ sometimes and I just forget that he's on the court.
Yeah.
And
he's got to finish better. You know, there were a couple plays tonight where he went to his, his strength, going left, driving the basket, but he's got to finish better. You know,
I just look at it like with some of the younger players on this team, they just benefit so much if they played in a faster pace type of offense.
It's not who we are. As you know, it helps our defense, that pace.
I mean, I brought up last night, I said, as we all know, that some of these defensive numbers are misleading, right? That
some don't think that.
Well, here's a misleading fact, right? The Knicks were number 1 against guarding the 3, but they were like 3rd or 4th in giving up wide open 3-point shots. So it's kind of like, how does that doesn't make sense? And you have to look into that. Like, no, that's more on the other team just missing shots than anything that we're doing. Because if we're giving up the 3rd most open shots and teams just aren't hitting it, that just makes it look like, numbers-wise, on black and white on a piece of paper, it makes it look like we're just defending the 3 that good. But it's like, no.
Tonight
other teams are just missing. Huh?
Tonight we did, though, Kev.
No. I'm saying, but do you see how, like, those numbers can't... How do those numbers work? Like, you can't guard the 3 well, but you can't give up a lot of threes, like open threes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. Those numbers are misleading. And whenever we play teams that can actually hit the 3, you see the outcome.
Oh, we had that discussion the other night.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, is our defense really like a top 3 defense in the league? Like, is it really? Because when we play, here's the thing, and I'm going to say this, and I love the Knicks, but I'm going to keep it real. As currently constructed, as currently the scheme that we have, I don't think the Knicks will beat a good team. Like, I can't see us beating an upper echelon team.
We've beaten multiple this year.
No, think about it. We beat teams in the very beginning of the season when teams didn't know our style. But ever since then, ever since teams have caught on to what we do, we haven't beaten a good team.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
We're 5-14.
Yeah, like we haven't beaten a good team.
We're 5-10 in the last 15. I'm sorry.
Like, we haven't beaten a good team since the beginning of the season. When we came out and everyone was like, "Oh, this is a new Knicks type of team." Like, we were catching people off guard. But as the season's going on and teams have kind of, got film on us, it's like, well, this is what it is. That's what I say. As currently constructed and with the scheme as currently ran, I don't see us beating a upper echelon team. And I know that might not be the popular take and what everybody wants to hear, but
I mean, we beat the Warriors and the Celtics 2 weeks ago. Are they not upper echelon teams?
We beat the Celtics shorthanded.
No Tatum.
No Tatum, and that was the first game that Kemba Walker was back.
Yeah, wasn't
the Warriors are The Warriors are barely 500.
And
yeah, they're fighting for a spot right now.
And the Warriors, like I said, the Warriors are fighting, and Draymond Green got ejected.
Oh, a dub is a dub, man.
That's right.
This is true. A win is a win. But what happened when we played like Denver and Portland and Utah
Clippers.
and the
We're not going to
Clippers.
beat them 9 out of 10 times or anything like that.
That's what I just said. I said we're not going to beat good teams.
No, we have a chance to win if our defense plays well and we're hitting perimeter shots. Oh, Freezy's here. Let him talk.
What in the world are we talking about? Dog, are you serious?
We're talking
Are you
reality.
No, y'all are talking. That's fantasy. How are
What's
you gonna
fantasy?
say?
What I said?
Yeah. So how are you gonna say we beat teams at the beginning of the season, and it's still the beginning of the season?
No. We beat teams in the early outset. Like in the early outset, out the gate we were beating teams.
But Hoodie Cat,
it's like a race. Like the first quarter we were beating.
It's still the early outset.
But here's the thing:
it's not like we were at the All-Star break. We're not halfway.
No. But what I'm saying is, compared to like the third game, teams now have film on us. They know what we run. They know what we like to run now. Like in the third game, it's like, oh, they might make some adjustments and blah 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 blah. And we played Milwaukee. There wasn't that much film on us then, right? But I bet if we played Milwaukee now, it'd be a different outcome. Because that's what scouting teams do. They develop game plans because they have film. And people know how to break down what we do defensively. They know how to get around it.
Well, defensively, we're 6th in the league in giving up 108.9 points. We're 1st in the league with efficiency field goal percentage, which means 2 and 3 points. Yep. 3-pointers count a little more, so we're 1st in the league that way. We're 29th in the league in creating turnovers, though, our defense. We're not very good on that. No. We're 15th in the league on offensive rebounds, letting the the opposing team get offensive rebounds on us. And we're 14th in the league in allowing people getting to the foul line. And just a quick shout out to Coach Color Blocks. Turned me on to... I've been looking at statistics, the same statistics in something called 4 Factors on cleaning the glass, but I wasn't using cleaning the glass. I was using other things, but cleaning the glass, he turned me on to how they interrelate certain 4 factors of an offense. So Color Blocks, if you're listening, shout out, my friend. Thank you for that. It was a very, very good thing. And on the offensive side, just to keep it consistent, we're 18th in the league in point differential. We're 25th in the league in scoring at 107 points. We're 27th in the league in our efficiency field goal percentage, meaning 3s and 2s counted. We're 22nd in the league in turnovers. We're 11th on offensive rebounds, and we're 14th in getting to the foul line, our team. So we definitely have work, but that 2-point differential again that's the biggest thing, that we give up 2 points on an average more than we score, and that's something we need to work on. Hey, Freezy, would you mind putting us all back the same? I don't like being. I look at equality. I like being the same size as everybody else.
hey, I'm just trying something new. I actually want to highlight the speaker. That's what this is about. Not just highlighting one person. Okay. So when Kev talks, we'll do this. When Joe talks, we'll do that. You see that? So I just want to try something to see what it looks like.
Okay, cool.
In the replay. So it's not the Stephen Fox show. It's just I just want to try something new.
Beautiful.
So,
okay.
So yeah.
So Stephen, and the thing what you mentioned about the steals, I think that's done by design. I think Tibbs does not want these guys gambling all over the damn place, because as you've seen, when we have done those things, that gets us in trouble. That gets us into 2-on-1s. That gets
we were
us
a little
the
aggressive. In fact, yesterday's aggressiveness. That's a great point. I think was a lot of the reason on those backdoors yesterday.
Of course. How many times they had the hand in the cookie jar? How many?
Yeah.
So. Hey, can I say something to Kev's point?
We're my brother. It's good to have you back. I haven't seen you, man. Usually you're always here from the beginning.
Oh yeah, I got somebody at work slipped on a banana peel. So
those banana peels are getting terrible around.
Why can't they be around Reggie Bullock's locker?
But good to see you, my friend.
Right. Yeah.
Those banana peels are so slippery. God,
look. Hey, I just want to say
everywhere except Reggie Bullock's locker.
I just want to say something to Kev's point about the 3-point, the open. We lead the lead in open 3-pointers. Maybe the defense, from what they said in the beginning, they said the defense was built not to take away the 3-point shot, but stop the ones who hit it on that
The
particular
good
team.
3-point shoot. Yeah, the
So,
good 3-point shooters.
so as far as that
Jeez.
3-point shot is concerned, we're letting the ones who take it that we don't mind taking it. The ones that we don't want to take it, that's where we send in the defense at. So that stat is still like that too. So that's why we can be that way.
That's not true.
Well, my thing is this:
It is, Dane. Yes, it is.
when you have like case in point the Clippers game, and you have Patterson draining threes and Reggie Jackson draining threes.
Okay, because we didn't want Kawhi and Paul George. They was the integral focus. Now, if somebody on the side hit them, but that was the team that led the team in threes. You can't take that and base it on the whole season because everybody in the league, everybody in the league don't shoot like them.
Yeah, but
everybody in the league doesn't shoot like them.
Yeah, but
So
just
again,
a quick stat that they shoot our defense. We rank 26th. Teams have put up 828 3-pointers against us already.
And hit how many?
Hold on one second.
How did the Bulls shoot tonight?
Well, we're first in the league, so we're first in the league.
Okay, so they can put the ones that makes my point. The ones that we don't want to hit them, to shoot them, is not making them.
That's not true.
But it's a misleading stat because you could still be number one, but those 3-pointers count more than two.
Hey, Rob and Nick, what happens is when they discuss it, they'll discuss it for 30 minutes without being interrupted, and you take a different take, and they'll cut you off.
Yeah, that's
because they don't believe it. They don't
Stop
believe it. They don't want to hear your side of the argument, bro. Boss.
Yeah, because what I'm saying makes perfectly good sense.
It's your argument.
Look, if Kawhi and Paul George are shooting a 3-pointer, I want to check them harder than Reggie and Patterson. So if Patterson was to hit that 3, that's what I'm gearing them to do. But what my defense is saying, we don't trust them to make it on a consistent basis. So therefore, your team can get a lot of 3-point shots up, but the ones who's geared to make them on your team, that's who we stopping.
Right.
That makes perfectly good sense.
That's a strategy.
Dude, that theory was.
I agree with you, Rob. I'm with you on that one.
It's a strategy, and as a matter of fact, Nick G came on this very same show, not this episode, but the same show, and said, and let me do this real quick.
And
he came on the very same show, and he
that
said,
they close out the 3.
Right, exactly. So every time y'all talk about it, y'all get 30 minutes to talk about it uninterrupted. And as soon as somebody says a counter, we get interrupted.
Don't cry.
I'm just saying. I just tried to say something just now, and I got cut off. And Rob just tried to say something, and he got cut off. So what I'm saying is, and so to elaborate on it, and y'all talked about it before I even jumped on, and it was like 7 to 8 straight minutes of y'all doing y'all thing.
Nothing. I didn't talk about it tonight.
All right. Well, never mind. No, I won't do it. No, I won't cry with spilled milk. Go ahead.
I didn't. That was Kevin going on that.
I don't know what happened just now, but hey, did you all see that little wrinkle that Johnny Bryant added to the offense? That little double screen for RJ. I want to see more of that.
Yep.
That's definitely a factor that Johnny Bryant brought into this offense. That's something they did over in Utah for Donovan Mitchell, where they set the screen with Julius and Mitch to free up RJ to get to the rim, where he got that little floater up. I like to see more of that because RJ's floater is not that bad.
Right, Coach Colorblocks pointed that out back in November. That's a play that Brad Stevens specialized in for Kemba Walker. Well, he'll have two bigs at the top of the key, set the screen for Kemba, and one rolls to the basket, and so they roll a pick and roll and pick and pop at the same time, basically. And the defense is at a disadvantage because the ball handling defender is trapped behind two guys, and it creates jeopardy 2-on-1 towards the basket and 2-on-1 towards the wing. And so it's something that Chicago ran tonight too, but Brad Stevens ran it to death last year to get Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown open looks last year. But
oh yeah, a bunch of teams do it. I just know I know that Utah abuses it with Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
that's something Johnny Bryant, because we didn't see Thibs throw that in all season. So, and Johnny's working with the guards and stuff. So
Yeah,
it
I
was nice
think
to see. It was nice to see something new with RJ's game instead of abusing that pick and roll that he just, that's his go-to. He's not scoring unless it's in the flow of the offense or if he's getting the ball. If it's in the half court, if he's doing the P&R, because he had 2 possessions tonight where he had Laurie drawn out and he didn't do nothing with either possession. So
That's not his game. Going one-on-one.
no, it's not. I agree. I hate when he's forcing stuff because it never works out for him. He needs to just be in the flow playing his basketball. Because when he's out there, just with all that, I don't know what it is. It's just in his head where he gets tunnel vision. He gets that Mamba mode or whatever.
Yeah.
And,
So Freezy, what do you want to talk about?
No, hey man. So I just want to touch on a couple of things that I heard. So the RJ Barrett disappearing thing is not exactly RJ Barrett disappearing. I feel like it's RJ playing complementary basketball, getting out of the tunnel vision ball hog mentality and allowing other people to get touches within the offense while still being available for passes and such. I think it's RJ learning to be more efficient on the offensive end. As a matter of fact, you would see games where if somebody else had been cooking and RJ touched it, RJ didn't care if they were cooking. If he felt like he had a shot, he was going to take it. But recently, I think you've noticed that RJ Barrett has been more complimentary towards the other guys. Like he basically let Elfrid Payton cook until Elfrid Payton got cold, because Elfrid Payton was a little hot at the beginning of the game. If you can say Elfrid Payton was hot offensively, I mean the words that feel funny coming out of my mouth. Elfrid Payton hot offensively,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but he actually, was complimentary tonight, which was to me a good thing, and you see we got a W out of it, and even with Julius getting starting to cook and be more consistent towards the middle of the game, you didn't see RJ really force anything unless he had an obvious mismatch, like when Kobe White guarded him and he did the reverse, the offhand layup off the glass using the rim to shield off Kobe White. So
I want. Oh, my bad. I was gonna say sometimes I want him to somewhat force. I just don't like when he's, going into the second quarter and he's like 0 for 4, 0 for 5, and he feels the needs to even out that stat line a little bit, and he's just attacking the rim relentlessly, and he's like almost getting fouled, but he's just chucking them up at the rim as well. He's out of control. I just hate seeing that type of game out of him.
Right, or chucking up threes when other guys are feeling it. Like Elfrid is feeling it tonight, but RJ Barrett earlier in the season would have been chucking up threes, and you'd have looked at his stat line, and he would have been like, 4 for 13 and 0 for 5 from 3. So I think RJ is learning to be more complimentary in the offense and have the floor be more balanced, where those double teams that they go at Julius Randle have to take into account that there's a scorer on the opposite side of the floor.
Yeah, I agree.
Let me ask you a question, Freezy. Do you think, now it didn't happen tonight, but do you think that there's been at times this season where RJ's been phased out of the offense a little bit?
Yeah, and I don't think it's by Thibodeau. I think it's by the players. And so to give you an example, people say that RJ Barrett was say frozen out of the offense at times, and I think it was well deserved because of what I just mentioned. Like guys will be cooking. Like there was a game that Reggie Bullock hit like 3 threes in the first quarter, I believe, or 3 threes in the first quarter and a half or whatever. And RJ and everybody recognized that Reggie Bullock was about to start cooking, and RJ Barrett jacked up 2 threes and missed. Right. Mm-hmm. And so the ball didn't go back to RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying? Like cats were legit waving him off. Like, dude, my man over here is trying to get some, and you're just throwing up shots. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I know you feel like you can score at any time, and you probably can. But when the odd night where, say, an Austin Rivers is cooking or a Reggie Bullock is cooking, let them cook.
Yeah, you got to defer to that, of course.
Yeah, let them cook, RJ. And so I think he's learning that now. Like tonight when you saw you remember the stretch when Julius Randle hit the 3 straight threes?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the stretch with so RJ Barrett is on the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of RJ Barrett, not rotating the ball back to the center of the court so that Randall can get that open look again for three.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of jacking that three up from his side, he passed the ball back around and the ball got back to Julius Randle.
Correct.
And Julius Randle splashed it, so he played complimentary ball.
Right.
And while that won't show up on the stat sheet, it just means that RJ Barrett is learning how to play winning basketball.
Of course.
It's funny you use the term complimentary because Wally, I don't know if you guys heard Wally in the post game, and that he said that the reality is that RJ's game and Randall's game are not really complementary.
Right.
Mm.
Oh, no, I didn't hear him say that. Okay.
Yeah, and that he thinks it's a good thing when Randall needs minutes off, it goes to the bench. RJ should be in the game at that. He shouldn't take RJ and Randall off at the same time. He thinks that RJ could cook. Take it, Rob.
That's kind of funny because Clyde said the opposite the other day. He said it looks as though from last year to this year that their game is complementing each other.
Right.
So those two different perspectives, and I kind of agree with Clyde. What you think, Freezy?
I kind of agree with both, right? And so I know, and listen, I'm not trying to go all John Kerry on everybody, like flip flopping to either side, whichever side gives me a profile. I ain't trying to go all John Kerry, right? What I'm saying is that I think you need a bona fide scorer on the floor to keep the pressure off Randall, right? And right now, our other bona fide scorer is RJ Barrett.
Right.
If Austin
scorer
Rivers
or shooter,
I would say scorer at this point.
Yeah,
scorer at this point because what you don't want to do is just have one scorer on the floor by himself, so the defense can set up a defense to stop one scorer. It's easy,
even if that scorer primarily scores in the paint.
Yeah, or
where Randall lives.
Yeah.
And they're both left-handed.
Right,
and they're both left-handed.
Yeah.
Thank you,
right,
Dave.
right. Wanting to be on the same side of the floor to go to their strong hand. Right, and
Okay.
and so, but at the same time, when you take Julius Randle off the floor, you need to have, when you take one scorer off the floor, you still need to have two scorers on the floor. So when Randle goes off the floor and you take RJ off the floor, we don't have, like to Kev W's point, we don't have two consistent scorers to bring off the bench. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's Kev's frustration, and that's my frustration too. What I think is you need to have balance, because Nerlens Noel is not a scorer. Mitchell Robinson is not a scorer. Obi Toppin is not a scorer. Austin Rivers is not consistent. Alec Burks is not consistent. So when you take Julius off the floor, at least keep RJ on the floor so you can have at least 1.5 scorers on the floor, if that makes sense. And that goes back to the point that Dave made 2 days ago when he said that we may need an infusion of talent, because when you take Julius Randle off the floor, you see a huge drop off in scoring. So what I would say is I agree with Clyde, but I also agree with Wally. But when I'm saying that in terms of personnel for Wally, and not in terms of just RJ and Randall. If you had two guys that could score, I would say stagger it like what Wally said. But in terms of what Clyde said, I'm specific to Julius Randle and RJ Barrett, because I think you need, because if RJ wasn't on, if we had no RJ
need
Barrett,
that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, right. So if you need, if RJ Barrett wasn't on the team and we had to depend on, say, Alec Burks to be a second scorer, I think you'll see Julius Randle play like he did last year.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something to your point?
I was going to say, Kev, take it. Yeah.
There's a side note. If you look at the Clippers, starting the game, they have Paul George and Kawhi Leonard on the court. But as the game goes on, it's usually always one of them on the court until like the last few minutes of the game. Like they don't ever really play together throughout the game, other than like the beginning of like the first quarter, the third quarter, and the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, they're always stagnated, so they can have a number one option on the floor. And I kind of like that. I like that how Tyronn Lue was doing that last year. Doc Rivers didn't do that, but I think the Knicks should probably implement something like that.
Hey, you know who? Steve Nash does that too. Steve Nash does that too in Brooklyn.
But let's
Right.
keep in mind, gentlemen, that that R.J. Barrett and Julius are not as dynamic and explosive scorers as those guys are at the same time.
Right. And we don't run at the pace that the Clippers and Nets run either. You know what I'm saying? So we can kind of, I understand where you're going with Paul George and Kawhi, but our pace of play kind of mitigates some of those shots that would be attempted otherwise. So if we had a third consistent guy, somebody who we can pencil in for 17, 18 points per game, I think you would see our pace increase, especially if it came from the point guard position, where another point guard where you could have quickly do his thing. A point guard come in and give you 17, Julius Randle give you 22, and RJ give you 18.
Mm-hmm. And to your point, Freezy, about RJ becoming complementary in more scenarios within the offense when he's out there, I think that's just him finding his place, and that's him, and that's a good direction of him understanding when he thinks he feels he has to take over in game, and when he can just go ahead and facilitate. So I think that's a good thing that he's doing that. And when he does force the issue, sometimes I think that's a good thing too, because you have to learn through trial and error in order to find yourself.
Right, especially when, as I like to see, like tonight, RJ Barrett saw us come down 2 trips in a row with missed baskets. And so he got a mismatch, and regardless what the play was, he went and did that layup that I described, the one where it's weird, where he went right and got to the rim and laid it up with his left hand with the rim.
You talking about a fast break on the Euro? Is that what you're talking
about? No. I'm talking about when he beat his man off the dribble, coming off the right wing, so to speak, and beat his man off the dribble and got through to the lane and shielded their big man and his defender by using the rim. Which is another step forward, because say 3-4 weeks ago, he might have did one of those wild layups where you're wondering what in the world he was doing. But just by using that power step that you learned in AAU, it's when you get to the front of the rim, or when you get to the strong side of the rim, they teach you to power step to the other side and lay up with your offhand. And what that does is it takes the shot blocker out of the equation.
Yeah.
So just by him doing that, just told me somebody talked to him about finishing at the rim.
I heard that.
And you mentioned it earlier, though, but that was a real pretty mid-range jumper that if he starts hitting that consistently, Freeze, his game goes to a whole nother level. Meaning that 12 to 18 footer. Forget about those threes, RJ. Do your 1 or 2 a game, but do those others, man.
And that was a dribble. And that was a dribble pull up too.
It was a dribble pull up.
That was a dribble pull up off the right wing. Julius Randle was on the other side of the floor. So RJ Barrett did a dribble pull up, and it was money. So somebody is getting in RJ's ear about offense, and he's learning.
Johnny Bryant.
Johnny
Bryant.
And to RJ's credit, I think he's been consistent the whole season in the mid range.
Yeah.
Yep.
DeMar DeRozan was like that at the beginning of his career. Like, he was deadly inside it in the mid range, but he was hitting threes.
Well, that's still his career.
He's still mid-range.
Like, he only takes like maybe 2 threes a game, especially when he went with Pop over the Spurs. He's not taking any threes. He's barely taking 2, but he's cooking in the mid range and inside. And I think that's where like RJ can be a 34, like 33, 34, 35% shooter from the 3. But he'll make his bread and butter is going to be inside the paint and in the mid range.
They have DeMar playing a little bit of a 4 there sometimes, and I can't wait for RJ to get older and when he's actually in his man body and able to run lineups with him at the 4. Because in today's NBA and going forward, it's possible.
Yeah. And I've seen a couple of times there was where he needs to post up a little bit more when he has a chance, when he gets mismatches against guards, because he done it against Sexton in one game, but they didn't go back to it. And he had a couple of mismatches on Sexton. They just didn't give him the ball. But he could have a lot. That's why playing him at the 2 is best, because you can get him in more mismatches against smaller guards where he can post up.
That's one thing I hate hearing, because when RJ gets to that level, he's going to have to go against the best wing defender. It's not going to be no mismatches for him.
He just did a couple of games ago.
I hear getting mismatches. You get that, running picks and screens, and you can get mismatches. But when it's crunch time, he's gonna have to score against the best wing defender, and if he can't do that, then that's an issue, and we're gonna have an
because
issue.
when he gets to a point of his career when he's playing in the playoffs, there's going to be a lot less mismatches to be against. But he done well against Kawhi. That's why I put my mind that he can play the 3 because he put up over 20 on Kawhi and he played good defense.
He did it last year too. He played well against them.
Yeah. Hey, if anyone in Knicks management, coaching staff is listening, can I ask a favor? Could you practice your inbound passing? You've had this issue a few times during this season. RJ made a real ugly one. Rivers made an ugly one, and it always happened at the most inopportune times. So, have you guys noticed that this season? That
absolutely
that's not one of our strengths. Those inbound passes, especially when they count.
I've seen a couple of them with Noel screwing up like him throwing it and bouncing off someone and going through his legs. That man, like, he can block shots and he can catch alley-oops, but he's awfully like Mitch, where he doesn't have the best of hands or the best of footwork.
Yeah.
He needs to get that stickum Noel from Lester, from the old Lester.
From Fred Biletnikoff.
Lester Hayes.
Yeah. I don't mind it for Mitch, because Mitch is in his third year, and like Noel's in the league 7-8 years now. So he should have all of that.
Do you ever remember this being
and
a problem?
And he come in like a top 5 pick.
Have you remember this being a problem with Mitch's hands? I don't remember his first or second year being like that.
Yeah.
I remember him catching crazy lobs, nice and soft hands, finishing at the rim real nice, especially his rookie year. What happened?
Hard patches. I don't know what it is.
Coach Color Blocks is 100% right. Mitch has hands issues.
He reminds me of Evan Ingram from the Giants. He reminds me of Evan Ingram from the Giants. The difficult catches he can catch, but the so easy catches he can't get it. Like, you'll see sometimes like RJ coming in and going to the layup and then dropping a bounce pass to him, and Mitch is dropping that all over the place, like not expecting it's not coming.
Happened tonight with Randall. But did you notice this is like the third game in a row, RJ, they opened up 2 games with it, and then they open up, I think, the second half again today, where RJ does that and does that lob to Mitch. That's
teams are going to catch on to that. See that the first play of every game or the first play of every half is going to be that same play, because they done it in the beginning of the third quarter against the Clippers, and they done it in the beginning of the game and the beginning of the third quarter against the Bulls the last game. They done it again tonight.
By God, Fox, are you saying that Tom Thibodeau is coaching like Adam Gase? He only has design plays at the beginning of the halves? That's very Adam Gaseian.
Yeah.
Please don't bring up Adam Gase and Tibbs again, because that's a jinx, and we have enough curses in this franchise.
What did you guys think of Obi topping in the first half?
Hey, that fake 3 and that pull up, if that kid could do that on a more consistent basis, that was a sweet move. What'd you think, Day?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we know that Obi has the skill set. It's just a matter of when are we going to see it.
Yeah, there was one brutal. He didn't get over the screen on one play. That was just brutal.
Oh, defensively, he was atrocious.
Yeah. Oh, God, Day, man. Oh, my God.
I think that's why he's not getting minutes. It's just the defense.
No doubt.
Like, the defense to me is a lot better than I thought it would be, but it's still not there. Like, you seen him the last game, he got pulled for 2 bad fouls.
So to ask yourself this question, Joe. Go ahead, bud.
I got one.
Remember the thing, though, Day.
I got him so out of position, man, and that just I was like, oh my God, I was cursing when Laurie got, because Laurie should never be able to get him out of position like that ever.
No.
So he was like hooked onto him.
So Joe, to your point, right? If we know that Tom Thibodeau, we know you don't get minutes unless you play some type of defense, right? Why draft a guy that plays no defense?
I think it was
Rose.
Leon Rose is in love with him, and he was his brother's agent.
Can I say something?
They went familiar.
So you guys,
you're up next, Kev. Take it, Rob.
So you guys really believe that deep down in your brain that if you sign with a certain agent, no matter what the talent base may be, that's why you're going to stick around in this league?
No, the only reason I think they done it was because it was their first year in the office and his first year running a front office, and with like lack of training camps, lack of combine and everything, that they went with familiarity for the first year. I don't think that's going to be something that's
But
going to be
but
constant.
But the biggest lie of the whole draft was that Obi Toppin is the most NBA ready prospect.
hey, no, but look,
Yeah.
Yeah.
hey, look,
False advertising.
hey, look, not so fast. You got 10 games not played. Put that into the scenario because of injury.
Stop.
That will put you
Stop.
behind.
Yeah.
Now that will
Nah,
put you
man.
behind.
Nah, bro.
And then okay,
No, I
let me
agree.
say, hey, look, listen. If Obi doesn't pop his first year, is that a problem?
No.
No, it's part of the
Absolutely.
process.
Okay,
Well,
so
No,
if
that's absolutely
Obi
a problem.
if Obi's learning defense this year because he hasn't played the defense and he's learning, and these veterans are getting the best of him, is that a problem?
He's
No.
23 in a
Of course
month.
not.
Yes.
Okay, but you're a veteran in this league. I don't care if you're 25. Rodman came into the league 26 years old. He didn't rebound 16 rebounds a game his first
Rodman
year.
was such a better fluid athlete, though.
But look, I'm not
Obi
talking
looks
about.
like he moves from
Hey,
his
look,
neck.
that's not what we're talking about. He didn't make the league for 6 years. That's what we're talking about.
Well, the thing,
And
first of
Jimmy
all,
Butler too. Jimmy Butler
Rodman was
22
Rodman
when he
was
came into the
24.
league and done nothing for 2 years.
20. I think Rodman was 26.
Hey, Kev, we're going to swing it to you in a
No, I
sec.
think so.
Nah,
Yeah.
I think he was 26.
So let me throw this out here because I wanted to just interject this real quick and get out of the way. I think it shows that there is a rift in the thinking between the front office and the coaching staff. Is the reason why you have Obi Toppin. Because if it was really based on what Tom Thibodeau thinks, then we would have drafted the kid Devin Vassell, a small forward.
We would have did Halliburton.
Or Halliburton. Either.
Probably.
So we would have drafted a position of need that plays defense, that plays a team game, as opposed to an explosive offensive athlete.
That's where I was going with my question, Freeze.
But if you was developing, if the process was to develop Knox at this time, and Randall, as we always see at that time, was on the way out the door. That was the plan, to develop Knox. Now Randall showed up changed the whole situation due to his training, due to what he did in the offseason, and the way that he wanted to change his game.
Unselfish.
At that point, you can honestly say that could have made Obi obsolete. But going into the draft, all of these variables was not known. So you can't say that the Knicks picked the wrong person.
Wait a minute. So you didn't know that Julius Randle averaged 20 and 10 last year?
No,
Yeah,
the way that he averaged 20 and 10, we all know what his numbers were.
Well, so
the way that he was, the dedication he was going to come back with, in the style of play that he was going to change, we didn't see that variable.
Cut back on the spin from hell.
You saw
the
you
great
saw that last year.
If we
better foul
seen that,
shooting.
why did everybody want him gone? If we had this Randall last year versus this year, we wouldn't have never drafted Obi. Can we all agree about that?
No, we not great to agree to that, Rob. That's whack. Because the thing is under David Fizdale, Julius Randle averaged high turnovers and was an 18-8 guy. When David Fizdale got fired, and duly so, he earned it. After that, Julius Randle averaged 22.5 points and 12 rebounds in 44 games under Mike Miller. And that's not something I'm making up. That's a fact. You can go back and start it. You can go back and start.
But did we all think last year? I don't know, but we was all talking about it last year on various platforms that he had an attitude problem. It was a lot of other things that wasn't basketball related, but it was related to the floor. You never experienced any of that either?
No, so this is what I felt like.
No.
I felt like so hit me out on this. This is what I felt like. I felt like Julius Randle was a frustrated player last year because a lot of the things he was promised in free agency wound up being lies, right? I'm gonna get you this guy. I'm gonna get you that guy. I'm gonna get you this guy. And at the end of the day, all they got him was 4 dudes that play the same position as him, right? And then when he got there, the one guy that he knew was a bona fide NBA player was out with a neck injury and didn't come back until late at the beginning of the season. Wound up and hit the point guard that he knew was at least a quality point guard was hurt also.
Yeah,
so you start the season with men down before you can get out of the gates. you got some rookies that with low IQ and 4 other dudes that play a position, right? And so now Julius Randle, who told he was going to be the guy, starts the season, and this cat out of the blue that you signed at the last minute comes in and starts taking over all the shots and says he's the man, and is playing selfish basketball, right? And so what happens is this guy starts taking all the shots, playing selfish basketball, but in crunch time when Julius Randle made a mistake, y'all blame Julius Randle, and nobody put an ounce of blame on Marcus Morris, who was there when we was 4-22, but Marcus Morris didn't take an ounce of blame.
We loved him.
Right. So he didn't get an ounce of blame, right? But when Mike Miller came in, when Mike Miller came in and changed the offense from Marcus Morris to Julius Randle, the Knicks went from a team that was 4-22 to a team that was 17-27, right? And nobody gives Julius Randle credit for being the number one option and turning the team around. All we did was blame Julius Randle for everything wrong with New York City. Potholes in the street is Julius Randle's fault.
Okay, look. Okay, so now look.
But
hold on one second.
Ask you to look at this. Just look at the facts that I just laid out, right? Just look at the facts that I just laid out, and then consider what I'm saying.
Okay, I did.
Freezy, you're 100% right.
1 second.
I didn't say that you. I didn't say anything that you. Everything that you said was 100% right. But one thing that you're saying that you're not even paying attention to is this here. Everybody in New York thought it was his fault, so that validates my point of me saying that we didn't think he was going to come back.
Right.
That's all.
Freezy,
so that was my whole point.
That they were going to trade him, though.
Hey, hold on, Buds.
Everybody.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Kevin, thank you for your patience. I wanted to kick it to Kevin quite some time ago. Kev, thank you, Kev. Sorry.
No, I mean, there's a couple of points that could be made to what was just said when it pertains to Julius. As in, one, as what the Freezy was saying is, why did Julius Randle Well, I'm kind of going in the order of what's first on my mind, I guess.
No problem.
Well, I guess to start with, all right, fine. With Obi, there is merit that I believe that Tom Thibodeau hoodwinked a lot of people. When Tom Thibodeau said that, he's changed his ways, and he did all this, going around to different teams and everything, and spent time with Golden State and all the other teams, that it's like, okay, he's going to open up. He's not the same Tom Thibodeau that's going to run down his players and be old and stagnant or whatever. And so, yeah, I do think that Tom Thibodeau hoodwinked even his close friend Leon Rose. Because
how is this about? We talking about Julius Randle,
right?
Because y'all went 5 million years, and it was my turn a long time ago.
Nah, man. So Kev, you get plenty of time to talk on this joint, dog. We don't. I was just
we're sticking to a topic. The topic is what we thought about Randle, not Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah.
No, I was talking about Obi Toppin.
We would technically talk about Obi Toppin, and then
y'all went. You two went off on a tangent about Julius Randle. The subject was Obi Toppin.
I'm sorry for wanting to say
but
something.
They was in close proximity because one of them was drafted because of the other one. So you can talk about both of them, but we don't know where the coach came in at.
The coach? Well, no, because Tom Thibodeau was the coach before the draft, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So Tom Thibodeau was the coach before the draft, and yet they went with a player that you would think that Tom Thibodeau would want no parts of. So that's obviously disconnect, because Leon Rose figured, and like I said, this is where the hoodwink comes in, that Tom Thibodeau had changed his ways. And there was merit that Julius Randle was trade bait at one point in time. But when no trade materialized, they were kind of stuck with Julius Randle. But had a trade material, I guarantee, had Chris Paul said he wanted to come to New York, Julius Randle would be gone right now. There's no ifs, ands, or buts or doubts in my mind that if Chris Paul said he wanted to come to New York, Julius Randle would not be here right now.
And what would Chris Paul be doing with this lineup without Julius Randle?
Yeah. What he did?
It's not that. It's just the makeup of this team and the identity of this team would be different. So I can't sit here and say if you add Chris Paul, they would still be playing the same style of basketball, because they wouldn't. And so to sit here and say Julius Randle is the engine. No, Julius Randle's the engine because he's just the engine that they put in this car. But if you had a different engine in this car, it would be played different. They would play completely differently.
You wouldn't have the same parts. It would be different free agents and all that. You would have no idea what the team would look like.
But you can't tell me when you saw
free agents would have came.
When you saw Leon Rose, when he drafted Obi Toppin, that picture of him standing up, like he was the only one.
I was about to say he was the only one.
Leon Rose wanted Obi Toppin. I don't care who else was with Leon Rose wanted Obi Toppin.
He was going to trade up to get him.
He wasn't the only one. Did you see the footage of Colin Sexton when they took Okoro? He had that look on his face like, oh, why didn't we take Kobe?
And so I'm sitting here and I believe wholeheartedly Obi Toppin looks bad. And this goes to, I guess, a more embedded belief in me that everyone keeps talking about the draft and getting all these players. But you have to take into consideration who the head coach is when you're talking about this rookie class. And I don't know any of these rookies. I don't care about the draft right now. So I don't know if Jalen Rose plays a lick of defense at all. But if he doesn't, I guarantee, as much as all the Knicks fans want Jalen Suggs, he ain't going to be playing. I can guarantee that.
Hey, look, I got a deep feeling, Kevin, that you got a deep-rooted hate for Tom Thibodeau due to the fact of what he did with Kevin Knox. And it's just pouring out that anytime you get to destroy that man, no matter what our record is, good or bad, you got a deep-seated hate for him because of what happened to Kevin Knox.
Did I have? Hold on, no, because it's not anything against what Tom Thibodeau has done to Kevin Knox or not. This is when you peel back the layers and look at something for what it is, and there's a lot of warts on it. The Knicks are 6 games, not 10 or 12. The Knicks are 6 games better than they were from last year.
But 2 months later, this was 2 months earlier.
Let me say this again. The Knicks are 6 games, 6, not 10, not 16, 6 games better than they were last year. And we coming in here like Tom Thibodeau.
But it was 2 months earlier. But 2 months earlier, Ken.
2 months earlier, I didn't know the style of play that this team was going to be playing. 2 months ago, I didn't know this team was going to be last in the league in offense.
It's 2 months earlier from the time in games, and we didn't get our 10th win until damn near the end of February, middle of March.
I'm going to repeat this. I'm going to repeat this one more time. After 23 games, regardless of when we got the 10th win, after 23 games, we are 6 games better.
Right, but Kev, saying it 16 times doesn't make it smarter.
It's not making it smarter. You can say, but when Rob says it was February when we got our chance to win, it doesn't matter. After 23 games, I can take it.
What I'm saying is you're dealing with people that are pretty smart. If the point, what we want to know is the point behind the point that you made.
The point behind it is Tom Thibodeau is holding his team back. And we can all sit here and say that this team doesn't have the talent to be whatever. But I can guarantee you that Tom Thibodeau is not coaching to the talent of his team. That is obvious. Tom Thibodeau is not coaching to his players. Tom Thibodeau is fitting his players into a scheme. Okay. And maybe that scheme isn't the best scheme, but Tom Thibodeau is not going to change that because Tom Thibodeau is a relic stuck in his ways.
So that's my issue.
That's my borderline issue with Tom Thibodeau.
Well, Kev, that's what I was getting at. So what I'm saying is saying it 52 times doesn't make the point better. But what you did just now by elaborating on what you were really getting at is what makes the conversation better. So I wasn't trying to be condescending. What I'm saying is if there's a point to it, you don't have to feed us baby food with it. Come at us with it.
I was getting to the point because Rob said, and he was very vehement in his argument that 2 months early, we got our 10th win 2 months earlier. And I was like, no, if you look at it, it's after 23 games, we're only 6 games better.
Right. But we are better.
I mean, we can only go up.
Well,
No, not necessarily.
So the point that you made is we're only 6 games better, but the fact is we are better, right? We are better under Thibodeau.
I'm not content, but yes, we are playing better. If that's saying anything.
Right. So one could say that on that one hand, when you point out these things about Thibodeau, and they may be accurate, but at the same time, if you use real life data, we are better under Tom Thibodeau.
My only worry about when you're looking at Tibbs though is
he don't want to say it.
We know when it comes to
yeah, the question was for you.
Yeah, because Kev legit said we are.
Keep your thoughts, Joe.
Yeah, he said we are 6 games better. But the point of what I heard was better by 6 games.
Yes, we are better by 6 games.
Yeah, we're better.
Well, what was the question actually? I don't know what the question was.
The question is, are we better?
Yeah, we are better than we were last year.
So why are we questioning Thibodeau if this time last year we were a certain place? We fire the coaches, bring in a new coach, and we're better. Then what is the argument about?
At this point, we were a laughing stock.
Oh, okay. So here's my thing. we are stuck. The last place you want to be is stuck in mediocrity, right? Yeah. I think we can all agree that the last place you want to be is stuck in mediocrity. Like, I don't think we're bad enough to get a top. We're not bad enough.
There's worse than mediocrity. There's just bad. You're not even.
Well, no, because
you're not even mediocre.
No. Because if you're bad, you have the requisite tools to get better. That's where the draft comes in. But we're not bad enough to get a top pick. But we're not good enough to be considered elite. So we are mediocre right now.
Morant.
But we show that we can draft.
That pattern hasn't developed yet, Kevin, in order for us to say that we are stuck in mediocrity.
Right now, are we a mediocre team?
I wouldn't say that. We a team on the rise. We ain't even to mediocre yet. We're just on the rise.
Yeah, I was think we're mediocre.
And so
we're a bad team. So we're a bad team on the rise.
Hey, so Kev, this is the way you got to look at it, man. When a rocket is on the launch pad, before it gets to space, guess what it does? It's on the ground. And when it takes off, it's a big ball of fire. It's a mess. But after all of that, it ascends to where it wants to go. My point is, you got to start from somewhere. And at the start may not be pristine. Right now, we're on the launch pad trying to take off with a whole bunch of fire under us, right? And we're headed up. So we got to start. You have to start from somewhere. They basically burnt the roster to the ground, basically. All the pieces that were unnecessary, they removed them, except, in my opinion, except Alfred Payton, but that's neither here nor there. But they reset the franchise. And now you're seeing the buds of what's going to become fruit. You can't look at the tree and say, well, those buds are whack. Man, you have to start somewhere. Your rocket is on a launch pad, burning fuel up. It's a big fireball. But eventually, your rocket will ascend to the place that it wants to go. And it's so early, we can't draw definitive conclusions.
But Freezy, my
hold on, Joe. Hey, Freezy, you want to take the super chat with our brother Quiet Money?
Hey, yes, sir, I can do that. So thank you, Quiet Money, for the super chat. We had the hardest schedule to start the season.
That's true.
Hey, thanks, Quiet Money.
Thanks, Quiet Money. You're the best.
Yeah. So the thing is with Thibodeau, I feel like Thibodeau frustrates us all, right? I've heard us all have critiques of Thibodeau, all of us, right? But the thing is, though, we can't draw definitive conclusions after, say, 22 games. We have 50 games left to go, right? And what I'm saying is if like, for instance, I'm frustrated about with the offense look. I'm frustrated with the pace of play, right? But I'm a chill. Kev W is frustrated that Kevin Knox is not getting playing time. But I'm a chill.
I'm frustrated
Joe Madden is frustrated that Julius Randle It's still here,
No,
but
that's
it's
not
still
it.
early.
That's not it. I'm happy what I'm seeing with Julius. I didn't. If this was Julius last year, then I'd be wanting him out. But it's different. He changed his game. The whole fan base is shit. Like, there's fans out there now who are say like they be on me about Julius. But the thing is, with like, I'm being real. He's changed my mind. But these are the same fans that 2 months ago wanted him traded. Now they want to vote him MVP. He's balling, and we're going to keep him. He's looking good. He's a piece. But
Hey,
I
Joe
think that's
Matt.
valid, Joe. I think Randall's converted a lot of people that had your sentiments, and
He sure has.
yeah,
Yeah, I was
and that's cool.
borderline with him.
Yeah.
Now I'm on his.
I
Now
have
I'm on his
willingly
side.
voted
I
for
ain't going
Julius
front.
Randle as an all-star.
Yeah.
Hey, so Joe Madden, let me throw this stat out here for you, and this is one that I think might tickle you. One that's unexpected.
Mhm.
Julius Randle at power forward is shooting 37% from three.
That's one of the
Yep.
main reasons why
I thought
I'm
it went
happy.
up today. It should
Probably
be
went up
about
today, yeah,
38,
38 or so, yeah. And from
39
the free
after
throw
today's
line,
5 threes.
5
from
for
the free
7,
throw,
yeah.
from the free throw
Yeah,
Yeah.
line,
he probably right at 40 because he was 36.8 before the game.
Right.
Yeah, so probably
right.
about 38. Probably went up about
And-
2 points.
And
He's
so
shooting better than Knox from 3. Damn, that's
right,
who would have thought that?
and right, and
I'll
so
tell you
so
the
the reason why I say that is because
He's our best 3-point shooter when you look at the stats of everybody else in the team. Quickly's is around 36, 37, and Randall's is
Yeah.
probably the best. That's
Right,
coming
and-
from your power forward who couldn't shoot last year.
Julius
Right,
Randle
and-
is currently shooting 39.6% from three-point.
I
Wow.
thought so.
Wow.
I
Does
thought he
that
was
that
trending
includes
towards
tonight's
40.
game, Buds?
Yes, that
And
includes
him-
tonight's game.
And him
so-
and Jokic are
appreciate
the
it.
only forwards, and him and Jokic are only forwards and centers in the league that are averaging 20 and 6.
Right, and
That's
so
hot.
what the reason why I say that is because some of the fan base uses the word development as an excuse to tank for this season, and I'm here to tell you otherwise. I think development. If you look at development, look at Julius Randle going from a very good NBA player to a borderline all-star. Whether he makes it or not, in our minds, he should be an all-star.
He
Right.
should be. I don't know about starting because you look at Giannis, some of these, but he should be at least a
He
backup.
should be on the team.
Yeah, he's going to be a
on the
reserve.
team.
Right. But when we look at development, we have to include Julius Randle in that too, even at his
Oh,
age
yeah, no
26
doubt.
season. And
No
we
doubt.
have to look at the development of RJ Barrett, not just taking every shot in sight and playing complementary basketball.
Yeah.
Right. So when we look at development, we can't just look at Frank Ntilikina and DSJ and Kevin Knox and say, well, we don't develop players. Well, the numbers tell us something different. The numbers
Can I
tell
say?
us.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Those numbers again. Is Julius a better shooter? Yes. Right. He's probably a better shooter, so he gets his points differently.
He's the
From what
best
he got.
mid-range shooter. He's the second best mid-range shooter in the league.
But when
after
you-
Jaylen
He's also
Brown.
having a career high from free throw.
But hold on. So his points are coming differently than what they did last year. The Freezy just made a whole argument that under Mike Miller, he was averaging 22 and 12.
Right. He was.
So what the difference is, his points are just coming differently, but it's the same as it was for the majority of last season.
And
So is that really? But is that really
Assist.
development? If the numbers are almost identical, only they're just coming from different places.
he added assists.
So he added passing the ball more.
Yep. To his
And he's
overall
more
game. That
all
helped.
around, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to rest my case on that.
No.
Hey, Freeze,
case.
Freeze, you want to do the super chat for Russell?
Yeah. So Russell McCall, thank you for the super chat. If Russell says principles over personality, sometimes we like players instead of what's best for the team. We need to stick to the process.
And that's where I get worried when we're talking about sticking to the process.
Thank you, Russell.
and
We
about
greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, man.
See, the thing, I love what Tibbs is doing. He's getting the Knicks to play hard, and we're playing defense. When was
That's
the
the
last time
process,
we
Joe.
got? Yeah, but what my problem comes into the process is when you talk about sticking to the process, you're talking about building to the draft. If we're building to the draft,
That was Philly's process. That's not
Philly's
ours.
process.
that's going to be ours.
That's not
I
ours.
guarantee
No,
we're
it's not.
We're winning games.
Every team is
Philly had
different.
one win. Philly
No, but
had
the-
one
no, but
win.
but what I'm saying is we're going to end up building.
Sorry, Joe, finish.
I think what they're going to end up doing is building this thing through the draft, no matter where the picks are. They're going to do this the smart way, knowing they're not
Okay.
They're not going to throw picks away on trades and hoping something works. They're going to try and
Agreed.
build a championship contender. Where
But
my
they will
problem,
also look
hold
at
on one
the
second.
Jazz the last few years.
I'm not finished. Hold on. Where I'm going with this is, if we're going to be building this thing through the draft, like all of us expect to do, instead of waste money and waste picks, if it's not going to be, we're not going to waste picks if it's only going to bring us from B to A instead of like to a championship contending teams. They're going to build it through the draft. My problem is we have 4 draft picks coming in next year. We have 2 the year after and 4 more the year after. We have draft young talent coming in when we have a head coach who refuses to play rookies. How is that going to work?
He played
Hey,
quickly.
Freak, can I speak?
Yeah, but he
So-
refuses to play
Buds, we're
quickly
gonna
in
go
the
to you in a
starting
sec.
lineup, and he only
Yet.
plays quickly. He only
Yet.
plays.
Joe,
he
the
only-
season is not
I
over.
know, but hold on one sec. The only reason, and he didn't play quickly too much tonight. The only reason he's playing quickly is because Peyton's been stinking it up. Peyton had a good start tonight, so he barely played quickly.
Well, we can't say that for sure. He's just waiting his turn. Right now, look, you look at it, people say that Thibodeau doesn't play rookies. Thibodeau only had 2 coaching jobs as head coach.
And he
He
never
only
played
had
rookies.
2 jobs.
He never played
So
rookies.
to make that assumption on 2 jobs when he didn't have a playing rookie because a rookie wasn't good enough to play. So
He
therefore,
played Josh
we
or
can't make
Kobe.
that. The first time that he had a good rookie to play, he playing him 30 minutes a game. So we got to throw that analogy out because it's proven fake because he's playing quickly no matter what. Obi is touching.
No, because if actually that's not true. Joe has a point, because if you look at the games where, and I know you don't want to take a hot, but we all know that Tom Thibodeau doesn't care if you're hot or not, right? He doesn't care. He'll take you out quick. So if you look at the games where Elfrid Payton actually doesn't stink up the joint, Quickly doesn't play that much.
Man,
Right.
Quickly
And you can
is
sit, you can
average.
sit, you can,
minutes a game.
you can sit here. Rob. If you can sit here and say that's not true, but that point is true. When
That is
Elfrid Payton actually plays okay, Quickly doesn't play that much. Only when
Because
Elfrid Payton is garbage does Quickly play.
Look, he hasn't gave. We can all agree he hasn't gave him the starting job yet. But Quickly plays minutes.
Rob,
Yeah,
Only when Elfrid
plays
Payton
19
isn't
minutes
playing
a
any
night.
good.
On average.
But when you look up his stats, Rob, he's only averaging 19 minutes a game, and that's probably gone down again because he only played 13 minutes today.
No, because he was averaging the last 6 games. He was averaging 25 and 30.
Yeah, because Peyton has been brutal.
Peyton
and
was
Peyton balled
terrible.
tonight, and now Peyton
Right,
was
and
Exactly.
that's
So
the point.
when Elfrid Payton plays like, at least decent, Quickly's not going to play that much.
Hey, look.
Hey,
look, right
just
now,
one quick,
okay,
1 second.
we're assuming.
Hey, Rob, hold on.
We're not.
Kev, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm just saying is if we get saved.
Joe, hold on.
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
hey, Joe, let's kick it to Buds, man. I promise. Hey, Buds, please take it.
Okay, I just want to say, when we talk about the process, we're talking about other teams' processes. You can go through multiple teams in the NBA and look how they have all done it differently. If you go look at the Nuggets or the Jazz, who we have personnel from the Jazz now, by the way, which everyone knows, Walt Perrin, that they have drafted in the mid rounds. They also have drafted, they have traded up. They traded up to go get Donovan Mitchell. So if they like a prospect, they're going to go get him wherever they have to go get him at. There's no one way to do this. You take every option. If you see a way to better your basketball team, you do it. And if you don't have, if you think it's worth mortgaging the whole future, you do it. If you know there's a certain limit on doing it, then you stay at that limit and you don't budge going, giving more assets than you're willing to. There's just not one way to do it. And with all these draft picks, we're not using all these draft picks. Do you think next year we're going into the team with what that would be 10 dudes all under 23, 24 years old?
No, but we're going to take at least 2. We're going to take at least 2.
Hey, so let me do a fact check real quick. So for the record, the Utah Jazz did not draft Donovan Mitchell. Walt Perrin
they traded up technically.
No, the Denver Nuggets traded. I mean, the Denver Nuggets drafted him, right?
Well, that's how it looks. That's how it looks on the board. You can't trade a pick on draft night.
You can't trade
By
a pick on
NBA
draft
rules,
night.
you can only trade a pick by like 3 p.m. or 1 p.m. that day or something, and then
And then
after
it's the
that, you cannot
player
trade
that
a
gets
pick at
traded.
all.
Yeah, then the player gets
during the
traded.
draft, you cannot actually trade.
That's
picks.
the
You have
first
to-
I heard,
not-
because I
someone has to take
watched
the guy.
Luka Doncic get traded from the Atlanta Hawks to the Dallas Mavericks
No,
on draft
Yeah.
night.
look, he's technically drafted by the other team. Same with
He was
Emmanuel
drafted
Quickly.
by
He's
Atlanta,
technically
and he was
drafted by the
traded
Thunder.
Dog, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, the Denver Nuggets drafted.
Freezy,
Okay.
Freezy, I promise you. You can go look it up. I promise. I know this for a fact.
All right, so
Anyway,
I'm very while y'all do this, I'm gonna watch the 2017 NBA draft.
I'm saying, hold on,
Okay,
Buzz.
so-
Where is that? Where
Wait,
did you find that out? That's the question. Where is that at?
It's a rule. I promise you. I wouldn't make this
Because
up.
hold on, but what you're saying is at 3:00, the team that's picking 17th.
Yes.
Hold on. What you're saying is at 3:00, the 17th team knows exactly who they're taking for them not to be able to trade any other pick.
It's trade the
I'm
player.
gonna look it up right now. I'm gonna read the
Because
exact
when
rules.
you look up Emmanuel Quickly, it says Emmanuel Quickly is drafted by the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, I'm not lying about it.
No. Donovan Mitchell was selected by the Denver Nuggets with the first round, the 13th pick.
Yeah, that's
And
how it has to
then
work.
was traded.
Yeah,
But that doesn't. But what you're saying, Buzz, makes no sense. Like the 13th team in the draft has no idea who's going to be there for them to know at 3:00, 5 hours beforehand.
Yes,
who they're going to get.
That's the risk of not getting the deal done before that deadline. I'm not making this up. I wouldn't just make this up. That's a random thing to make up.
I think it's the 3:00 the next day after the draft, not before.
No, it's that day.
No, it's the day before. It's what basically it is
that's how I feel, Dave.
You're not trading the pick. You're
okay,
trading
ready?
the
Hold on.
player.
And we actually had traction of going somewhere.
But again, Joe,
wait, let him go.
How do you know who the player is?
Kev, he gonna read it. Let him read it. Go ahead.
So, oh shit, I just scrolled. Okay, teams have until 2 p.m. Eastern on draft day to swap picks. After that point, teams can still make trades around draft picks, but the teams involved cannot switch picks. They can only trade the player's rights after each player involved is drafted. That's how a draft pick is traded. So when a player is picked, like Emmanuel Quickly, the Thunder pick Quickly, but there's a trade already mutually agreed on, just by rules that they can't actually affect it. It's
got you.
It's a dumbass rule. Excuse my language. But
no, but hold on.
That's crazy to make up.
No, but listen. Hold on. Let me say something, and then I'll pass. I promise you, I won't say anything else. So what you're saying on draft day is, and you'll see this on ESPN. They don't say the picks. They say the draft rights to this player is traded. What we're saying is
that's the NFL. That's not the NBA.
A team does not know at 2:00 who they're. You can trade players. Now that's trading players. You can trade players.
I just read it. Like, what do you want me to say?
So what Buzz is saying is right in theory. What happens is none of this stuff official until the official league starts on January 1st when teams can sign players. But I just put a link in the chat. You see it right there on the screen. The commissioner, Adam Silver, says with the 13th pick in the NBA draft, the Denver Nuggets select Donovan Mitchell. If you click on this link right here on your screen, if you click on that link, there it is. Video evidence that what I said is accurate. That the Denver Nuggets drafted Donovan Mitchell.
You know, I'm not disagreeing with you, but it was
your point guard said it too.
That's like saying Emmanuel Quickly was drafted by
Quickly.
Yeah, Foxy did say it. That's right.
Yeah, Quickly was drafted by OKC.
You know what I mean? It's stupid.
Well, back to the point
but it's
about
like saying Kobe was drafted by the Hornets.
Day, you're next.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so back to the point about the Knicks in this upcoming draft. Joe, I was going to piggyback with you and build on what you were saying was that it's a good thing that we be competitive and we could still end up with a good lottery pick because the rules of the NBA draft has changed. Mm-hmm. As far as the bottom feeders don't exactly get the first 5 picks as normal before. So it is a good idea for us to keep playing the way we're playing. And as they say, good things happen to those who do things correctly. Mm-hmm. And we should just continue playing competitive. And we still have that Dallas pick. And who knows? We could have 2 picks in the top 10.
If you're lucky. Yeah.
You know, best case scenario.
Luck has something to do with it. I won't lie about that. Luck definitely has something to do with it.
Yeah.
But I feel as though if you play hard and you keep it up, you will get that lucky break. Because you remember how the Lakers came down and got Alonzo Ball. They was up there about the 11th one. And they got all the way down to 2. And they got
I
Alonzo
think
Ball.
it's that's
And-
what
Nah,
it
they,
has to do with
nah,
that.
they,
No,
the
it doesn't.
NBA, the
And-
NBA is so rigged. The NBA is so
Of
rigged.
course
You know,
it is.
the Lakers got the number 2 pick because they need to save basketball
I
in,
think
in
they got
LA.
3 number 2s in a row.
In a row. Come on,
Right.
man. Come on, dog.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but
y'all know what's happening, man.
and
Same
worst
thing,
case
they-
scenario,
If saving basketball is letting the New York Knicks get the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
The Mecca?
No,
when the
because the
Knicks
Knicks
are
are going to
good,
make
the
money
NBA 's
hand over.
Dave, keep your thought.
yeah.
The Lakers gonna make money hand over fist. We know that.
No, the Lakers owners are the poorest owners in the NBA. Did you know that? The only thing
No,
they
they're
have,
not.
yes, they are. The Buss
Not,
family,
they
not
are.
their
the
franchise.
Buss family, in terms of net worth, is
Hey,
30th
look,
in the NBA.
not their franchise.
Rob, what I'm saying
Two
is the
different
Buss
things.
family, in terms of net worth, is 30th in the NBA.
Okay, I
Yeah.
can do that. I can believe that because everybody else got outside interests, but their
Yeah.
franchise is not the 30th.
But if they sold the franchise, then they'd be rich.
Right.
Their franchise, look, they make money hand over fist. Oh yeah, they not into oil and tech and all of that. They just into
Or
basketball.
cable.
Yeah, or cable.
I was
You
going
know,
to say, at worst case scenario, we still end up with 2 lottery picks between 1 and 15. So let's say we get 8 and 15 with this deep draft. We're still not in bad shape on draft day.
Actually,
So-
Freeze, I got a question for you that I asked the panel earlier. So if we
Okay.
make a trade, would you rather trade the Mavs pick or our pick?
Who are we getting in this trade?
So let's say we're adding to this core of IQ, RJ, Randall, and Mitch or whatever, and we're adding another star type, talent player.
Right.
Would
Who's the
you
star
rather
player,
trade
though?
the Mavs pick or would you rather trade the Knicks pick?
It depends on who the star is. So tell me who the star is. Just in general. Just say.
I don't know. I'm the guys, the usual.
Say-
suspects.
say-
I guess Levine,
Okay.
Oladipo, those level guys. You know what I mean?
So for is it Levine or Bill? So
Beal,
Levine,
I guess,
Levine
yeah.
or Bill. For Levine or Bill, I don't care nothing about draft picks, unless it's number 1.
I
If
agree.
it's not top 3, I don't care if it's Bill or Levine. Oladipo, I'm keeping my pick. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping the.
I'm not big on Oladipo either. So
Right.
that's just a name that came up recently.
Right. Yeah. I dig it. I'm with you. I'm with you on it.
Hey, by the way, you brought up quickly before his last 5 games prior to tonight. He averaged 20.6 points, 44% from field goals, 40% from 3, 96% from the free throws, and 25 minutes, or basically 26 minutes a game.
Yeah, that boy's special,
Yeah.
and he's a
So-
good kid. That's
And
what I love.
Tibbs
That's
is
what I
his
love the
coach.
most about him.
And Tibbs is his coach. So you can dispel the fact that he don't play rookies.
Thanks,
I
Rob.
don't believe that.
He did play Josh Okogie almost 25 to 30 minutes in his rookie season.
Yes,
And
he
Thanks,
lets
Dave.
he lets his young guys rock that he can.
But
trust.
also, Josh is a hell of a defensive player.
damn right he is.
Yeah.
Zach LaVine credits part of his breakout to Thib letting him have the green light. Like Thibs is known to let his guys that he knows that he's most comfortable with on the team take those shots and be in those positions where the team is relying on him in those in those crunch moments. And you've seen that so far with Randall, RJ, IQ, and that's pretty much it. Besides, maybe Mitch. I don't know if you really put Mitch into that category because it's weird, especially tonight. 'Cause I wasn't really impressed with Mitch tonight. As soon as Noel came in, he came in and swatted the ball. You know what I mean? So I feel like Mitch can go, and it hurts to say that because this time last year,
I
was
think right
rocking with
now Mitch playing hurt.
Yeah,
Mitch
I don't know
had
what's
ink-
up with him, man. I
Mitch-
really don't.
Mitch had them
Did you know-
ankle injuries 2 weeks ago,
You see the
And
tape
all
on
they
his
did was quit
shoulders the
talking
last
about
few
him.
games?
but they still there
Well, is that
because
Fox?
he's not running around the same.
Hey, Rob, did you notice the tape on his shoulders the last couple of
Yeah.
games?
Yeah, Mitch is banged up.
Yeah, there's something wrong, and there's something he's just not even carrying himself right, and I don't know, it's weird and it's upsetting to see because I love Mitch and I love his personality and all that. Like he's a cool guy and he's young and he's immature, but it's whatever. Like you could tell he's a good kid at heart. He's
He was
mad
on the deck
immature.
another 4 or 5 times tonight, Mitch.
Yeah, but Mitch
Every
is-
game
it's
he's on
weird.
the deck, man. He's getting into the Porzingis range of being on the
Hey,
deck all the
hey,
time.
y'all.
Tries so
Hey,
hard at
hey,
times,
Hey, something I wanted to
and
tell
he'll
you,
be on the
Freezy.
floor and all that.
Hey, Freezy, the Bleaker Report, they be listening to us. They stole my take that I gave Aaron Bagley. When I made the comparisons that the Knicks won the trade, the Porzingis trade, just for the simple fact that they got Randall playing at that position, and for a cheaper price, this guy on Fanside wrote a whole article.
Man, that's not
control,
different.
Rob.
Both of
Rob,
you
it's getting
folks
out of
say that.
control, man. What they're doing, man.
Right. Hey, so Rob the Nick, this is what I have to tell you. Welcome to stardom, brother.
Man, they stealing
welcome
our
to
thunder.
stardom.
Yeah.
Welcome to stardom.
Recently. Fox told me. I didn't even know
they
it
got
happened.
Fox already. They get you when they want you.
Right.
Anyway,
Well,
gentlemen, have a great night.
Hey, Dave,
They
always,
trolling
man,
late
you're
night,
awesome.
man.
All right, man. Y'all too. Y'all take care of yourself.
all right, boss.
I didn't know they stay up this late.
Or they may watch the replay.
Oh man, they crush an article. They need an article. They said, "Let me go blog till Nick at night right quick. Let me pull it up. Let me see what they got."
Right.
Did you see this morning? Some guy on Twitter made a fake Jonathan Macri account.
I saw that.
Putting out that IQ was going to start. The whole fan base erupted, and then it come out that it was a fake account.
That's not cool. You don't want
And,
to.
and speaking
The
of
fan base is
Macri,
getting excited.
yeah. Speaking of Macri, he'll be on the show Friday morning.
Awesome.
Friday morning at 9:15.
It got postponed to the damn storm.
Yeah.
Oh man, okay.
Yeah.
Man, that's a shame, man, how they just be doing that, looking for fishing for content like that.
Yeah.
Right.
You see it
just
a
a
lot
quick
on YouTube, like people putting up, Stephen A. Smith reacted to this Knicks video, and then you click on the video and
It's the
Stephen A. Smith
MSG
ain't on it.
video.
Yeah, they're all clickbait.
Video or something.
Hey, just a quick shout out to the chat. We have 88 people in here coming up on 2 in the morning, 53 likes. Let's get those likes up. Anthony Alvarado. I saw Charles B., other known as Chuck, in here before. I saw my favorite point guard, Ghetto Intellect, GI, although I do call him GQ because he's always styling. But also Chuck's always styling, so they're the styling twins. Anudi25, as always. Gregory Castillo, OG, hope all is well, 0.5 again. Keyshawn, John B., Andre Bryant, again, morning, noon, and night. Appreciate all your support. Keyshawn, been talking to him. Thomas Abreu, Quattro Cinco, just PBD. Just appreciate all that. State, I saw you earlier. Please watch your language in the chat, man. Every time I have to tell you that, please be nice. So, but fellas, everybody, family, please remember to hit those like, subscribe, remind the bell so you don't miss out on any Knicks at Night, Knicks Morning Drive broadcast. And please share this link on your favorite on your favorite social media platforms so we can grow the Blarens Tears family. Thanks for helping us get over 1,300 subscribers. Congrats, Freeze. And also shout out to the best mods on the planet, Bodega Wi-Fi, the new Knicks, and Sima Singh. We appreciate all you do.
Yep.
Hey, fellas, I'm about to jump off right quick and jump on my home computer for my job right quick. I'll be back right quick. Just give me a minute.
Cool. No worries. So, hey, Freezy, this morning, I love your show. You know, I love your show in so many ways. You know, I forgive me. I was going to do a shout out the other day to you that you told the most endearing story about growing up and playing basketball. And, you know, I could close my eyes. You're a great writer. You're just so visual. You talked about, you know, a coach with the T-shirt that said coach, but your description of him, we all had that. You talk about the wood bleachers. Right. But you talked about your enthusiasm, and when you said you smacked the coach on the rump,
right?
I was laughing. So I'm telling you, you got to make a compilation. I love, you know, you tell your stories and then you segue in how those stories relate to, you know, a Knicks issue. But God, you got to put those stories together, man, because I just love your stories. You're a great storyteller, and you're very visual, man. The way you describe stuff, because all of us, especially being around ball and stuff, just loved it. And so just kudos again. I just love the way you think, man.
So you're talking about me slapping Coach Marcellus on the ass. Get hype.
Yeah. Uncle Freezy, what are you doing? You know, but jumping into his arms after, you know, on one side, then the other side. So it was great. But also this morning, you had, I think it was Maddox, who, again, shout out to my man. Just you had a real heavy discussion, or I thought you could maybe have gotten into a little what you talked about. Tibbs, we have player development, we have team development, we have organizational development.
Right.
And Tibbs always talks about the team. And if you notice, when they ask him in interviews about a guard, about how's quickly, well, I was very happy with our guard play. If they ask him about, he's always going to that. So when we talk about player development, we talk about team development, organizational development. It's a pretty complex thing that you have to have a lot of communication to make sure you're in sync on those three variables. Any other thoughts on that, Freeze?
Right. So we know Tom Thibodeau.
That was deep stuff, man.
So Tom Thibodeau is a great communicator in an open setting. Like, some people are great talking to the crowd, but when you isolate them one-on-one, they are not great communicators. Right. That's what Tom Thibodeau is. Like I used to work with a guy named Mac, who was great talking to the crowd. But when we were on the car coming back to the hotel from the conference or whatever, going to our hotel rooms, we'd be in the car talking, and it would be awkward because he didn't have a grand. Who else is like that? State.
I've had an experience with somebody like that too.
Yeah, State of the New York Knicks podcast is just like that. Like, if it's an audience, like if it's 10,000 people, State is just like Shakespearean. Like, what do
I always say to you about State? State doesn't talk New York Knicks. He performs the New York Knicks.
Exactly. So you know exactly where I'm going with it, right? Like Thibodeau. Like, to me, Thibodeau, when you put the cameras in front of Thibodeau, man, he's gonna nail that coach speak, right? But my fear is that in one-on-one relationships and one-on-one conversations, he gets an F grade because he doesn't know how to relay his message in a genuine sense, where it may be genuine, but it doesn't feel that way, right? One of the things about what people say about me is when I talk to somebody, I feel genuine. And with me, I don't know any other way. Like, I speak from a certain place, right? Like, every time you hear me talk, it comes from a certain place. Like, I don't just, polish words up, just say it to somebody. Like, for instance, when I saw Joe Madden into the thing earlier, I was genuinely excited and still am, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't do that just for views and clicks and all that BS, right? Joe's my man, right? So, but with Thibodeau is known not to be a great communicator in that sense, right? And so my fear is that guys that make mistakes and maybe get punished for it, Thibodeau doesn't go to them like the grandma and be like, "Hey kid, listen, you know what I'm saying? This is what you did right here and here and here, and I got to take you out and give somebody else a chance. But when we get back to the gym, we're gonna break down these things and go sit in the film room so you can understand." Thibodeau is just gonna take his man out, and it's gonna be the next man up, and everybody is supposed to understand that theory, like a general understanding, right? But what I think that does is, in a sense, that kind of burns these small bridges between, the coach, the leader, and the people that are supposed to be following him. So like in the case of Kevin Knox, had an interview today, and Kevin Knox said all the right stuff.
He did,
but you can tell Kevin Knox was hurt. You know what I'm saying? That you can look at his face, like his mouth was saying one thing, but you can tell that kid was hurt. And now I think it's a situation where you look at this thing with Kevin Knox, and then you look back at the beginning of the season, at the end of training camp with Mitchell Robinson, and all of a sudden Frank is getting DMPs. And I think it might be a thing where this rough and tumble dude that will go to battle with you does not know how to communicate to those that may not be the roughest or the tumblest.
Freezy, that's really deep. It's funny you said that because I saw Mitch come off the court tonight, and the camera shots showed Mitch walk past Tibbs, and you could feel the coldness and the old saying, "The eyes don't lie."
Right.
But then when you see the players with Kenny Payne, you see a warmth. You could feel a warmth.
Right.
That the way he smiles, you could, even though he has a mask on, you could see his eyes. He smiles. He talks to the kids. You know, you just feel a whole different thing. Like you said, the Tib says the perfunctory things with the camera on, but he's probably cold as ice with them off.
Well,
Right.
Fox, did you catch when Mitch was walking past Thibs and Thibs gave him the high five after coming onto the bench?
But it was a cold high five, meaning
I mean,
you
it's a
know,
high five, though. I'll take it.
he's not going to leave the guy hanging.
Right, right.
You know,
Right.
you know.
Thibs initiated.
Right. That's part of the process. That's the process. You know
Maybe
what I'm saying?
maybe that's
like-
what he's thrown on.
Right. And so Mike Woodson, you see Mike at the same time, you see Mike Woodson go grab Cat by the arm, you know what I'm saying? Like, and not snatch him, you know what I'm saying? You go grab the Cat by the arm and he look at him in the eyes and be like, hey man, you know, what'd you see out there? You know what I'm saying? And talking to him. He knows the kid made a mistake, right?
Yep.
So just instead of jumping into the mistake that was made, he'll say, hey, what were you looking for? And then the kid will say something and he'll be like, no, that's not what you should be looking for right there. You should be looking for this.
In fact, I've seen Woody and Kenny double team Knox where Woody was going like this, showing him like that, and then Kenny was giving him the love. So one was telling him technique, and one was saying, "It's okay, man. It's okay. You'll come back and you'll do this."
Right. But Thibodeau is like, yo, you missed such and such and such and such.
He's like some of the old military guys you must have dealt with.
So I love that you can hear Thibs screaming on the broadcast. That's my favorite part.
And you know what? And speaking of the military guys, I'll tell you this, because I think I told you, I think I shared the story about me going on a mission with my brigade, and it was supposed to be 20 days, and it wound up being 40 days, and then 60 days, and cats were missing their families and all kind of stuff because we were told it was going to be 20 days, but what happened was halfway through, about 10 days in, it wound up being 40 days. And those old rough and tumble sergeants were like missing their kids. And rough and tumble, I'm talking about, I was like 20, 22. They were like 30. You know what I'm saying?
But they were lifers.
Right.
Assuming this. I don't like how we're assuming this about Thibs, though, because that's what the narrative on Bill Belichick has been forever. But there's also that clip of, Randy Moss coming into his office and asking him about the Halloween party. So these dudes are still, men at the end of the day. They've been in locker rooms, so they're with all that.
Yeah, so, but with all that love, Tom Brady's giving him a finger this year.
That's like almost like my grandfather. Like, he's just sturdy as hell, an old man, but like that there's love there. You know what I mean? Like that just distant old man. Your grandfather.
Nobody's disputing that, Buds, but some people don't respond to tough love.
Right, and so first of all, shout out to Bud's grandfather, by the way. Hey, shout out Pops if you watch.
Yeah, my Pops.
You know what I'm saying? Right, and secondly, some people don't know how to express love, even if it's there, and even if it's a lot of it, they don't know how to open that tap so that love will come pouring out. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They do stuff like they'll say stuff like after like a week of struggling, they'll say like, "Good job, kid," and that's how they show love.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, and so with Uncle Freezy, like I'm different. Like I have a whole bunch of it, but it's too heavy for me to carry. So I show it all the time. I don't want my burden to be heavy. You know what I'm saying? I would rather show that love all the time. Like why bottle it up?
And
let it flow. You know what I'm saying? Let it. Hey Fox, you gonna get out of here? You gonna hang around for a few minutes?
I'm getting out of here. I'll see you guys on Saturday and Sunday.
And
as Joe said earlier, my brother, that we have back-to-back games in Miami, and they've been playing terrible. I don't know. Butler just came back. He's playing well the last two games, but to no avail. So they're going to be hot, saying we got to catch up to those.
Yeah, I expect to split.
It's Portland next, right?
I
got Portland next, and then back-to-back with Miami right after that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, all right.
Is it Saturday, Sunday, or is it
Saturday, Sunday? I think it's Saturday, Sunday. We have back to back on Saturday. We have Portland, and both of them are 1 o'clock games.
And then
Saturday and Sunday.
Tuesday against Miami down in Miami, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So, hey, family, I love you. Both in the panel, a video panel, and my chat, Smithsonian, Coin 5, all of you, God bless you. I'll see you guys on Saturday. Have a good night. Joe, feel better.
Thank you, Steve. Take care.
Okay. Much prayers.
Have a good one, Freezy. Fox.
He's gone.
He just mentioned those games. I'm looking at them. They're both I think they're both 1 p.m. tip-offs.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's brutal.
But we've played well in afternoon games.
Yeah, but you're going from Oregon to Miami.
No, we play at home against Portland.
Oh, do we? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we play home against Portland, home against Miami, and then
Oh, yeah, they're
Tuesday we
both home.
play.
Okay.
Yeah,
They're
then Tuesday we play in Miami.
for some reason, I read it as we were away. Okay,
I don't
that's
understand.
completely different.
They should be playing. They should just have both games in New York against Miami.
Yeah, that would make sense, to be honest, with COVID. But
I don't know. How many times do we play Miami? Is it 4 times or is it just 2?
I don't know.
Have they released the second half of the season yet?
Not yet. They're releasing
yeah,
it
I
on
don't
the
know.
All-Star.
Who knows?
They're releasing on the All-Star.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's easier. If it's another brutal start.
Yeah, we don't even know our Dallas games yet.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So can we start the
Dallas won
slander on
tonight, but they
somebody?
ain't
Can
looking
we
that
start
good.
slandering Austin Rivers? Because I'm almost trying to bring Kevin Knox back in at this point because I'm really sick of Austin Rivers.
Yeah, man. Rivers, to me, I thought Rivers would be a lot better. I thought he would have brought leadership and a little bit better play because he's been in the playoffs a lot. But I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be this ice cold.
Rivers, to me, he's one of them guys who could drop 40 on a night and then go missing for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's the one thing about Rivers. Rivers is very inconsistent. Like, he can get you a bucket, but he just doesn't do it inconsistently. And
Joe, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So you're from Ireland, right?
Yeah.
Not Ireland, New Jersey.
No.
Like not Ireland, Connecticut.
No.
Like you're from Ireland, right?
Ireland, over the border. Yeah.
So are you're from there, right? Like
Yeah.
So at what age did you come to the United States?
I was born over here, and when I was a baby, my family moved back, and then I was raised over there, and then I come back over here. I come back over here to work in 2014.
Okay, so you were born here and you went back there, right?
Yeah, I was a baby.
When did your Knicks fandom start?
Oh, my Knicks fandom, because we used to come over here because my mom's American, my dad's Irish.
Okay.
So we used to come back to my mom's family. Like, my grandmother lives here. We used to come back every summer.
Okay.
And
your mom's American. So your mom's American what? Like American what?
Irish American.
Irish American. Okay.
Her family was Irish, but she was born and raised here.
Okay.
So we used to come back over on Christmas and on the holidays and stuff. So used to go to like a lot of Yankee games, a lot of Knicks games.
Okay.
So I've been a big fan. I used to watch. I watched a lot of I love basketball. I watched a lot of Euroball.
Right.
But usually when I could, because of the time difference, it got a little bit hard watching games. But I used to try and watch as many as I could, and then when I come back,
did you tape them? Did you tape them?
Yeah, I used to tape a lot of them. I used to try and watch as many live as I could, but when you have 7 o'clock games around like 7, 8, 9, around like 1, 2 in the morning over there.
Wow.
So it was kind of like growing up with high school and everything. It was harder watching them. But when I moved back over here, I got into it a lot more. Like I used to go to a lot of Knicks games. I used to try and get to like 6 or 7 a year. Huh?
What year would you say you became a fan?
I became a fan probably when I was young. So, 2003, 2004. Once I got a little bit like older, like I was.
Oh, so you were the Marbury era. You didn't see good basketball.
No, the only era I really seen was the Melo era with was it 3 straight playoffs, and that was it.
Yeah, I became a fan in '99.
Yeah, I didn't get the lucky. Like some of these older Knicks fans, at least got to see got someone to worship. Like I haven't seen a homegrown Knick to worship yet.
Right.
Yeah,
so that's why people ask me about the draft, and I'm like, I love the draft because I'm like, if we get a young one, because it's not this like Randall's. You can get great players like Melo, but Melo wasn't homegrown, so it's not the same as like Pat Ewing was. Like Pat Ewing
but he was
homegrown.
a New Yorker. Even though he was from the Baltimore area, he was still born.
He was born in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah. Or something like that, or whatever.
Yeah, and Carmelo has Puerto Rican roots too.
Yeah.
My favorite player was Latrell Sprewell growing up.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, mine was Amari. It was Mello. I loved Felton when he was here the first time. The second time wasn't. We had Fat Felton the second time, but
Yeah.
the first time he was here. That's why I love RJ so much, because I think he can be the next big homegrown Nick.
Well, see, I also had J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith is from the town I grew up in, Jersey, Freehold Borough. He's from.
Man, you from Jersey, buds?
Yeah.
Wow.
Where in Jersey? My girlfriend's from Livingston. She's from Essex County.
I'm from Monmouth, Middlesex. I'm from Freehold.
Yeah, and he's
So where's that, like,
Buzz is from. Yeah, he's from Money. He's in the diner and mall capital.
I'm not. What did you say? I'm from the borough.
Where's that? Where's that? Like Central Jersey?
No, there's no such thing as Central Jersey, bud. But it's a Jersey thing. We don't say Central Jersey, but yeah, I guess you could
north
say
and south.
I guess you could say it's Central Jersey, but it's more north.
Yeah. And so I'm from Jersey City, so it's very north. It's so just for some background, some context to my Knicks fandom. So I could step outside. When I stepped outside of my door and looked and was on my stoop, I could see the Statue of Liberty every day.
Yeah.
Right. So I could see the Statue of Liberty from my house every day.
Yep.
And if I went on the second floor of my house, right, or on the roof, I can see the New York skyline every day. Right, Manhattan. Right. So I can see I can see the Twin Towers. Yeah, I can see when the smog wasn't bad and I wasn't stepping in pigeon poop. Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So the thing about my Knicks experience, and so I want to give some context since it's like just the three of us here for a little bit. What happened is we were so poor, we couldn't afford a lot of stuff, and crime was real bad. So even if you were poor and got something, somebody usually tried to steal it. You know what I'm saying?
Dave Jackson asked me a question. Are you from Cavan? That's exactly where I'm from. Back home.
Where?
Cavan. He just asked me in the chat. He was like, "Are you from Cavan?" I was like, "That's my hometown."
Never even heard of it.
Yeah, that's my hometown.
Is it a big place?
Nah, it's like the countryside.
That's a random spot. Ireland's fairly big too, right?
Ireland, Ireland's small.
That's
Ireland, you could fit the country of Ireland into the state of New York. I think it was like 5 times.
Yeah.
Right. It's not as big as Brooklyn, is it? Brooklyn is huge.
It'd be the whole country of Ireland is probably big. I want to say it's a little bit half the size of the state of New York.
Okay.
It's not big.
It's bigger than New Jersey.
Yeah, it'd be bigger than New Jersey.
Okay.
It is a 3-hour drive from the north part of Ireland to the south, and then another 3 hours from west to east.
Okay. Right, I dig it.
Isn't there like a North Ireland or something like that too?
Yeah, there's Northern Ireland. It's owned by the UK. It's Northern Ireland. Yeah.
Oh, so you're part of Brexit or whatever?
No, I'm on the southern part of it. I'm just a little bit south of where Northern Ireland is. I'm like an hour from the border.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why I ask is because because what happens is people hear us make our express our thoughts here, right, on the Knicks at Night podcast, and they don't understand the root cause or the reason why we think the way we think, right?
Yeah.
So in my case, I want to win right now. I'm legit. I feel my car is double parked. I got a pot of beans on the stove, like what old people say. And the reason why
you've been waiting a while, like I've been waiting, like I've been wanting to say in about 15 years waiting. You've been waiting since the 70s,
right? And so what happened is, and it's a weird twist of fate, right? So hey y'all, so Kev is back, so good. So in my weird twist of fate, I was born during the championship years, but I was too little to understand. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? What it felt like for the Knicks to be champions.
That was the same that was the same with me with the Ewing era. I was only I was born 95, so I was only like 5 years old when they were in the 99.
Yeah, I'm 92. Yeah, right. I didn't really have Ewing.
Right, and so with me, when I was little, the Jets won the Super Bowl, the Mets won the World Series. The
Why don't you
Knicks won a
tease me? Go
championship.
ahead, Freezer. Why don't you just tease me for all this?
No. I'm just saying this is the reason why I think the way I think, like because of experience. Like, so the Knicks were good, the Jets were good, the Mets were good. Ironically, the Yankees sucked, right? But I was alive when George Steinbrenner bought the Yankees, and it's the same feeling now that the Mets have with Steve Cohen with the Mets. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this billionaire owner is about to come in and infuse money into, you know what I'm saying? And so the thing about it is when you're little and your team wins a championship, you have no understanding of how hard it is to win a championship. Your thought is, oh, we won it this year, we'll be back next year, right? But 50 years later, dog, I'm still waiting for my own championship. Like that championship that the Knicks won, those are my uncle's championships. They enjoyed it. They understood what it felt like. With me, I didn't at 6 years old, 7 years old, I didn't know that Clyde Frazier was eventually going to get traded 3 years later. I didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? And so since the 70s, since my Evel Knievel lunchbox, right? Since a whole bunch of things, since my NASA lunchbox, my metal Joe Cool Snoopy lunchbox, to today, I've experienced a lot of stuff, owned lots of houses and cars, made a bunch of money, businesses, all this stuff that I was successful at doing on my own, but I hadn't had team success. Hadn't felt team success. Like root for a team, be a fan of a team, and have them have status. Like I'm a Mets fan. The Mets won a World Series in '86, but aside from that, you're talking about 1969 to today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What do I have? You know? Yeah.
I've had the Yankees and I've had the most recent, the Giants. But other than that,
I'm a Yankees
I've
and
nothing.
Steelers fan, so I'm good.
Yeah. And so, but for me as a Mets fan, the Mets have made the Mets have made the playoffs. I think the Mets have made the playoffs 15 times in 60 years.
But you were close there. You were close there in 2015, right? 15, yeah.
Hey, so Ricky Bobby said, if you're not first,
You're last.
and quoting the great mind Ricky Bobby. You know what I'm saying?
You can always find a way to use a Ricky Bobby quote, man.
Right. And so I wanted to get back to the Knicks, but what I wanted to do is offer up the chat some perspective. Like why, so they'll say, why is Joe always looking to trade for draft picks? Well, now they know. Joe Madden has never had a homegrown superstar.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And
Melo's the closest.
Right. And so with me, so they'll be like, why is Uncle Freezy always talking about now's the time? Well, if you wait 50 years for something, you don't want to wait 51 years for something. Yeah. You know what I mean? And hey, Kev W, how did you become a Knicks fan? Like, when did this thing start?
So, funnily enough, as you know, I live in North Carolina. And so my stepfather at the time took me and my cousin to a Charlotte Hornets game, right? And so I remember being 5 years old and going to the game, and just so happened they happened to be playing the Knicks that game. And so they had ended up playing, Patrick Ewing had like a monster game. Like he almost had like 40, I remember. And so afterwards, like they had like a bunch of little kids go up to like the court to meet like the players. And I remember seeing like this giant that was Patrick Ewing. And at 5, I was like, this is like the greatest player ever. Yeah. You know, this is before I knew of a guy named Michael Jordan. I was like, this is the greatest player ever. I'm going to like this team. And so that's and because of just my strict loyalty, I've been with them literally for 30 years now.
Kev, where in North Carolina are you?
I am currently, I live in Durham, North Carolina.
Where?
In Durham, North Carolina. Home of the Duke Blue Devils.
How far is that from like Statesville?
Statesville, about 2 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'm right outside Statesville.
Oh, yeah. I am in Durham, home of the Duke Blue Devils.
Yeah.
I do not like Duke. I just want to get that out of the way. But that's how I became a Knicks fan. So I've liked this Knicks team throughout the Ewing years. I remember the finals in '94 and being robbed by John Starks. But we're going to save that story for another day.
Yeah, that's a different grievance.
And the great run '99, the Isaiah Thomas years, the Don Chaney years, the Lenny Wilkins and Larry Browns and Herb Williams twice.
Yeah.
So, Ken, would you rather see playoffs or be interested in the the lottery balls falling our way again?
I am all ahead for these playoffs.
You're all in for these playoffs?
Yeah.
You're going for a Bradley Beal. Oh, that's right. You said you want Bradley Beal, right?
I don't want Bradley Beal.
Oh, no, that's right. You said you wanted Russell Westbrook. That's right.
I would take Russell Westbrook because I think Russell Westbrook cures the number one ailment of this team.
I don't agree with that.
A point guard who can score and pass.
Not Russ. Russ doesn't do it, man.
Not Russ now. Russ 3-4 years ago, 100%.
Yeah. I'm talking about Russ now. It's not Russ.
Well, here's the thing. Russell Westbrook now is still shooting 40% from the field and 36% from three and giving you 20 and 10 a game. That's the Russell Westbrook now.
Do you know how bad 20 on 40% is? That's RJ playing bad. That's RJ at his worst.
Again, I'm going to take 20 and 10. I'm going to take 20 and 10 instead of what I get from Elfrid Payton on a regular night.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't care how you get it. I'm going to take 20 and 10.
That's what that is, though. That's what he did tonight, isn't it? That's what.
Because even his thing, and I don't know this to be true, but has Elfrid Payton this season had a double-digit assist game?
No.
Okay, that's my point exactly.
That's what Elf gives you at his best is shooting 40%, giving you 20 and 10.
Elfrid at his best is not giving us 20 and 10.
Sure it is. His best night was what? What did he score tonight? 20 points?
20.
And how many assists?
3. I think 6 with 8 rebounds. I think I don't
think he had 6 assists, did he?
I don't think he had 6 assists either.
I think. I could be wrong.
So I'd rather have a guard that on most nights that'll give me 20, 10, and 10. And I don't got to worry about that.
Most people will want that.
Yeah,
exactly. Like on any given, not even any given night. On most nights, Russell Westbrook's gonna give you 20, 10, and 10. And people don't want that. And the only reason people don't want that is because
the deficit of the team.
It's because his contract or
that too.
Whatever other reason.
It's more than his contract for me because I don't care about money because I really don't think we're really signing.
We're not getting anybody, so the money don't matter.
I'm not really into chasing the whole stars.
And there's nobody to get. There's nobody unless you can get Kawhi, which I don't know. Depends how the Clippers do. Anybody outside Kawhi isn't worth paying max money. The next big year, I think, is like. The next big year, I think, is like 2023, and you have James Harden and Kyrie.
2022 is not bad either.
Who's in 2022?
I think Harden could be in it. Bradley Beal could be in it.
Harden's in it that year. Yeah. I don't think Harden's probably not going to be leaving Brooklyn.
But yeah, and that's a long shot as it is. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying.
No, that's why I think building to the draft is smart. And also it saves you money because you're gonna have guys on rookie deals, and then you can add if you're talented enough. Like I believe this draft coming up is we have 2 draft picks and we have to hit on both of them for us to being successful going forward.
I really don't think we are there at that on draft day with both those picks. I think it's one or the other.
Well, see, the thing is, unless you package the 2 to move up.
No, I think we end up trading one for a player. Like I think we're buyers at the deadline.
Depends what our record is though, because if we're like 12 wins and 20, if we're like 8 or 9 games below 500, I don't think we're buyers.
That's playoffs in the East though. Like what are we saying? You can get the 8th seed with that in the East.
At least the 10th seed.
That too. I think we're good enough to be the 8th seed, especially if we go add a Zach LaVine or Bradley Beal or.
And that'd be a hell of a losing streak too, by the way, because the All-Star break is when the 20 something
I don't
in
know. I
it.
have no
I
idea,
think
to
it's
be
like the
honest.
14th of March.
Okay,
It's
so
like
it's
March. No, it might be earlier than that.
I
But
thought
I
it
Like
think
was.
March
we
I thought
add
it
a
9th.
was.
piece.
I thought it was.
I think we add a piece. We're like we could be a 5th or 6th seed, to be
That
honest.
means we'll lose. That means we're only winning 2 games in the next 40 days. But anyway, so Joe, so Joe, this is. I had a thought, and I wanted to run it by somebody that was smart. I said it this morning, and people were like, "Oh my goodness, wow, I never thought about it like that." So I want to run it by y'all.
Yeah.
So I think what we're gonna do, and just hear me out on it before y'all kill me.
I don't care. Go
I,
ahead.
I think we're gonna take on a huge bad contract and to acquire another draft pick in this draft.
What bad huge contracts out there though? Because there's
Al,
not
Westbrook.
many out
Horford,
there.
Al Horford,
I don't
and,
think
and
I don't think
hey,
OKC
yeah,
will let him.
wait. Hear me
All
out.
right.
Hear me out first. Right. So we are in a situation where we have $41 million in dead money. Right. So we have Joakim Noah's contract. We have $17.5 million. We are sitting on Dennis Smith Jr., Frank Ntilikina, and Kevin Knox, who are not playing. Right. So all three of them are making around $6 million. That's $18 million. Right.
Mm-hmm.
We have $17 million in cap space. That's $35 million.
Yeah.
We have Joakim Noah's.
Well, you can't do anything with that money.
No, listen, but hear me out. Listen.
Oh.
Listen to what I'm saying. So I have a total of about $42 million out of your $115 million cap, right? Right. So now that we understand that you can't use Joakim Noah's money, you have to pay him the next 2 years at that $6.5
Yeah,
million.
this year and next year.
Is it
Right.
still 2 years? How many years
Yes.
did we give him?
Yeah,
5?
this
We
year,
spread it
next
over
year.
5 years. We spread it over 5 years.
Yeah, it's this year, next year, and it's over.
Yeah, but the thing is this. So you have Frank, Knox, DSJ. You have the 17 to 18 million dollars that gives you $35 million to take on a bad contract, right?
You also have Bullock's $4 million.
Right. And so what you can do to Oklahoma City is say, let me give you these three expiring deals, and I know Knox has one more left after this year, but let me give you these 3 contracts. We'll take Al Horford's contract if you give us 2 first-round picks.
Hold on, I'm confused. Why are they doing that? That's what they got. They didn't. I don't think they even got 2 first-round picks.
They got
Yes.
one first-round pick.
So, but
No.
why are they doing that? Why are they trading a first-round pick?
Can I just say something?
Because so let me.
Yeah,
I just want let me run the complete scenario by you, and then I promise I'll be open for any question you got.
Okay.
Right. So the reason why they do this is because they have a treasure trove of draft picks that they acquired in the Russell Westbrook deal and in the Paul George deal. They have more first round draft picks
and
than
then what?
anybody. But okay. I won't finish. Go ahead and ask.
No, I'm just asking. And then what though? What are you doing with all those with all that things? You can't go because now all your money's tied up in Al Horford. You can't go sign anybody. You don't have money to go get. What did you? How you trading Al? You trading Al Horford for somebody now? All that money's now tied up in Al Horford. How are you signing somebody?
So how this would work is this. So we would get the draft picks because first of all, ain't nobody coming here. And Bud, you can talk for the next 2 hours about what free agent is going to come here.
No, I agree.
I'm here to tell you, ain't nobody coming here.
No, I agree. I don't think
and so secondly, you get draft picks to continue your rebuild, so you can go down that road that Joe Madden like finding your homegrown star.
I hear you.
And two. So here's the thing. So we trade for Al Horford at the deadline, and we finish out this year, right? And then we have 1 more year of Al Horford. That would be next year, in which Al Horford is an expiring contract. And guess what? So now Al Horford, in half a year, Al Horford goes from an albatross to a commodity because he's at $34 million of expiring contract. So now you could trade away that thing next year. You know what I'm saying? Because it's appealing. Because in 2022, that money comes off the books. So now you could trade Al Horford for a first round pick, or maybe two. So now you turn Dennis Smith Jr., Kevin Knox, Frank Ntilikina, and your cap space into 4 first round picks, right? And so listen. So why would Oklahoma City do it, right?
No,
because Oklahoma City
is
a
new question.
Oklahoma City
why is
is
someone trading 2 draft picks to pick up Al Horford from us? Why would someone do that when Oklahoma's giving us 2 draft picks to get rid of him?
Because you just said the 2022 free agency class is not a bad draft class. You just said that, right?
No, I never said anything about draft.
I mean, I'm sorry, free agent class.
Yeah, but why? Why is somebody giving us 2 first round picks for Al Horford?
To clear up $34 million in cap space so they can be players in the 2022 free agency class.
The thing about that, I guess if I was to have an argument against that is, if nobody is signing with hold on, if nobody is signing with New York, ain't nobody is signing OKC, and OKC has been known not to pay anybody.
So, but what I'm saying is, you don't trade Al Horford back to Oklahoma City. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you trade Al Horford to a team, playoff team, like say Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? Who might need to clear some cap space to sign a free agent because they want to be a major player.
Well, they can't because they already
I don't think
are
Philly
into
agree that
contracts
they
with
give
Tobias,
up a draft pick to
Joel,
get rid of them. They're not going to give up 2 more to get them back.
Right. Oh well. Yeah, that's a bad example, Joe. But say you trade them to the Clippers, and now the Clippers can form a big 3 to go with Kawhi and Paul George.
Al Horford, though.
No, not Al Horford. They trade for Al Horford so Al Horford can come off the books so they can sign a free agent that summer. Basically, they would clear cap space to sign a guy, right? Because the Knicks are not going to be major players in free agency. We may as well count that out. That's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is you take your assets that you have that you're doing nothing with and turn them into, say, a stock like. You basically upgrade your stock.
The most proactive team out there that's out there gaining assets, Oklahoma City Thunder, Sam Presti, is not going to go do that himself. He's going to trade. He's going to give up 2 first-round picks just to get rid of him. Why is Sam Presti doing that?
I was trying to get to that, but you cut me off. I was trying to get it. So
there's just so many moving parts to this that you got to
Right. That's why I just want to lay them out first, and then and then we chop it up. So the reason why Oklahoma City gets rid of Al Horford's contract is because they're a small market team and they don't generate enough revenue to go over the luxury tax while they're not winning.
They're nowhere even near the tax though. They're nowhere even close to it, Freezy.
Okay, let me go to Sport Track because I saw something different. All right.
They were before the season with the whole CP3, Steven Adams, and all that stuff going on.
Yeah, they moved Adams. They moved.
Yeah,
CP3.
they got.
Oh, you know what got them under? They traded Kelly Oubre, right?
Yeah, they got all that stuff moved.
Okay, yeah. So they traded Kelly Oubre to free up the $18 million.
Yeah, they're set over there. They got everything going on.
So say it's not Al Horford. Say it's just another big time contract. Would you not be willing to take on a bad contract to get first round picks?
If there's some crazy trade that I could flip for 4 first round picks, I don't think anyone's ever going to say no to that, Freezy, ever. But that's a lot of movement in today's NBA.
It's actually only 2 trades though. If you trade Al Horford, keep him for the rest of the year.
That's 2 blockbuster trades. Those are blockbusters.
No, I'm thinking, to be honest, there is a contract out there that doesn't seem to be working out for a team.
Who?
And it's another center, Steven Adams.
Yeah.
It ain't working out.
I wouldn't mind Steven Adams.
It ain't working out with the Pelicans.
No, not at all. That's not.
It is.
It's weird.
That was a bad move. They brought in thinking they need a center. He's clogging that paint. Because they don't have any shooters around him. Ingram needs, even though Ingram can shoot, he needs room to get
he can't.
But the funny thing is, that's also what we don't need either. Is another center that clogs the paint.
If the Pelicans, because the Pelicans have a load of picks too.
Yep.
So because they made moves for picks between the draft this year. They traded stuff away to get picks, and the AD trade. So if
but
they
Steven
give,
Steven
I would take
Adams,
if the Pelicans and the Pelicans aren't that good. Like if
you know, they're
they
bad.
give me their pick this year to take on Adams and maybe
Ugh, there's no
JJ
way.
Redick or
There's
somebody
no
else.
way they're doing that. There's no way they're giving up the 2021 first round pick to take a known commodity like Steven Adams. It's not like Steven Adams is a bad player or washed up or past his prime or anything like that. They could probably get an asset for Steven Adams at the end of the day. I can't see them
Maybe.
giving up a first round
Maybe.
pick to move Steven Adams.
Maybe it depends on. See that the Steven Adams deal. I think we could do that in the off. Was he how many more years he has left?
He just got a
2,
new
I think.
contract, I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, I don't want that. If he has 3 or 4 years left, I
Yeah, I'm
don't
pretty
want
sure he just got a new contract. I'll look it up right now.
him. Nah.
Let me see.
Yep, he just signed.
Come here. Do you know what I would do? But you got to move a piece too. I would give them Mitch, and they give us Steven Adams in a first.
Okay, so yeah, he just signed an extension with the Pelicans. He makes 17
Oh
million
yeah,
this
they ain't
year.
gonna move him.
It's not crazy. Oh no, he makes 17 million next year and 17 million in the year after. Well, nearly
I
18
thought he
million.
was still on his deal from OKC.
Yeah, no, he
I
got a
didn't
whole
read
other contract. He just signed a 2-year extension for $35 million.
Yeah, that's a 17 mil is not bad.
No, it's not a horrible deal.
17 mil is the exact amount of cap space that we have available right now.
Yeah,
That's not being used.
It's not a horrible deal, but that's our issue as it is. We're trying to get away from a center that clogs the paint. You know what I mean? That's odd.
But the deal is not the player. I don't care nothing about the player. What we care about is the asset that comes with it.
There's no asset that comes with Steven Adams. There's an asset to get Steven Adams.
Well, so we'll have to take Steven Adams. We'll have to take him out of the scenario then.
Yeah,
because
you got to give an asset to get him. He's not that. He's
see what kills us about that now is Giannis, LeBron. Or no, LeBron wasn't even in the equation for this year. Or I think he was actually. I think, mainly Giannis. Now Giannis signed an extension that screws us up a little bit.
Giannis was never his.
No. I don't mean he wasn't coming here. But what I mean, if Giannis was available, a team like Miami or a team that was trying to shed salary would have come to us.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
There's not even a team trying to do that this year to shed salary this year.
No, because I think everyone's expecting Kawhi. Everyone's expecting Kawhi to re-sign with the Lakers.
That wouldn't even tell you that this whole because it wouldn't be a move for this offseason. It would be a move for in the next offseason, and nobody's pre-thinking that far ahead yet to make a move to give up assets to
next year
sign a guy 2 years from now. You know what I mean? That's not happening.
No, next year they do that.
Yeah, unless you're the New York Knicks or something wild like that.
Right.
So
and so the reason why I said that is because I think y'all glossed over and it happened this morning too. What happened is y'all glossed over the fact that I said we have $36 million in dead money. Oh, I'm sorry, $42 million in dead money.
Well,
we have legit $42 million invested in salary that we're not even using.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree, and I think there's pieces. That's why my take is different than yours and Joe's Freezy. That dead money I see that as money that we can go out and add to the team. I don't look at draft picks as some. They're commodities, yes, and they're great, but let's be real. How often do teams hit on draft picks?
The thing is,
draft picks. You can make your moves to get your guy and all that stuff, and I understand that. But I just rather see winning basketball. Being bad and playing lotteries is not good.
I agree. And the draft beyond, I don't know what the 2022 draft brings. The
2022 draft has the best prospect out of all these players. Amani Bates, he's better than Cade and all of them. Amani Bates is next.
Can I just? I would just like to add to the point, and I don't think that this can be understated. Right? It really can't. We sit here and we get so caught up on the draft, right? We have all these picks, but there is a disconnect between what the head coach is doing and what the team president is doing. And on a day-to-day basis, the head coach, we can bring, everyone was excited, right? And there is merit when I say that Quickly doesn't play when Elfrid Payton plays well.
I agree.
There's merit to that argument. It's obviously clear that Obi Toppin doesn't play. But coming in, you know, these were especially Obi Toppin was a highly touted draft pick.
Being
So
highly
it's
touted
safe
coming
to
out of that means nothing though in the real world. Like being highly touted means absolutely nothing once you step on an NBA court. So,
Right.
So what's the argument that people keep saying? I've literally heard everyone keep saying about Jalen Suggs and Kaminga and all the other people. But that's the
because
case, then why are we even
when you
bringing them up
watch
if it doesn't matter?
prospects, because you can be
Well,
highly touted and still not have that bona fide. Just you see it when you know when you see it skill. There's certain players that you like Imani Bates, who's not even available to the draft until 2022.
right.
This kid's been looked at since he was 15 years old. He has that it factor. There's it's just him. He's the next Kevin Durant. He's like 6'10", able to hit anywhere on the floor, all that. So like
It's
there's
fast and
players
fluid.
you know that is
Yep,
that.
he's fast and a fluid mover, man, and grown people. He's dominating
Yeah, there's
NBA
kids that you
players
see
right now.
go on. There's pro runs where these kids are out there in LA with NBA players, and they're balling out
And
there.
dominating.
Yeah, so there's these kids that you know that are it. But there's
Right.
also highly touted Naismith. Like this is my biggest thing when people throw around Obi Toppin's Naismith Player of the Year award. You know who has won that award?
Shane Battier.
Yeah, Frank Kaminsky, Frank Mason, Tyler Hansborough. Straight
Yeah.
bum, son. So like that means absolutely nothing at the end of the day.
Right.
So
Right. And so what I'm trying to get, Kev, what I want you to understand is I'm not saying it's the most important issue, but I'm saying it is an issue. When you have $42 million in dead money that's not being used, you should probably look at using your resources.
yeah, but there's always many ways to look at getting those resources. There's
I
resources
would
that
just like to say,
or there's resources as in let's get players right now and try to play some basketball here in Madison Square Garden. Because I've said it before, but there's no better way to attract free agents than showing them what New York City is like when Madison Square Garden is popping. When New York City's basketball team is good, not the Brooklyn Nets. You guys see how they're treated still. They're not even getting the full page backouts of the paper when
Quickly's getting the back page.
Quickly does. You know what I mean? Like Quickly still gets the back page over KD, Harden, and Kyrie going off. So when New York's team is good, that will get free agents here again, and nothing else will.
Right, but that's
good
the ultimate goal. That's the ultimate goal. It's the reason why I threw out the draft pick scenario. Is the ultimate goal is to get players in here that can contribute to winning. But what I'm saying is that 36% of your salary cap is not being used on the court.
Yeah,
that's a huge number.
Draft picks aren't being used on the court.
Not yet.
And then what happens when you draft Kevin Knox again, or you draft Obi Toppin again, or you draft Frank Ntilikina again? Because when you go look at Walt Perrin's draft history, it's not flawless. There's busts in there too.
Yeah, it's not flawless.
So are you already calling Obi Toppin a bust?
I said Obi was a bust before he even stepped on the court. I never liked his game, but that's not an argument I want to get into.
So because you don't like his game means he's a bust.
I project Obi as a bust.
Not even 25 games into the season.
It's not a discussion. I don't want to have it. That was my belief, and I'm sticking with it. But.
Right, and so what I'm getting at it is whether you're Joe Madden and you want to get draft picks, or if you're Buds and want to get an established player, I believe we need to do something.
Well, but it hands in both, because if
I don't want the established player though, I want the player that's just bubbly, like when Indiana got Victor Oladipo for $20 million, and he was just ready to before his injury, he was on the come up. I think Zach LaVine is the next player that could possibly take that step. That's why I want LaVine.
Big dog. Zach LaVine is 26.
Zach LaVine's 25 years old.
25.
Yeah,
25.
Exactly. Zach LaVine's 25 years old. That's young. That's young. I mean, that's not.
I thought you were gonna say a guy like Anthony Simons from Portland.
Oh, I would love him too. But Anthony Simons is also not even close to that. He's still not even nowhere near a polished product. You got a couple of years to go if he even reaches that. That doesn't even look like he's reaching that.
So he's too. So you're looking for a young vet like Julius Randle.
Kind of, yeah.
Yes, kind of, yes. Because Randle was on that path, but LaVine's a little bit further along than Randle was at that point. But
so what do you give up to get that guy?
I'm giving up both Mavs picks. and I'm giving them Frank Knox. I'll give up Obi as well, but that's probably we probably wouldn't have to give up all that.
We talked to a Bulls fan on
That what Bulls fans say is irrelevant, though, man. They're not in the front office.
what I'm saying is though what they're hearing from the front office is they're gonna Levine ain't going anywhere until at least next year if he's not guaranteed to sign an extension.
No, they don't
Right.
know anything yet.
They're not going to move him yet. This is a guy who's an analyst for the Bulls.
But there's also been other reports that they're not taking phone calls yet. But when there could be they're not shut it out yet.
No, the only reason
they're not. I'm not saying Levine's available today.
Yeah.
I don't think that's there.
See, the only reason when people talk about Levine is because at the end of the season last year he wanted out because of Jim Boylan and the whole team wanted out. Now they have a new coach and a new front office.
Exactly. That's another reason. When a new front office comes in, they want to change. They want their guys in there at the end of the day.
But I think Levine is. If we're looking at Levine like a young piece to build with to get us better, why would the Bulls give him up yet?
But
next year I understand because next year's the last year of his contract, and if he's not going to re-sign, then you move him.
But that's the same argument that you for the people that want to trade a Julius Randle or whatever. It's that they're not at that point yet, and they don't think because their pieces are not better than ours, nowhere near. I'm taking RJ over Laurie. I'm taking IQ over Kobe White. You know what I mean? Like they're not better than us at the end of the day. They don't have. They have nice pieces. They're not horrible. They have some talent. But I don't think their talent's anywhere near better than ours. I think the only reason why they beat us that first night is because we were on the coming.
Man, what are we even talking? Man, it's Chicago. It's the Chicago Bulls. That
I don't think
is a disaster and have been since day one of their existence.
Yeah,
they are the only. I'm gonna say this real quick, Joe, and I get out of the way.
Yeah,
the only time they were relevant for an extended amount of time is the Michael Jordan years.
Exactly.
Take out the Michael Jordan years
and the Rose stint.
Well, and that was like a blip on the radar.
Yeah, exactly.
that was a blip on the radar. They didn't have a 10-year stretch.
Well, but they could have.
They could have if D-Rose stayed healthy, but he didn't. And but my point is, Chicago has always been a disaster.
For sure,
right? The Cleveland Cavaliers have always been a disaster.
Exactly.
Take out the LeBron years, and what do you have?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like these.
The Timberwolves are the fucking. Excuse my language. The Timberwolves are the Kings.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, just bad franchise.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna keep it real, the New York Knicks have been a disaster.
Oh, yeah, so are we. No, we're not. Yeah.
If you're gonna keep it real, the New York Knicks have been a disaster.
Oh yeah,
guess what we do while we're losing?
We spend money.
Lose?
No.
Lose some more?
We make money hand over fist.
And we also spend money hand over fist.
And so teams like Cleveland and Minnesota, the league has to give them the number one pick because if not, they would basically fall out of existence. Yeah.
But Cleveland got
hold on.
4 out of 5.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on. So the New York Knicks make money because we play in New York City and play in Madison Square Garden. Does it mean that we're not a disaster?
No, we're disaster.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Let me ask you a very direct question for you. Are the New York Knicks a disaster?
No, right now, no.
But
is the franchise been a disaster?
I'm gonna say in stitches of time, they have been a disaster.
No, we've always been a really bad franchise. We traded Rod Strickland. We've always done very dumb things.
But during that time, we had winning records.
Yes, we had
winning records during that time. We were making the playoffs when we traded Rod Strickland.
Yeah, and we traded Rod Strickland year, and we could have that 94. If we had Rod Strickland, we're winning a championship. So
okay.
I'm just gonna say that the New York Knicks were founded in 1946.
Yeah.
And we have 2 championships.
Right.
We've been a team since 1946.
Right.
In the world's in the biggest city in the world.
You know, we are a disaster.
No.
And we've had 2 legit stretches of sustained success.
What two stretches are you naming?
The 60s, the 70s Knicks, and the Patrick Ewing years.
So you're saying the 60s and 70s, the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
Yes.
because then we make the finals.
And that's not even all together. You make it seem like that's like 4 generations.
Buzz, he said we were only good in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
Yeah,
listen, not all together. We were good from like 65 to 75,
right,
and from like 85 to 2000.
Didn't we make a couple of championship appearances like the 50s?
Yeah,
and lost all 3 of them.
Yeah, but we're still there.
Right.
If you're going to count the Ewing years, you got to count those years.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we've had in almost 70 years, we've probably had 25 years of winning, and that's being generous.
Yeah, but when you look at the NBA,
we had like 25 years of winning.
But when you look at the NBA, there's not many franchises. There's not many franchises with up like 5, 6 rings, 7, 8 rings. There's the Lakers, there's the Celtics, and then there's everybody else.
Yeah, so you have the Lakers, Celtics, Bulls, Warriors,
and then everybody
Spurs, Heat, and then everybody else is like onesies, twosies.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So like,
but unlike a lot of those teams, we were one of the originals. We should be up there with the Celtics and the Lakers.
Over the last 20 years, there's only like 7 teams that have won titles.
We were one of the original NBA teams.
Longer than that, probably.
Let me repeat this again. We're not an expansion team. We didn't come. We're not an ABA team.
Right.
We're one of the original jewels of the NBA.
Right.
And we have 2 championships.
There's no excuse. I don't. Freezy's just bugging. Freezy's never going to agree to it. Like you won't agree to Knox's trash. So, but yeah, no, we've been a disaster for sure. There's no way around it.
Well, what I'm saying is our lows have been terrible. Like when we've been bad, we've been historically the history of sports bad, right? But when we've been good, we've been able to sustain it for 8, 9, 10, 11 years.
That's like we're like the Cleveland Browns talking about being good. Come on now, Freezy.
No, Cleveland.
Yes, we're the Cleveland Browns of the NFL or the NBA. Historical franchises that were good when it was in black and white.
Well, I was going to concede. I was concede that since James Dolan has been the owner of the Knicks have been terrible.
Okay, fair.
That's what I was going to concede. Fair. But from 2000 to 85, into 2085, we were good. From about 67 to about 77, we were good.
The last 20 years are the only ones that actually matters because this generation of ballers doesn't know anything else.
Right. So. Right. No doubt. And so let me move Joe off. Right. Let me do this real quick. So what I'm getting at though, in the grand scheme of things, when I bring up the 36%, 37% of our cap space not being used, I feel like the front office, I feel like this dude, Brock Aller, is going to come up with a scenario where we use that.
I see us doing something like the Jazz or the Nuggets do, where we just play like a mid-team market, like a small market team that it runs properly, and we draft correctly at 15, 16, where you get your Donovan Mitchell or your Nikola Jokic in the 30s or whatever he was drafted, or you know what I mean. Like once we get a solid foundation, we're gonna take those guys because we have Walt Perrin and Johnny Bryant, and plus we got the Kentucky pipeline, so we're gonna draft solid prospects. We're gonna have good intel throughout. We have a very solid foundation. I don't think we're gonna do the prey where we get 6 draft picks and pick a bunch of dudes and hope we get one good dude or something like that. I don't think we're gonna be a team really trying to get the Kawhi Leonard next year. I think the players that we are most likely to ever obtain in free agency are like Devin Booker or something like that or Spider should have connections, real solid connections here. Right. I don't think there's Kawhi Leonard ever walking through the door here. I don't think there's a Paul George or one of them type of players. You know what I mean? I don't know. I see us being like the Nuggets or something like that. I don't think we're doing anything else. Well, obviously we could do. I don't know. I'm not dead set on anything. I don't know anything. Obviously, it's just my opinion on how things should be ran. That 30 million or whatever you're talking about, I think that should be going to get talent here instead of draft picks, where we have talent here. We're playing in the playoffs every year. That does more for anybody. Look at what Tyler Hero did throughout the playoffs. Look how he became a budding star into this league. That for RJ Barrett, for Emmanuel Quickly, for whoever the next draft pick is at 16, 17, whatever. While we're not a great team, but we're the middle of the pack. And now look at the Utah Jazz, who are they're one or number 2 in the West, the toughest conference in the NBA, where they have every superstar you can imagine.
Right.
You know what I mean? The NBA West All-Star team is ridiculous because there's great players in that conference that still don't even get to make the All-Star team. So it's insane over there. So the Jazz and the Nuggets are teams that I look at as models to run a franchise as, instead of doing the hope you're the just get a draft pick, because we will never. I honestly think the draft is kind of fixed at the end of the day, because if you look at this every year, it's a small market team that either needs a superstar because they have those teams are always the lowest in ticket sales the year before.
Right.
Stuff like that. There's weird connections that every year, like the Pelicans getting whoever, just the Suns finally getting something for Devin Booker. It's just stuff always falls perfectly for these teams. And then there's the New York Knicks, who is a horrible franchise, and we've never even moved up. We never moved up in the NBA.
In the lottery,
and we're also the most successful, richest franchise or whatever. There has to be something there at the end of the day. So I don't think you ever hope lottery balls fall our way or something. I just think hope you just draft the next budding superstar. I hope you develop properly in the long run. And I don't think development means give Kevin Knox minutes. I don't think more minutes means more development by any means. I think development is done on a player's own time. Nobody wants to be a great NBA. You cannot make a great NBA player. Great NBA players want to be great. You can't playing. Give me one example of a guy who's gotten more minutes. You'd be like, oh, his minutes made him better. There's nobody. These guys spend hours in the gym shooting shots. These guys are in summer all summer long. During their off season, while they're supposed to be the dudes that are successful are not taking IG pics in the summer. They're in LA running summer games in that gym or whatever. They're in New York at Chris Prickly's gym balling. Like they're not on a cruise ship or in Miami or whatever it is doing whatever. There's when you look at the NBA, there's just certain things that people need to do to carry themselves as NBA players. Like when Emmanuel Quick the other night got there early and was watching Kawhi Leonard practice, I absolutely love that. There's just something about a player that just wants to be better. It's like Michael Jordan. It's like a psycho mentality where you just want to be a better basketball player. There's nothing else you want to do in life. Basketball is first. There's just people that love basketball more than anything else out there. So you can't, even first round picks, you cannot, those dudes don't always love basketball. Like look at Anthony Edwards. He said that he will go in, like if the NFL came with a contract, he would go play football first. That dude's never going to be successful in the NBA. That's never going to happen.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's just certain DNA of players that are just built for the NBA, and it's not everybody. You can be a great NBA. You can have so much talent and just not be it. Kevin Knox has talent. If you go to the YMCA or he goes to EuroLeague or China, other leagues in other places, he will ball out and drop 70 on dudes. He's Jimmer Fredette or I forget. Jimmer Fredette went off the other night and dropped 70, but a dude, I forget his name, he dropped like 69 as well, American dude. You know what I mean? Like they're talented players, but they just don't have that desire to be a NBA player. And it's everybody. Go ahead.
Something.
I know you're going to be Kevin Knox. I know, but go ahead. You got it.
I mean, I'm waiting for you to. I'm going to be.
No, I'm done. I spoke my facts. Go ahead.
I don't think those are facts at all. Yeah, I mean, you can have an opinion.
I bet that went over your head, but go ahead.
There's very few things in this world that go over my head, and I doubt
it's not
very seriously that anything that you say will go over my head. But anyways, I digest. As Freezy knows, I will never ever talk about a player's desire or heart or whatever, because I don't know these players. It's very unfair to sit here and say that a person who people get to a certain level for a reason, right? These people are in the NBA for a reason. Whether we like them, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you.
Because they're skilled players. Everybody in the NBA is a skilled basketball player. We can call them bums, Alfred Payton, whoever. Anybody in the chat, they would give us 50 on our head every day of the week. You know what I mean? Like they're skilled they're skilled players at the end of the day. They're just not built for the game. It's just it's NBA basketball. Like great college basketball players. Just NBA basketball is that different. And the speed probably is a factor to it as well. Just too much mental process for players.
Right. Okay. So, as I was saying, when it comes to, and I'll say this because the reason I'm a big fan of Kevin Knox is for 9 months, I have seen Kevin Knox on countless videos, countless whatever, being nothing but gems. I've seen him work out with Kevin Durant and other players. I've seen him work out with some of the best coaches and trainers, and I've seen him work out with Rick Brunson and take time out working with RJ and Obi. I've seen Kevin Knox do the things that you say a person with desire to get better would do. But yet you sit here on one hand and say Kevin Knox needs to go to China or wherever because he doesn't have desire.
I don't want
when Kevin Knox has done everything that you just said, described a person with desire to want to get better do. And then you come on here and you kill Kevin Knox because I guess you just don't like him.
I don't want to see it though.
When you literally sat here and said, this is the things a player with desire to get better should do. And then it's like, well, wait a minute, Kevin Knox did those things.
But okay, so you also slander Mitch about not getting better, but you've seen Mitchell Robinson do things in the gym.
No. The difference is I've seen Kevin Knox with trainers and coaches. I haven't just seen Kevin Knox in the gym with his friend doing things that he's not doing in the game.
Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested. Buds, we not about to do this Kevin Knox mess. We not about to do this. Hey, Kev W. Kev W. We not know.
I'm just saying
I understand.
He made an argument, and I said, "Well, no, that's not true."
No, he said he made a general argument. You inserted Kevin Knox.
I did to counter the argument, right? Because the point that I'm making is.
And that was a long general argument by Buds too.
Oh no, it was.
Buds went off.
I did.
And so what we did was we didn't want to stick a cork in the volcano. We just let the volcano erupt. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody has their long drawn arguments, and I dry as hell.
I'm not. I didn't say, dog. I didn't say we didn't like it. I just said we just let the volcano erupt.
Oh no, I see people in the chat saying, "Oh, shut up." Fam, come on here and hop on.
What I'm saying is Uncle Freezy didn't do with Buds. What I'm saying is we let the volcano erupt and let it go. You know what I'm saying? But Kev W, no. This is not about to be Knox at night.
What?
This is not my man made a general, most general of statements, and you inserted
he did.
Kevin Knox.
Because Kevin Knox fit the argument.
Kevin Knox does not fit this argument. Kevin Knox is a dude. Kevin Knox is a dude getting DNPs for a team with a losing record. What we should do is chill out on Kevin Knox because it's a thing where Kevin Knox get his own segment on the Knox at Night podcast every night.
But because you won't let me talk about Reggie Bullock and Austin Rivers. Every time I get on them, you shut me down.
When you said
no, I don't, Kev.
You never saw Kobe Bryant.
I get shut down every time I want to talk about Reggie Bullock and Austin Rivers and Alec Burks about how bad and inconsistent they are.
Because the only time that comes up is when you try to defend Kevin Knox.
And
I don't have to defend Kevin Knox to talk about how bad they are.
You do have to defend
there's no defense in that. Austin Rivers is playing bad. I don't got to defend Kevin Knox by saying Austin Rivers hasn't had a double-digit scoring game outside of 2 Utah games.
Oh my God! Again, man, we got to go through this again.
Let me tell you the simplest way that.
See, that's what I mean. Every time I bring it up, you shut me down.
Because you bring it up often, Kev. Well, what I would like
because this is why I bring it up. This is why I bring it up, right? You can't sit here and people keep saying you got to earn whatever minutes to play under Tom Thibodeau. And it's cool. Okay, you practice hard. That's great. Practice as hard as you can. Get into fights and practice for all I care. But what you practice is not translating to the games. Austin Rivers and Reggie Bullock, whatever they do in practice, is not translating to the game.
Austin Rivers, you can slander. Reggie Bullock, no.
I can slander Reggie Bullock all day.
No, you cannot, because he's better than.
I really can. Reggie Bullock is averaging, is a starting small forward in the league. Is at a premium position. Small forward wing position is
better for the rotations because the second unit would be absolutely horrible without Emmanuel Quickly or Alec Burks in the second unit. You can't have Alec Burks in the first unit. It just doesn't make any sense. Because having Reggie Bullock in the second unit, you're just having Emmanuel Quickly out there. The second unit, it's if you notice, it's Emmanuel Quickly and Alec Burks going back and forth for the most part. If there's if anybody else gets the ball besides Emmanuel Quickly with that second unit, it's Alec Burks usually.
Is Reggie Bullock going to make?
Kev W said you can practice all you want, but what they do don't translate to the game.
It's not. It's not.
Right. But that's only apropos for them and not Kevin Knox.
Yeah, because clearly it's not showing up in the box score. In the black and white, where stuff should be showing up, because you can literally probably sit here and say that Austin Rivers has been a negative game in and game out.
Since that first game, yes.
So, I mean, outside of 2 Utah games,
yeah. So
I don't see. He turns the ball over way too much.
You know, I agree.
He's a dribble machine.
I agree. Austin Rivers has been absolutely horrible. Besides those 2 games, I agree.
And so I have all the right in the world to talk about how bad Austin Rivers has been.
I said it.
And to sit here and say Austin Rivers does not deserve the minutes that he's getting.
No,
he doesn't.
I said earlier that I'm at the point where I would rather have Kevin Knox play the 3 and Reggie play the 2, or Burks play the 2, and so Kevin Knox can get play over Austin Rivers because Austin Rivers has been that frustrating lately. It's been horrible though.
And it's to me, Austin Rivers is the biggest lie of all. Because I've been on record to say Austin Rivers had no training camp. Austin Rivers had no preseason. Austin Rivers missed the first 4 games and came in averaging 25 minutes a game.
Yeah, I don't think
so. Where is the merit to say Austin Rivers deserved playing time?
Because he gave you those 2 performances that so you know.
No, this is coming into the season. Like his first game, he got 25 minutes a game. Where did he deserve to get those minutes from?
So that first performance, he went off. That alone puts you in the rotation. Like, all right, you come in and you go off like that, you're gonna always get a spot.
No, his first game wasn't against Utah. His first game was not against Utah.
Right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm 100% about it.
No, he's right. He's right.
Is he? What was his first game?
No, I don't know.
It wasn't against Utah. But so Austin Rivers literally came in off the street and got 25 minutes
over Kevin Knox.
Kevin Knox was still playing at the time, so I won't say over Kevin Knox because Kevin Knox was still playing. But my thing is, if we also saying you got to practice to deserve minutes, you got to earn it in practice. At what point did Austin Rivers earn anything? Because he came in literally off the street.
Okay,
and
so
was playing 20 minutes a game.
Austin Rivers, first game, 21 minutes, he went 3 for 6. Second game, 17 minutes, he went 6 for 9. Third game, 33 minutes, 3 for 6. The third game was the Utah game, which was 32 minutes where he went off. The next game, he went 5 for 12 in 32 minutes. Next game, he went 2 for 6. Next game, went 5 for 12. And then the last 4 games. It's been actually. Oh, okay. Then there was 4 bad games, and then he had a couple more bad games, and then that Utah game, and it's been bad games since. So like, there's those first few games where he was shooting way above 50%. You know what I mean? So for the first 5-6 games, he was shooting way above 50%. So that's going to get you rotational minutes, and then you can
No,
look
but my
back.
thing, like I said, no. The first game,
His
Austin
very
Rivers
first
came
game,
in.
3 for 6 in 21 minutes.
No, but I'm saying not. It's not the fact that he went 3 for 6. Is why did he get 21 minutes?
21. What? 21 minutes? Everyone, let's look at the minutes.
No, my question is this: if you preach, you have to earn your minutes because you're not understanding what I'm saying. If Tom Thibodeau is saying and preaching, you have to earn your minutes to play. When did Austin Rivers earn anything to play?
Okay, so that first game.
Okay, so we've been hearing this from you from a while. I'm saying that I'm just not interested in this. Like it's just not. It just don't ring the bell for me. I'm not saying that it's not important. I'm just saying I would rather talk about other stuff.
I don't like how this conversation has to result with Knox. I agree. Austin Rivers has been absolutely horrible too. Right. So that's not a disagreement by any means.
Right. If we're gonna talk about Knox, let's not play the victim card. Yeah. Let's talk about Kevin Knox.
I want to talk about the root of it is this. And no one ever understands the root of it is. This isn't about Kevin Knox at all. This is about the young players as in total, right? Mitchell Robinson is a starting center. And you see Mitchell Robinson frustrated. RJ Barrett is a starting shooting guard. And you see Austin Rivers, I mean, you've seen games where it's like, well, why isn't RJ Barrett in this game? And there's little breadcrumbs that are sprinkled around. You see Frank getting DNPs and Knox getting DNPs, but Bullocks, Burks, Noel, and Rivers, and their minutes are guaranteed.
And Peyton, yeah.
And Peyton, their minutes are guaranteed. This is my argument that no one ever seems to understand. Like, obviously, you see Obi's leash getting shorter and shorter. Knox is getting no DNPs. Frank hasn't even really played. DSJ is going to the D League. We all know that the only reason IQ's playing because just Elfrid Payton has just been god awful. But if Tom Thibodeau had his way, none of these third year younger players, but 4th year young players would even be playing. It'd be nothing but the veterans.
Don't deserve to though.
But the players that they are playing ahead of them don't deserve it.
But they play.
They don't.
Those players that you were saying don't deserve it, or you're just being biased and don't see it. You're the only one that thinks this. Everybody else does not agree with you. Nobody agrees with you that Kevin Knox should play over Reggie Bullock. Nobody else thinks that besides you, though.
What is okay? No, now is Reggie Bullock going to be on the first or second team all defensive team or something?
No,
I'm missing.
No.
So is Reggie Bullock averaging double digit points or something?
No, but it's better than.
Is Reggie Bullock averaging is the offense running through him? Is he doing anything special that Kevin Knox can't? That Kevin Knox can't.
Hey, hold on. Let me do this real quick. Hey, y'all. When I shake my bottle like this and stop it, there's a tornado inside the bottle.
Crazy.
All right, I'm back, y'all.
Yo, you funny as hell.
I'm just saying.
That's something.
I just wanted to talk about something interesting.
You funny as hell. That's something I would have did if I had power.
And so Kev feels like I just want to shut the valve off when he starts. That's not the case, because we have had open dialogues about a lot of stuff, but for this one here though, I just don't care to talk about Kevin Knox.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I'm looking at the chat, and the chat is actually agreeing with me. So I don't understand that.
Dudes like State, who thinks Kevin Knox.
This isn't State. This is L. Marshall. This is Keyshawn. This is Sherwin M.
Then I'm calling all their basketball knowledge right now and get on and all that and to talk and on the stream and say why Kevin Knox is a better player.
than Reggie Bullock.
Tell me
It's
why,
called
no.
your left eye and your right
Kevin
eye
Knox.
tell me that I believe that Kevin Knox is going to give me more than Reggie Bullock.
Tell me why. Don't tell me what Reggie Bullock is so bad at. Tell me why Tell me what Kevin Knox is better at. Because it's not.
He's a better scorer. He's a better shooter. He is more athletic. He is probably less injury prone. I don't think Kevin Knox is going to be.
Okay, so I'm gonna do this one more time, y'all. Let me just do this one more time. So I love Kev passion about the Knox thing, right? But what I'm interested in is so I introduced a thought the other day, and we talked about it for a little bit, and then we got right back to Elfrid Payton can't shoot. Kevin Knox need more minutes. Frank Ntilikina is a model in his spare time. What I said was this: Tom Thibodeau does not feature a small forward in his offense, right? Never has. Tom Thibodeau's offense and defense, he can care less about the three position. The only person that of impact that made an impact in Tom Thibodeau's a positive impact, I'm talking about on winning, was Luol Deng, right? And Luol Deng was good before Tom Thibodeau got there. So he didn't develop Deng, right? So I introduced that, right? So since then, Kevin Knox has been getting DMPs, right? So instead of everybody saying, you know what, hey, Uncle Freezy, let's talk about what you said about Tom Thibodeau not featuring or caring about small forwards, we get right back to Kevin Knox is not getting the minutes he deserves in order to develop. Why is Reggie Bullock playing over Kevin Knox? And it's the reason why I did do this, and look at the tornado inside the bottle. Because I can't figure out why we keep beating a dead horse. But you know what, though? I'm going to listen for the next 40 minutes. I ain't going to say nothing. I'm just going to rock. Just listen so that maybe I can learn something. But maybe we can glean something out of this. But if it's just Tom Thibodeau doesn't know what he's doing with Kevin Knox, I just don't want to hear it. But I'm willing to listen. So I'm going to just be quiet.
I don't want to talk about Kevin Knox at all. I want to.
It's not even that, Freezy.
Oh my God.
My whole argument, and then when I was bringing it up, it was the fact that when I bring up Tom Thibodeau and his deficiencies, you didn't want to hear that either.
No, we don't want to talk about.
And when I be like, oh, you can't talk bad about Tom Thibodeau. We're better than we were last year. And so it's like, well, okay, I can't talk about the things that Tom Thibodeau isn't doing or lacking, or the fact of things that he hasn't changed. Okay, I can't talk about that. I can't talk about the players who Tom Thibodeau features.
The thing is, he did make a change.
I can't talk about Kevin Knox.
He made a change.
So I'm trying to figure out, like, what can I talk about, since I can't talk about the things that are relevant.
Because you
say I can't bash Tom Thibodeau because he's, Red Holtzman 2.0.
No,
so I can't bash Tom Thibodeau.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is saying that Tom Thibodeau doesn't play Kevin Knox over Reggie Bullock 50 times a night.
When I bring up Tom Thibodeau and all the things that I think are the deficiencies in Tom Thibodeau, and when I go into the things that Tom Thibodeau hasn't learned, I get shut down. So like I said, I can't talk about Tom because I get shut down because everyone wants to argue we're so much better than we were last year. That's not Tom. You can't talk about Tom Thibodeau. It's okay. I can't talk about Tom Thibodeau.
The thing is, we are better. He has made changes. You just don't like the changes that he's made. The change he's made is to put Kevin Knox on the bench. And
it's not Kevin Knox. This is as a bigger picture. As a bigger picture.
What's bigger picture? What's bigger than winning basketball?
Tom Thibodeau. We're not. Are we over 500? Are we like the third or fourth seed in the Eastern Conference?
We're fighting for it. That's the point.
Do we have a losing record? Do we have a losing record? Yes or no?
Do losing records make the playoffs in the East?
Do we have a losing record? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes.
So is that winning basketball?
Yeah, we won tonight, right?
Winning basketball is if you have a positive win percentage. Do we have a positive win percentage?
All right.
Yes or no?
So, Freezy, what you touched on earlier about adding a piece with like the Al Horford thing. Is there any other? Because I don't agree. Al Horford is the type of player that will.
I'm I'll holler at you tomorrow. I'm gonna get out.
So Kev, you're not gonna take these 40 minutes and talk about Kevin Knox. I just wanted to hear what you had to say. I just said on that. So I mean, because the thing is coming because it could be like, yo, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna holler tomorrow, and then come back tomorrow, and then we could be like, welcome to Knox at night. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, here's my thing, and this is what I hate about.
Because I'm not trying to be frustrating to you, but at the same time, I just want that to be reciprocated. You know what I'm saying? Like okay, so I just pointed out something like legit. Tom Thibodeau does not feature small forwards in his offense, and you see the result in Kevin Knox going to the bench. But not even acknowledging the fact that I brought up something that may help with that argument. You said Reggie Bullock sucks.
What I'm saying is, and when I say the bigger picture is this, I do believe that Tom Thibodeau is not a developmental coach. I don't. I don't think that he, with the coaching staff that we have,
young players would disagree though. Young players would disagree with that.
You think Mitchell Robinson agrees with it?
What Mitchell Robinson hasn't proved anything in 3 years. Why is that Tom Thibodeau's fault?
You are changing the narrative. It's
not though, because there's
is Mitchell Robinson. Hold on, be quiet.
Tom Thibodeau has the youngest.
Is Mitchell Robinson a young player?
What is?
Hey, wait. Hey, Buzz, let me do this.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do this real quick. So, Kev, you got your time now. I'm gonna give you your time for you to eat. Now, go ahead.
What kills me is this man just said young players would disagree with that. And then I bring up a young player, and then he's like, oh, no, he hasn't done anything. He just literally contradicted himself in 2 sentences. And this is what I don't understand. If Leon Rose had these young players, he had a team full of young players. He brought in players to complement the young players. But he made a major mistake when he brought in a head coach that completely went against his philosophy of what he was trying to do. I believe wholeheartedly Leon Rose wanted to build up these young players, but got a head coach who historically likes veteran players. The head coach is the one who controls the minutes. This is not a Kevin Knox thing. This is a Mitchell Robinson thing. This is an Obi Toppin thing. This is a Dennis Smith thing. This is a Frank Ntilikina thing. Because you can sit here and I have to listen all night about, oh, let's trade players. 1 player going to the G League, 2 players getting DNPs. Let's trade them and package them for another team's best player. Like this makes any sense whatsoever, because it doesn't. It doesn't. They have, even if you wanted to get rid of these players, you have to play them to build up their draft capital, because their value is low. And if you know anything about the stock market, if your value is low, you're not going to get anything of higher value. So them sitting on the bench is not building up their capital. So even if you don't like Kevin Knox or Frank Ntilikina or Dennis Smith Jr. or Obi Toppin or whoever, you have to play in order for teams to see what they're getting, to see, okay, this player is this. I see what they've done under actual coaching. Maybe we can do something with them. This is building up their trade value. You have no trade value if you're sitting on the bench. This is another area where Tom Thibodeau has messed up, because they're getting no value getting DNPs. Theo Pinson gets DNPs. Theo Pinson has no trade value. Kevin Knox actually had trade value while he was playing, but you diminish that with him on the bench. The value that Frank Ntilikina could have you are diminishing that because he's not playing, so teams can't see him. And you want to play Alec Burks and Austin Rivers and Nerlens Noel and Reggie Bullock. So that's my thing. You hire a developmental staff. You have young players that you want to develop, and yet you completely contradict your entire building process because you hired a coach that does not believe in development. Tom Thibodeau does not believe in development. But everything that you put this franchise towards is development because you got draft picks. And guess what? Draft picks need development. You got like 58 draft picks, and they're all going to need development. But guess what? Tom Thibodeau doesn't care about development. Tom Thibodeau cares about playing and winning games. And he feels like people who've been in the league and have time under their belt gives them a better opportunity to win than young players. Because that's the case, there would not have been a game. There would not have been a game. Well, we were like, well, where's RJ? Why isn't RJ Barrett in this game? Mitch wouldn't look visibly upset about the lack of whatever Mitch is going through. Obi Toppin wouldn't have gotten upset because people keep missing him, and the slightest mistake he gets yanked. For everyone who loves Immanuel Quickley and says Immanuel Quickley should be the starting point guard, guess what? That's not going to happen. It's not. It just ain't. It's not going to happen. Whenever Elfrid Payton has a good game, Immanuel Quickley ain't sniffing more than 20 minutes. He's not. He's going to roll with Elfrid Payton because Tom Thibodeau wants to run with Elfrid Payton. Because if Tom Thibodeau believed in Immanuel Quickley, if he believed in young players, he would be playing Immanuel Quickley at the starting point guard. He would mix and match his rotations. He would find time for Kevin Knox's and the Frank Ntilikina's. Because I get, as much as you don't like Frank will give you just as much, if not a little bit more, than what Austin Rivers is giving you. Frank Ntilikina would give you more than what Austin Rivers is giving you this season. But that doesn't matter because Austin Rivers has time in this league. Because Austin Rivers has been a veteran and been on different teams. Austin Rivers had no training camp. Austin Rivers had no preseason. Austin Rivers missed the first 4 games of this season. And his first game, he just came in and got 21 minutes. Where did Austin Rivers earn that 21 minutes? When did he do it? Because he didn't come back and have a couple of practices and then get 21 minutes. No, he didn't even practice. He even came out and said, I didn't even practice. I decided to play. Tom Thibodeau is a sham artist. He lied. All that stuff about the things that he learned and, the modern NBA and all the things he learned when he was at Golden State and all the other teams, he flat out lied. He got this job because his best friend of 30 years, or good friend, I don't know their best friend, his good friends of 30 years was the president of basketball operations for an NBA team. Had Leon Rose not been a president of basketball operations, Tom Thibodeau would not be a head coach in the NBA right now. As a matter of fact, Leon Rose didn't even want to pay Tom Thibodeau what he initially wanted, if you want to go back to that. He got less than what he wanted. And then as soon as he was like, well, fine, if you don't want to take this, I'm going to go and hire somebody else. And that's when Tom Thibodeau decided to take the job. If we're going to be real about it, Leon Rose was like, I'm hiring you because you're my friend, and I'm going to pay you this. And Tom Thibodeau was like, no, I want this. I'm Tom Thibodeau. And Leon Rose was like, well, I'll just go somewhere else. And then Tom Thibodeau came out, all right, I'll take the job. Tom Thibodeau wouldn't even be a head coach right now if his friend wasn't the president of basketball operations for the New York Knicks. I mean, that's how it is. Mark Jackson would have been the perfect candidate for this job. Kenny Atkinson would have been a better candidate for this job. But it's all about, as we've seen from Leon Rose, it's about who he knows. So, I mean, that's all. That's the bottom line. Bottom line, we're going to be stuck in mediocrity because Tom Thibodeau is not going to change.
All right. So okay. All right. So we let Kev do his thing. We let him rock. So
that was the most pathetic thing I've ever seen.
Well, I ain't gonna go there, but I will say two things are untrue. First of all, Uncle Freezy didn't say just trade away 3 dudes getting DMPs for somebody superstar. What I said was trade 3 dudes that's not playing for a bad contract.
No, I never said you said that. No.
Okay,
I never said you.
The second thing was you said that Leon Rose offered Tom Thibodeau a contract and Tom Thibodeau wouldn't take it. That was not Leon Rose. That was the owner, James Dolan. James Dolan was like, I'm not getting ready to guarantee another 5-year contract to a guy that may not be here in 5 years. Yep. That was the owner, James Dolan. That said
Freezy, that. Tom Thibodeau has a 5-year contract.
No, but it's not fully guaranteed. It's not fully guaranteed like David Fisdale's contract was fully guaranteed. That was the sticking point. And then at that, we don't know if that was true. You know what I'm saying? We heard that in the paper, but we never heard Thibodeau, Leon Rose, or James Dolan say that publicly. It was just a report in the newspaper about the contract stuff.
From Bergen too, I believe.
Yeah. So I'm glad you got that. I'm glad you got the chance to say your piece. I don't agree with it all, but I respect the fact that you have your own opinion. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why we rock good together, because at least I know when I come on here, you ain't gonna be like, yes sir, whatever you say, Uncle Freezy. I know it ain't gonna be like that. You know what I'm saying? I know you're gonna have your own opinion. Whatever you say, Uncle Freezy, yes sir. You know what I'm saying? I know it ain't gonna never be that. So while we disagree on some of that stuff, it's the reason why, you know what I'm saying, you and Buds and others come on the joint, because I know y'all gonna have your own opinions. But criticizing Thibodeau for basic stuff still does not move the needle for me, because there is no solution. What you offered is a whole bunch of stuff, but you didn't say, well, you know what, y'all, if Kevin Knox developed a left hand move, a left move going left, his offense would open up and maybe he'd be more valuable for a team that's struggling with scoring. You know what I'm saying? You didn't say that. Or you didn't say maybe Kevin Knox needs to get in the post more and take advantage of his height against smaller opponents. You didn't say that. You didn't say, well, maybe if Frank is aggressive all the time instead of sometimes, and it varies and is inconsistent, then I would have been like, well, okay, I can rock with you. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, though, as you said, Tom Thibodeau doesn't play these guys because he doesn't play rookies. You know what I'm saying? And so now I'm like, or play young players. And so now I'm like, well, a third year. So Kevin Knox is in his third year, right? But Tom Thibodeau played a third year point guard, and that point guard won MVP of the league.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, and so if that's the outlier, and to your point, so if you say, well, hey man, that's the outlier, that's not a true indicator of all third-year players under Tom Thibodeau, I'd be like, okay, well, show me some proof otherwise. Where
didn't
guys
Zach LaVine break out during his third year under Tom Thibodeau?
I can't remember what year it was.
I believe it was year 3.
That may be true. Whether it's third year or fourth year, whichever year.
Yeah.
Because you have a fourth year Frank and DSJ and a third year Kevin Knox.
Yeah.
So either year, whatever year it was.
Well, it was before his rookie contract was up, though. So I'm pretty sure it was third. That's why.
Right.
Here's a funny thing about Zach LaVine balling out. Tom Thibodeau's like, yeah, nah, go get me a vet. And Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, the option is to win basketball games.
Right.
The object is to win basketball games.
But yes.
Clearly, that's the object of all sports, is to win basketball games. Is how you go about doing that.
Because what team has 6 young players in the rotation like that is successful? All those teams are habitual lottery teams every year that have young rosters like that. Go look at the good. He had Cat and Andrew Wiggins.
Right, and so the point I was trying to squeeze in between the beef was this: Tom Thibodeau in Minnesota was surrounded by young players, and they needed a veteran. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about Zach LaVine, Chris Dunn, Karl Anthony Towns, Andrew Wiggins, Gorgie Deng. All those dudes were young players. They needed a veteran. That's why they traded for Jimmy Butler. Because like what Buzz just said, no team trots out 6 or 7 or 8 veterans all developing. You know what I'm saying? They needed a veteran presence, and that's the reason why they went after an alpha dog in hopes of alpha dog leading the young pack. And also Thibodeau had a young team in Chicago. Those dudes went. The core was not an old team. If you take out Richard Hamilton, right? You take out Richard Hamilton, you take out Mike Dunleavy, and just look at the core, the team was young. This thing that Thibodeau doesn't play young players
I've never understood that. I've never understood that. He might not give a rookie 30 minutes a night every night, but if they're rocking, they're rocking. He's going to let them play.
Right. So I'm going to... Oh, my bad. Hey, go ahead, Buzz. I'm gonna look at the 19.
Oh, no, I got nothing to add. You were going off. Go ahead.
All right,
that's what you were saying.
I'm gonna look at Tom Thibodeau's.
It's not an individual grudge against Kevin Knox. If Kevin Knox was playing better, I would not say.
Oh, for the love of Pete! What kills me about you is this. This is not about Kevin flipping Knox.
So where's this?
Stop bringing up Kevin Knox. I said all the young players, because you know I like Kevin Knox, want to bring up Kevin Knox.
So when you're saying Bullock shouldn't play,
this is not about Kevin Knox.
So when
this is about the young players in general. This is about all of them that I'm having a problem with.
When you're talking about
God have mercy.
Why don't you say Ignas Brazdeikis should play? Why don't you mention him? He's a small forward that's 20 years old or whatever. Why don't you mention him as a reason who should play over him? Because obviously Thibs does not believe the other guy is not a number, whatever number he is not the one. I don't understand why it's always comes down to one guy.
I've been on the record plenty of times saying that either DSJ or Frank should play over Austin Rivers. But on several occasions I've said that. But you don't want to say that.
So El Marshall, hold on. So El Marshall, thank you for the super chat. Wait, so Knox and Frank gets DMPs. When do we see DMP for Bullock and Rivers? Them two not playing any better. Hey, good point, El Marshall. But El Marshall, I got a separate point. I'm gonna just read this off real quick. Right, y'all bear with me. Tom Thibodeau's first year, he had a center, right, named Omer Ashik. He was a rookie. Right? He played Ronnie Brewer. Ronnie Brewer was a fourth-year player. He had Taj Gibson. Taj Gibson was a first-year player, a player with 1 year experience. James Johnson had 1 year experience. John Lucas III had 2 years experience. Joakim Noah had 3 years experience. Derrick Rose had 2 years experience. C.J. Watson had 3 years experience. The outliers on that team, Kurt Thomas, who y'all know from the New York Knicks, was a 15-year vet. The other oldest player was Rasul Butler, who was not getting minutes. He had Keith Bogans, who was a 7-year player. And he also had Luol Deng, who was a 6-year player, right? So we're saying that my man Tibbs does not play young guys, and y'all just heard me read off the core part of his team, and they were second and third year players, and some were even younger with 1 year of experience. So we keep saying that Tibbs won't play young players, and you heard me read off Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose was a 2 year player, right? Joakim Noah was a 3rd year player. John Lucas III was a 2nd year player. James Johnston was a 1 year player. Taj Gibson was a 1 year player. Ronnie Brewer was a 4th year player. Lou Alding was a 6 year player.
Can I counter your argument?
Yeah.
Crazy.
No, that's not an argument. Those are facts.
Okay, well, let me bring up some more facts. So Tom Thibodeau's first year in Minnesota, the year that he had absolute autonomy, he inherited a young team. The player with the most experience on his first year was Brandon Rush for 8 years, right? He had I can't even pronounce his name, Bijlika, whatever. Gorgie Dang, Chris Dunn, Tyrus Jones, Zach LaVine, Shabazz Muhammad, Adrian Payne, a young Ricky Rubio, Carl Towns, and Andrew Wiggins. That was his first year in Minnesota when he was president and basketball president and basketball of basketball operations. His second year, Tom Thibodeau was like, nah, I can't have none of this. He brought in, these are people he brought in his second year in Minnesota: Jeff Teague, Derrick Rose, Jamal Crawford, Jimmy Butler, Taj Gibson, Aaron Brooks, Cole Aldridge. He brought in veterans because he's like, I had a young team. Nope. Let me bring in some veterans. That's a fact also, right? That he had a young team in Minnesota that he inherited and was like, nah, let me bring in some veterans.
So I don't understand, but he still had young players there.
Right.
And he played them.
Right. And
he played Colin Towns and Andrew Wiggins.
And Zach LaVine.
He traded Zach LaVine.
Yeah, but he still had him when he played him.
And
then how did ownership, the Timberwolves had brought Thibs in to win basketball games. They knew they had drafted their young nucleus already. They weren't looking for draft picks to emerge. They had their guys. They wanted to win. They thought they had their guys at least. You know, like we think we have our guys almost. You know, teams when Thibs got his job for Minnesota, you know what the first thing he said about that young core was? They were the best young core in basketball. You can go look up the video on YouTube. It's like the first minute of the video for him on YouTube for the Timberwolves when he did his little press conference. He said that they had the best young core in basketball.
I have one last question. Why did Tom Thibodeau get fired in Minnesota?
Because he was a bad executive, and he grind that team to death. People didn't like him.
Who didn't like him?
Players in general. That's what I heard. I don't know if that's a fact.
It wasn't any particular players.
I've heard it's just the Cats. I've heard it since now. Andrew Wiggins loved him.
Okay.
I mean, that it came out of his mouth, so I'm not gonna call him a liar. The only one that's known to have an issue with him is Cat, and who is soft. So
Cat's soft, but I would take Cat on his team every day of the week.
I absolutely
know. So what's the point of asking that question?
The point of asking that question is Tom Thibodeau's best young player didn't like him.
So
I think that's just speak merit to.
So there's him. There's that one option. There's two examples. There's the one example where his best young player didn't like him, and then there's the one best young player who he still has a very close connection to this day with Derrick Rose, who is the best young player of all the young players he's had. So, which example are we going to go with? Are we going to go with the guy who has not won anything in the NBA ever, who can't even get his team at the bottom of the West, or the youngest MVP in the NBA? We're going to go with Jimmy Butler's word, who absolutely loved Thibs. We're going to go with Zach LaVine's word, who has credited Thibs to his breakout in the NBA, for giving him the green light. Are we going to go against Andrew Wiggins' word, who said he loves Thibs? Are we going to go against Taj Gibson's word, There's a bunch of the guys who have said they love Thibs are successful NBA players. The few that who haven't are not successful in the NBA. Cat has not done anything.
He's not successful in the NBA.
Cat is the most.
Is Karl-Anthony Towns successful in the NBA?
NBA, fam.
Is he successful in the NBA?
What about
yes.
What about the Thibodeau
Okay, this
argument,
guy
though?
does not understand.
No. What about
anything.
the line in the sand right now is Tom Thibodeau. So what about Tom Thibodeau? I don't care nothing about Karl-Anthony Towns. I'm trying to figure out, what has been this rampage about Tom Thibodeau. Like I'm just trying to put the pieces together.
The pieces is I am trying to differentiate. Because
what it sounds like to me is if we're gonna lose games, lose with the young kids. Basically, is what I'm hearing.
You know what I think? I don't really see the big difference between Tom Thibodeau, Lenny Wilkins, or Larry Brown. I said it.
What?
That is interesting.
I can't see it.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So now you piqued my interest. Now I want to hear more.
We were getting these relic coaches to come in here off of reputation. Because if you look at Tom Thibodeau and Larry Brown, Coach of the Year, Coach MVPs, Eastern Conference Finals, defensive hard school, old school coach. You could say that about Larry Brown, right? At the end of the day, what did Larry Brown accomplish here? Like, what did
Nothing. And Larry Brown stole checks.
And so we love the intensity that we see from Tom Thibodeau on the sideline. Like, we 10-13. We're playing a whole lot better than we did last year. That's great. We have a better record, but we still have a losing record. And that's my thing. I'm just not content with mediocrity. And you can point all day and sit here and say the talent that he has isn't elite or good. Fine. Okay, I'll accept that too. But when you sit here and you want to say that you have dead money sitting on the bench, then you're killing the assets that you have. You have these young assets. Trade them if you want. If you trade Kevin Knox and DSJ and Frank, that's fine. But their trade value is going down with the more DNPs that they get, which means you're not going to bring in the type of player that you want because other teams aren't going to trade for players they're not going to trade for your junk, your trash.
Their trade value also isn't going up when they play, though.
And Kev, the reason why I call them dead money is not because I'm giving up on them as prospects. What I'm saying is they're dead money because they're not playing. If you're not going to play them and they're not in the plans, then get somebody that is in the plans is what I'm saying. I'm not saying throw Kevin Knox away. What I'm saying is if you don't value him and you don't value Frank and you don't value DSJ, then at the very least, go get something for them is what I'm saying.
And do you think their value is depreciating, getting DNPs?
No, Kev, what I'm saying is I don't care. What I'm saying is if they're not playing and they're not developing, it doesn't matter to me, man. It's because think about it, if they were developing and they were playing, they were contributing, then I'd be like, well, no, don't touch them, let them rock. But it's clear that Thibodeau has found a flaw in them that he can't live with on game day. So if it's that bad, then what we need to do is instead of letting the asset depreciate further, get something for it while you can.
I hear you. I just don't think them playing does anything to their value, to be honest, because when they're out there, they're not doing anything. If you're not going to play well when playing, then what's your value then? You know what I mean? So what's worse?
That means
what's worse for value? DNPs are not playing well when you're playing.
Well, I guess we're stuck with Austin Rivers then.
The thing is, I agree. We need to upgrade from Austin Rivers and Reggie Bullock and all them, but the young players are not upgrades.
Right. Well, who
brings
did
because they're still prospects. That's why. That's what gives them
But see,
value.
We are outsiders. There's plenty of front office and NBA people who don't.
So the thing is nobody thought the dudes Kev keep naming. Nobody thinks they're better than the guys that are playing right now. I mean, in a perfect world, I would take those raggedy vets and those young kids that ain't doing nothing and get rid of all of them and bring in guys that are productive.
Facts. Our
Right?
roster is so flawed because we're only our top player is $20 million a year. That's you know what I mean. That's people got that coming off the bench in the NBA nowadays. $20 million. So we have $18 million open in money, and our top players only making 20 mil. When you look at rosters, how they're constructed, along the NBA, those last few roster spots are $1 million pieces just to fill up the 15 needed men on a roster.
Right.
Most of your salary cap is invested into 5-6 guys usually. You know what I mean? So
Right. So
Is this? I believe that you can get from what Kevin Knox is for what Davis Bertans is getting for $20 million.
wait, what?
what?
I believe that what Kevin Knox can give you is the same thing that Davis Bertans is going to give you, and Davis Bertans is getting $20 million a year.
Davis Bertans leads the league in NBA history from field goal percent from like 40 feet out or whatever, or 35 feet out or whatever it is. Okay, no, yeah.
If you want to shoot from 35 feet out, that's great. Good for you. But I don't need to shoot it out from 35 because the same thing that's shooting from the actual line is going to be the same thing that you got from 35 feet.
But do you understand what that does?
It's the same point
for the team.
They add up to the same amount. So it doesn't matter if I'm shooting from 25 or 35 because it's going to equal the same amount of points. You don't get extra points from shooting for 35, 40 feet.
That's not the point. What it does for an offense when you have to guard a guy 10 feet behind the 3-point line. Like, do you understand what that does for an offense? It's not.
Yeah, because Washington has been offensive juggernauts, right?
Davis Bertans has from where he shoots.
Hey, you know what? And Davis Bertans will actually shoot the ball.
True, that too. And Davis Bertans is are you saying Kevin Knox is as good as Davis Bertans is? Because that's a wild statement, Kevin Knox is
not wild at all.
Kevin Knox would analytically be one of the worst players in the NBA his first 2 years in the NBA. Like bottom, his rookie year, he was the worst player in the NBA analytically. And then the second year, he was like bottom 5 or whatever it was.
Yeah, because analytics, they won Tampa Bay a World Series.
Analytics are you going to say analytics are not a huge part in today's NBA?
I'm saying analytics cost a team a championship. That's what I'm saying.
And a whole different sport. So great argument.
It's the analytics. They all boil down to this. They're supposed to give you the same thing, regardless of what sport. They're supposed to give you a same detailed basis on what they go by.
I want to touch on what Freezy was talking about with spending that money that he views as dead money. So have you thought of any other players? Because you said, I thought you mentioned somebody and you didn't say it. That there's somebody else that.
No. What I'm saying is that it's an area of concern. Is what I'm saying.
No, I know, but you also said mentioning and flipping it for a dead contract. I was just asking if there's any other dead contract.
No,
I like the idea. I'm with it.
Yeah. Hey. So Powell, man, I'm good. What I'm trying to break down is because we're all over the place, and what I don't want to do is dismiss what Kevin W is saying. I actually just want to get to a place where it makes sense to everybody. Like just saying play the young kids over the vets and live with the consequences just doesn't make sense to me. Right? Because I want to win. I want to win right now.
Well,
right?
Here's the thing, Freezy, and this is my point in a nutshell, right? If you played Frank and you played Knox and you played Obi, as much as you played Nerlens Noel, Austin Rivers, and Reggie Bullock, right? Would this team be over 500?
No.
Are we over 500 with these guys playing more minutes than the kids?
No.
And you don't see where I'm coming from.
No, because I'd rather be 3 games under 500 than 6 games under 500.
Right.
Under 500 is under 500.
Yes,
Because
but
you can't sit here. But hold on.
under
On the
500
same hand, you
playoffs.
can't sit here and dream about getting Cade and Jalen
I'm not.
Suggs
I'm
and
not.
all
No,
these
we're
other
not
players,
talking about
because
that.
what you're doing is by playing these veterans is you're stuck in mediocrity.
Nobody. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about winning basketball games. We're
No,
not.
Frizzy wants to know where I'm coming from. I'm coming from, if you continue to play these veteran players, you're going to be stuck in mediocrity because you're not going to be bad enough to get that generational prospect. You're not going to be good enough to win anything of substance. So where you're at, you're stuck in mediocrity.
So, but okay. So what other top?
So you're saying tank.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I'm saying
You're saying tank.
pick or choose what you want to do. Don't be stuck in the middle, because the last place you want to be is, so he's chose to be stuck in the middle.
No, we chose to
All
win
right.
basketball. But how do you know that's stuck in the middle? Is the Nuggets stuck in the middle? Is Utah stuck in the middle right now? They're competing for NBA championships every single year.
And you
That's
know what?
all you can do.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell
Are
you.
we competing for a championship right now?
No, we're not. We just started the rebuild. It's not. We're actually,
No, we didn't just start this rebuild.
Yes,
No,
we did.
no,
Yes,
we did not. This rebuild's been going on for a while.
Since when? Tell me when. When do you think this rebuild started? Because as soon as KP walked out that door, the rebuild started, in my opinion.
No, the rebuild started with Kristaps Porzingis.
No.
A rebuild starts when a team says, okay, we have to scratch everything and start from the beginning.
So
Now, just
GMs,
because,
the same rebuild, 3 different GMs,
no,
the same rebuild. So what do you mean?
It all started then when we got rid of Carmelo Anthony and we said we're going to start young.
2018.
We're going to start young.
2 years, 3 years.
That's when the rebuild began. Just because you go down different avenues doesn't mean they're different rebuilds. It's the same rebuild. It just went down different lanes. You don't have to rebuild the same way as every other team. The idea of a rebuild is to start from the bottom and work your way back to the top.
We blew it up.
Right. But no, we didn't. It didn't start with Porzingis because the team actually tried to build a winner around Porzingis, and we were 16-13 when that kid went down. That was it. We had Tim Hardaway, Courtney Lee, and some veterans. We were actually trying to build around Porzingis, and the thing with Porzingis didn't work. So then you gotta scrap everything because the big that you were building around couldn't stay healthy, and so you start to rebuild by trading away Kristaps Porzingis. That started your rebuild. You were officially on the clock when you traded away your best player in a series of months. You traded away Carmelo, and then a few months later, you traded away Porzingis. That started your rebuild.
Yep. But
and so the thing is, so I was trying to get Kev to get to a point where we can understand. So now I understand where he is. Kev W wants to tank.
Yeah, I don't want to tank. I just don't want to be stuck in the middle.
No, you said pick a direction and go.
Yes, pick a direction, not be stuck in the middle.
Right. So either you're going for a championship or you're not.
Yeah.
So you want to tank because you don't feel like we should be going for a championship.
No, I didn't feel that way at all.
So you want to tank.
No, I want to pick a direction.
So you want to be stuck in the middle.
Oh, God. Please, you don't understand.
No, Kev.
If you're going to win,
Kev, you just said pick a direction and go with it. Don't get stuck in purgatory. The worst thing for an NBA team is to be stuck in purgatory, right? And so the two directions are win or lose. And if you don't feel like we can win, that means you want us to lose.
I don't feel that we can win with the personnel.
So you don't want to say.
Thibodeau.
So you don't want to say. You don't want to admit that you want to tank.
I don't. No. I don't want to tank. What I think is this, and this is where I'm at. The young players that we have, and this is my belief, and it's no one else's belief. I can't force this belief on anyone else.
Kev. So you want the Knicks to draft high draft picks, right?
No, I don't. Hold on. I'm gonna make this one statement, right? I believe, and again, I can't put my beliefs or make anyone else believe what I believe. I believe the young players that we have give us a better opportunity to win more than the veterans that we have if they are put in the right positions. And the head coach that we have does not put them in the right positions to succeed. So we
So
are
you think
stuck in purgatory.
you think he's a bad coach?
I can't believe we're talking about Thibodeau being a bad coach on a game.
Right. That's what I just heard too. I just heard
on a
him say
nightly
Thibodeau
win.
is the bad.
That's so wild, man.
Yeah, I just heard him say Tom Thibodeau and the coaching
toxic
staff
are
is a bad
Knicks fans
coach.
going to be when we're actually like competing?
So Kev, this is what I heard you say, because at the beginning of the last hour you said Freezy won't let me talk. Every time I say something, he cut me off. He don't want me to say such and such. So we gave you
Freezy. Tom Thibodeau's a bad coach.
Okay. All right. That's all I want you to do is just say what's on your mind, man. That's say what's on your heart. That's all I'm getting at.
Let me be more specific. Tom Thibodeau's a bad coach for this team.
Okay. All right. So we established that. So now we understand that. But and now you're saying that you want this team to tank so that you can get higher draft picks so that you can build through the draft. Is that what you want?
So then, Kevin, I got a question. Who's the most important player on this team right now? Who's the most important young player, in your opinion?
The most important young player?
Yes. If the Knicks are going to be a good team, what young player on our roster is going to propel?
Hey, hold on, Buzz. Let me do this real quick. So El Marshall said, "How is Rivers taking RJ's minutes equal to winning?" Nobody said. So nobody said Rivers is taking RJ minutes. Nobody said that. No,
that's wild.
Yeah, nobody said that.
So who's your favorite? Who's not your favorite? Who's the most important young player on this team, in your opinion, for this team going forward?
It's not one.
I'm asking you, who's the one in your opinion? There has to be one.
No, it's not one. Listen, I believe wholeheartedly for this team to be successful in the future is going to take RJ, Obi, and Knox. It's going to take the three of them together.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how I just don't understand especially Obi. I won't get on, but Knox, the faith in him is just I don't see it. And
I listen. My job is not to get you. It's not to convince you to see what I see.
All right, it's not. It's whatever.
All right. Kev is a moderator, but lately he been contributing a lot. but the thing is what I want. Like with me, I'm in a situation where, and it's the reason why I asked Joe Madden about his background earlier, and kind of touched on my background some, so that when you hear me speak to certain things, you'll have an understanding of where I'm coming from.
So then, Freezy, when you say that, then why do you want to trade for a bad expiring contract or whatever? Why don't you? Why would you not rather spend that money to get something to help us win instead of a player that for draft picks in the future that we don't know are going to be
because Buzz, at the end of the day, Knox, DSJ, and Frank are not going to get you a star player.
No, I agree.
That's why I said trade them. If we're not going to use them, trade them for something useful, like some draft picks. But
we have draft capital now to get that guy.
But that's not what. So just now you asked me why not trade for a star player, right? Yeah. And so basically what I'm saying is Knox, Frank, and DSJ are not getting you a star player. That's ridiculous.
No,
right?
but those will never be the main pieces.
But Buzz, but you asked me a question, you gotta let me finish. So in terms of the star player, if you're looking to acquire the star player, which I wouldn't mind doing that. But in order to do that, you have to part with more valuable assets.
Hey, Freezy, I'm about to hold on 1 second. I got to. I don't want to pull a Chuck. So I don't want to pull a Chuck from last night. So you got to give me a minute.
All right. We're all right. So Buzz, I just wanted to answer your question in fairness because you asked a two-part question, and I wanted to answer both of them, and not get either part of the question caught up in the wash, right? So basically, what I'm getting at is, DSJ and Frank Ntilikina ain't getting you a star player. You know that.
No. Yeah.
But if it's dead money, let's get something for it, because we have 17 million cash that we can spend, so we can take on a bad contract. But if you want to trade for Zach LaVine, that's going to take the upper end of your assets to acquire Zach LaVine, like your draft picks and young players.
That was the question. So what would you rather do? Would you rather attach assets to the Frank Knox or whatever, or would you rather take the Frank Knox to get assets?
No, I would rather do both. I would rather do both. I would rather.
Well, how do you do both?
So if you trade for Zach LaVine, right? Look at Chicago having bad contracts. So they have Thaddeus Young and Otto Porter Jr. in bad contracts, right?
Yeah.
I would rather take on their bad contracts, give them a young player and one draft pick.
See, our cap space is weird though because we don't have salary to. At that point, we would have to send a little bit more salary out.
No, we don't. We don't.
Oh, I know. At that point, we would be sending out 4 players to take back 2 players. You know what I mean? Like the other teams, what are they going to do with their roster? They're going to cut players at that point.
I don't care.
I feel you.
I don't care what Chicago does.
Inside. I feel you. Okay.
Right. So
I just when I do these type of hypotheticals, I always got to figure out why the other team is going to be doing it.
Right, and so since we have 17 million in cap space, right, we automatically have enough money to absorb Zach LaVine without doing anything. We can take on Zach LaVine's money.
Yeah.
Right, and so to entice them, we would say, listen, we'll take on those dead contracts y'all got.
We would have to take on Otto Porter, right? He's the only one that has multiple years. I think they would want to get multiple years off that contract then.
Right, so we take on Otto Porter and Feliciano. Right, we take on Otto Porter and Feliciano and maybe Thaddeus Young.
Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Right. Oh, okay. And then what we'll do is, we'll say, hey, listen, since we took that dead money off your contract, since we're going to eat that for you, we're only going to give you 1 pick, and that's the Dallas 2023 pick. And then that way.
So basically, the KP trade where we're Dallas and we're also eating contracts.
Right.
Like we're eating Courtney Lee and Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
And only getting the 2 draft picks instead of maybe the 3 that he's actually worth.
Right.
Okay, I see it.
And
makes more sense now.
Right, and so you can either do both or you can do them individually. It doesn't matter how you do it. And so that's what I was trying to explain to Kevin W. I'm saying with Kevin W, if you're not going to play the young guys, if you're not going to play them, 2 of them have expiring contracts. 1 has 1 year left. If you're not going to play them, Tom Thibodeau, and you have $17 million in cap space, just trade the 35. Just trade the $35 million for a bad contract for draft picks.
Can I ask you a question that we don't know, but I want to ask your opinion on something?
Right.
What do you think Leon Rose wants?
Leon Rose wants to win. Period. WIN.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think everyone wants to win, but do you think that Leon Rose and let me ask you a better question: do you think Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau are on the same page?
Yes.
I think in terms of winning, yes. In terms of personnel, not necessarily.
That's what I'm getting at.
What do you think the difference lies?
So Kev, if that's what you were getting at, just get to it.
Freezy.
Well, I should have been more specific. Like personnel wise. I don't think they're on the same page.
Where do you think the difference lies? Freeze, where do you think the difference lies? Because I do think they're on the same page.
So the first draft pick they made together, they drafted an offensive guy that doesn't play defense. And we know Tom Thibodeau values defensive guys. I think Tom Thibodeau if Tom Thibodeau had his choice, he would have selected Tyrese Halliburton or Devin Vassell. Is my opinion. 2 guys that are going to play perimeter defense and that can shoot the 3 on the other end, spread the floor.
I don't agree on Halliburton, but I do with Vassell. I
have a weird question. It's time out of blue.
But you see how I address point guard and small forward, right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
I want to say something. What's today? Like the date, like the actual day. Is today Thursday?
Today's the 4th. Oh,
no. Is today Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
But so this is going back to the conversation before with the whole Randall thing. Now, did you buy into the offseason hype that because we heard multiple times? I heard from a couple sources that the number 1 priority was to move Julius Randle. Did you buy into that at all?
No.
Because I did. I did buy into that. That was
No,
also my personal biasness, probably.
right, because I think what happened is what we didn't realize is Julius Randle was a 20-10 guy,
And he was also
and
CAA and Kentucky. That's a double whammy.
right, and nobody trades guys that are 20-10.
True.
You don't trade guys because think about this. John Collins was 20-10 last year, and he's unhappy in Atlanta. And Atlanta signed a bunch of guys, and they still hadn't traded them yet.
Yeah.
Even in a walk year, even when you can get something for him, they still hadn't traded him.
Well, he's restricted too on top of that. But yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
You know what I'm so the thing is with Kev, this is what Kev wants, right? Kev wants us to have the number 1 and number 2 pick in the draft. He wants Knox to be an all-star. He wants Frank to get minutes, and he wants DSJ to get minutes, right?
Well, my hope is that everyone would want Knox to be an all-star, because if Knox was an all-star, our team would be better.
But this ain't about everybody. This ain't about, because everybody is not pounding the table that Tom Thibodeau was a bad coach. Only one person is doing that. Right?
I don't think anybody would ever say they don't want Kevin Knox to succeed, though. I knock Knox all the time. I would love for Knox to succeed. Go ahead, Freezy, read that.
Hey, so Daryl Pemberton, thank you for the super chat. Daryl Pemberton says, I think we all agree that Knox need more minutes over Bullock and Rivers. I want Kev to put on the GM hat and describe what will fix the team's personnel and how would you approach Tibbs. And that,
like if I'm Leon Rose,
right? And so Daryl Pemberton just encapsulated what I've been asking Kev W for like an hour, and y'all think I'm grilling Kev. What I'm saying is, get to the point. What do you want?
Give us clarity.
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to win. I want to win.
Now, do you want to win at the?
But
no, never mind. You go ahead.
I want to win with. I don't know how. Personally, this is me. I've been a Knicks fan for 30 years. There's a different feeling watching the players that we drafted for me, right? As much as great as Julius has been playing, and I appreciate the effort that he's put in, to me, Julius isn't ours. He's not a Knick.
What?
And
natives that we have to draft a player for him to be our.
No, I said the feeling is different.
Why though?
Let him explain, but that's what you trying to do.
I didn't understand. I just thought because we didn't draft him, that's what he was originally saying. So
I mean, yeah.
I'm gonna give Kev the stage. Hold on, I'm gonna give.
Let me turn on my camera for this. Okay. So when I say that Julius isn't one of ours, you had to be a long time Knick to understand. Like the last Knick that was great, that was ours, was Patrick Ewing. Like Patrick Ewing, that's why I keep saying the 3 most important, and it's not even not Quickly, because Quickly is important too, but I think he plays a different role. To me, I want to see Knox, Obi, and RJ lead us to a championship. To say that the Knicks drafted 3 stars, and those 3 stars took us to the championship. I'm not a Yankees fan at all, right? But it was a different feeling that first Yankees championship when they had Jeter and Posada and Rivera and Pettit and all those players, and they were winning championships. Because they were Yankees. They were homegrown Yankees. And then when the Yankees in 2009, like, bought a championship, because they had all those players that they brought in, they weren't, like, homegrown players. It was different. They won a championship, but it was just different. It was a different feeling. Because they weren't Yankees. They were bought and paid for. And that's my thing. And that's why I keep saying, it's not one. It's a trio. It's something that's saying the Knicks drafted 3 guys that became stars, or 4 if you want to act quickly, or whoever else we draft in the future. And we won it. Like Golden State won it when they drafted Steph and Clay and Draymond and Barnes. And yeah, they brought in like the Bogut's and the Iguodalas and everything. But the core of that team was their own. And that's what I want from the Knicks. That's all that I want. I don't want this generic. We brought in these veterans because it's not real. And
Okay.
that's all I want.
I'm gonna tell you this here. I'm gonna tell you this. So that's what I thought you were getting at the whole time. That's why I felt like you were wanting us to tank, right? Tank so we can get Cade Cunningham and Jalen Green to add to Knox, RJ, OB, and Mitch and all these guys. But I'm here to tell you, man, my personal view is this. I could care less. I could look here. Look if we can win a championship with Danny Ainge as the team president and Reggie Miller as the coach, and bring in Kevin Durant and a whole and bring back Dwayne Wade and all these dudes that broke our hearts over the years just to win us a championship, I'll take it.
Yeah, I completely understand where Kevin's coming from. Finally, he wants that homegrown feeling of drafting.
I don't care.
I know you don't care. I just never.
You care, Freezy.
I don't care if our championship came from Tijuana. You know why? Because it'd be a championship.
The only team to really ever do that, is Golden State. To really draft everything of their own. You know what I mean? Golden State's really the only team that recently, besides
say
the Spurs. The Spurs did it too, but that's not a common feat in today's NBA.
I'm here.
The only two Knicks championship. Well, the first Knicks championship team, right? How many homegrown Knicks are on that team? The core, right?
I honestly don't know.
That's why I asked Freezy. The core.
Talking about back in the day. So we traded for.
No, the core of that team.
So you're talking about. So the core was Clyde and Willis Reed, and Bill Bradley, right? And Dick Barnett. I think Dick Barnett came with. I think Dick Barnett played maybe 1 year with the Lakers and came to us. I can't remember, but yeah. So there was.
And don't forget Phil.
And Windmill Phil. Well, Phil Jackson used to foul your opposing center so hard that every time he came on the floor, dudes would just punch Phil in the face before they even inbounded the ball. So they was like, if you come over here with them stiff shoulders and hack me up, I swear we gonna rumble tonight. It feels like, well, that's my job. My job is to come in and hack Kev W to death. That's my job.
Use your fouls.
Yeah, all 6 of them. Yeah. All 6 of them in like 35 seconds. No, but the thing is, hey man, you left out Carmelo. Carmelo is a Knick.
Yeah, the thing I don't agree with that. We have to draft a player. Especially in today's NBA with so much movement. You know what I mean? That's just not really feasible in today's NBA. It would be awesome though if we could draft 3 players.
So Daryl Pemberton says, thanks for the super chat, Daryl Pemberton. He says, I agree to Kevin's point. However, we would need to get rid of Tibbs to win with this young core. But I'm here to tell you,
no,
I don't care. So who's the worst Knick killer of all time? Is it Dwayne Wade?
Who's lifetime?
In any lifetime.
Jordan.
I don't care if Michael Jordan came here, bought the team, and played, and took Mitch's number off his back, and walked out there at 60 years old. If that got us a championship, I'd take it. I don't care how we win.
I agree.
I just want to win. I don't care if we win with a rotation of 10 40-year-olds on 1-year deals. I just want to win. I don't care about the young guys winning it for us. I don't care about this romantic thing of us putting a young core together and winning 4 championships back to back. You know what I'm saying? And establishing a legacy. I don't care.
Are you trying to say, hold on, is winning 1 championship good enough, or is it can see a dynasty?
No, obviously.
Because if you bring in old vets, they're only going to be good for like maybe 1.
Everybody's going to choose a dynasty, but we're all going to still take.
No, I ain't. So basically, the argument is, do I want a guaranteed championship with a whole bunch of old behind vets on 1-year deals, or take the chance of building a dynasty with young guys that'll stay together for 10 or 12 years, where the legacy will be cemented forever? Give a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. I'm telling you, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. I don't want to take a chance and then have it backfire, and then we not have the guaranteed championship.
Like, how do you think? Did you think the Toronto Raptor fans regret trading DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard to win a championship?
No. You think the Cleveland Cavaliers?
They thanked DeMar DeRozan.
You think the Cleveland Cavaliers regret burning jerseys after LeBron left, and when LeBron came, you know what they did? They took the ashes off the ground and tried to stitch that shit back together because LeBron was back.
Exactly.
And y'all know that, man. You know this. One championship is so okay. So I'm gonna tell you this. So the Brooklyn Nets might win 3 out of the next 4 NBA titles, right? They might win it. They have a chance to, because they have an all-time great.
Yeah, no, they
right
could.
now.
Of course they could.
Right. But they can win 3 out of 4, right? And they can celebrate and do all their thing, and they can sip they $8 coffees and drive they electric cars and you know what I'm saying, and go in some Wi-Fi shop and be all bougie. But they not cigar smoking, beer drinking, hot dog eating Knicks fans. Okay, so Brooklyn can win 4 championships, and it won't even equal 1 Knicks championship.
Never.
You know, they can win 4 championships, and the Brooklyn fans will be like, we're the champs. And you know what? And if the Knicks win 1,
not one New Yorker would care.
Right. All the transplants, all the dudes from the Carolinas that moved to Brooklyn because it's the hip new scene and all of that stuff. Don't nobody care. Cause you know what I'm saying? If you're from Brooklyn, you know, and shout out to the people from Brooklyn. I'm not knocking the everyday folks. What I'm saying is
the gentrifiers.
I'm knocking the people that are novelists, the book writers. They moved to Brooklyn because it's the hip new scene, and their team wins a championship. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My thing is that's cool, but when the New Jersey Nets made the finals 2 years in a row, right, and lost, and guess who remembers it?
Nobody.
You know what I'm saying?
You know when during that era, there's still more Knicks fans in New Jersey, and New Jersey Nets were a more successful team than the Knicks for that period before they moved to Brooklyn, for that little stretch in the 2000s with Jason Kidd stuff. And
well, I'll say this:
more Knicks fans in Jersey.
The run that we had in '99, right, and that was just 1. And I don't think anyone thought we were going to win the championship. But that had a different feeling than when the Nets made it. And neither one of us won the championship.
Yeah.
But there's a scene.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
saying, if you recall it, the old, like, I forget what it was on. You know how they used to, like, do that broadcast where they would show, like, the greatest clips in NBA history, and you seen, like, Willis running on the court, and you saw Bird almost fall out of bounds, passing to Dennis Johnson, and then you saw the Jordan shot. There's one clip, and it's not even of a player. It's of a scene of when Larry Johnson hit that 4-point play.
Yep.
And the scene is the Garden erupting.
No, it's iconic. We all can picture it in our
and that scene, I don't know what it was, like the Upper Raptors, but that scene is like you will never see an arena just like everybody was on pins and then you just see it erupt. And the funny thing is, from that scene, you don't even know the play. You don't even know what's going on the court.
Right.
But everyone knows if you're a Knicks fan, you know that was a Larry Johnson 4-point play.
Right.
And I'm saying moments like that is what I want from the core of this team. Because even though Larry Johnson is one of those rare exceptions. It's like Sprewell, Johnson can be, because of what they did, they are the exceptions, right?
So they are Knicks, even though they were not drafted by the Knicks.
Sprewell.
Yeah, like Sprewell, Johnson, Allen Houston. They are exceptions because
Why does Carmelo not get that?
Because Carmelo never had a moment. Like he's a Knick because he wanted to be a Knick, right? He wanted to be a Knick. And so we give him the benefit of the doubt. But in the grand scheme of things, like what did Carmelo do? Did he have a moment that made him a Knick? Like you can say, like, this is what made you a New York Knick.
The MSG record.
That's not. Like I said, that 4-point play that Larry Johnson did, that made him a Knick all like forever.
Hey,
like forever.
So Starks had a moment. Starks had a moment. Right?
I'll give him that. I will give him that.
So Starks had a moment where in a playoff game, they were playing against the world champion Chicago Bulls. And Starks had basically the game of his life down the stretch. And the Bulls were trying to come back. And Starks, who was 6'2", a 6'2" combo guard, right? He runs the pick and roll with Pat Ewing. And Pat Ewing pushes his man down. And Starks cuts off the wing, comes baseline, and yams on Michael Jordan and Horace Grant. And people say that the garden erupted so loud that the National Geographic Survey thought it was earthquake tremors in New York City. No lie.
No
and I'm not saying it broke the Richter scale. What I'm saying is it registered. Kind of like how in Seattle the beast mode run registered on for Seattle out there when beast mode did that run. It registered because people made so much noise.
Yeah.
Right. So I understand where Kev W is coming from, but guess what? John Starks was not drafted by the Knicks.
No.
He said there's exceptions, though. He said there's exceptions.
So here's the thing. This is my thing.
But that's about 5 exceptions. I mean, at what point do we just change the rules?
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. So we all value. Let me bring like Jamal Crawford, right? Jamal Crawford had like what 1 or 2 stints with the Knicks.
Yeah,
but he is not like a Knick.
No. What about Stephon Marbury?
No.
Stephon
Marbury fits in that same category with Carmelo Anthony.
Wow. Marbury is not a Knick? Wow.
I hate to say it.
This is crazy. What about Rod Strickland? Is Rod Strickland a Knick? Wow. Okay.
I mean, technically, Rod Strickland was drafted by the Knicks.
But he played a majority of his career away from the Knicks.
Yeah, so no.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's crazy.
How about this? Chris Childs is more of a Knick than Rod Strickland is.
Wow.
Chris Childs. Oh, wow. What are we even talking about right now?
Wow.
Yeah, this is crazy. What about Trevor Ariza?
No.
Ivan Shumpert?
I'm not sure he was drafted by the Knicks, but no. I mean, I look at him as a Knick, but not a Knick. No.
Oh my gosh, man! What about Porzingis?
No.
It's still early on. Like, to me, he's still more of a Knick than he is a Maverick.
It still hurts too much.
Oh man. Okay. What about Frank Ntilikina?
Yes.
He still owned the Knicks.
Yeah, no, I'm asking because he's going to be gone. Frank is going to be gone after this.
Frank's out of here. There's no way.
Yeah. Will you look at him and DSJ as Knicks?
Not DSJ, no.
No, I don't look at DSJ.
Yeah,
DSJ.
What about Bernard King? Is Bernard King a Knick?
Oh.
Hey, good question, PBB. That's good.
Yeah,
Bernard King. Bernard King was drafted by Golden State, I think, played for New Jersey.
No.
Wow.
Bernard King is not a Knick.
Wow. What about Bill Cartwright?
No.
Oh, you crazy.
One, I also look at Bill Cartwright as a trader, but
Bill Cartwright got traded for Charles Oakley. He didn't leave. Bill Cartwright cried when he got traded. That's crazy, Cap. That's crazy. What about hey, Brian? Yeah, good one. What about Charles Oakley?
Yes, Charles Oakley is definitely a Knick.
Oh,
even though he's tarnishing his legacy, but he is a Knick.
Okay. So what about
Charles Oakley is more of a Knick than Bernard King.
what about John Starks?
Yes, John Starks, unfortunately, to my chagrin, is a Knick.
Oh my gosh, John.
See, this is my thing. This is what makes you a Knick. Like when we look back and we're like, man, we really loved you on this team. Like you were special.
Is Marcus Morris a Knick?
No.
Nah,
you loved him though.
No, I didn't. Who did? Who loved Marcus Morris?
Everybody loved Marcus Morris when he was here.
No, everybody loved Latrell Sprewell when he was here. Like Latrell Sprewell was loved.
Obviously, he was more. We're not going to compare him to Latrell Sprewell. There's obviously levels to this. But Marcus Morris was probably one of the biggest fan favorites in recent memories of like random players.
If that's the case, then Frank Ntilikina should have his jersey in the rafters.
What about Michael Beasley?
No.
What?
Yeah,
you didn't love Michael Beasley?
Bugging.
No.
Okay.
Bugging. That's your favorite player's favorite player, man.
Yeah, and he said he's a left-handed mellow. When you
know who somebody who squeaks into being a Knick, like they squeak like on the low, and you didn't even know it, but they just like squeaked into it. Kurt Thomas.
Yeah, I like Kurt Thomas.
Is Tyson Chandler a Knick?
No.
Oh my God.
Oh, what are we even? Oh my goodness.
The standards of being a Knick is very high.
What about always a Knick?
What about Greg Anthony? What about Greg Anthony?
No.
What? He was drafted by the Knicks.
Don't really like to me. Derek Harper is a Knick. Derek Harper's a Knick.
Man, we got Derek Harper when he was 75 years old and out of shape.
He's still
he's a Knick.
You want to know why Derek Harper's a Knick? Say what you know how I feel about John Starks in Game 7, and say what you will about Pat. But you know who that one player that showed up for Game 7? Derek Harper.
And you know who didn't show up for Game 6? Derek Harper. You remember Kenny Smith hit that? Kenny Smith and Sam Cassell came down and hit those threes, and Derek Harper was sagged off. Come on, man. So we have a lead. We have a lead, right? And Derek Harper sags off, and they hit back-to-back threes, and Derek Harper faced to stay in the game. The dagger by Kenny Smith to go into that to take the lead, and John.
But we still had a chance to win that game.
Hey, Freezy, you're great at reading people. Is there any method to his madness on who's a Knick and who's not a Knick?
What it is Kev W love Knicks from a certain era. Like the era that he started watching Knicks basketball is his favorite. So he remembers back to that time. So if you're a 90s Knick, even if you didn't do diddly poo, then you're a Knick. You notice he said, he said 5 dudes that were not drafted by the Knicks that played 4 years apiece on other teams. You know what I'm saying? They established themselves on other teams and came to New York, but they're Knicks. But Greg Anthony is not. You know what I'm saying? He was like, well, LJ is an exception to the rule. LJ was an all-star in Charlotte before he came to New York. You know what I'm saying?
With Latrell was in
Golden State
balling out.
Yeah,
Houston was Detroit.
In Detroit. Marcus Camby in Toronto.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, come on, man. I mean, if you're a 90s Knick, you're a Knick. But
definitely no. But there's certain 90s Knicks. There's certain 90s Knicks who are not like Charles Smith.
The ones he liked.
Charles Smith, not a Knick.
If we win a championship this year, Reggie Bullock's not a Knick.
Right.
So,
if we win a championship by all the odds, see, here's my thing. Reggie Bullock will never leave a lasting impression on the New York Knicks.
I don't think anyone will actually. I don't think anyone. When the argument is, I don't think everyone any. It's it's the argument comes back to what's left on the bench. No one actually thinks Reggie Bullock is a good basketball player. I'm not saying he's a bad basketball player, but it's not that Reggie. No one thinks that we can't upgrade from Reggie Bullock. Reggie Bullock's not the answer. We know this.
Here's the thing. To this day, 20 years later, we remember Chris Childs off the bench.
Right.
We remember Chris Dudley. We remember Clarence Weatherspoon. Reggie Bullock will not be remembered.
So Kev, is Anthony Mason a Knick?
Hell yes, Anthony Mason is a Knick.
You know he also was not drafted by the New York Knicks.
This is true, but he had moments. He was there when it mattered.
Yeah, the moments were his favorites. That's the moments.
Right.
It's not just my favorites. They are the. Tell me, how old are you, Buds?
I'm 28.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
I was born in 92.
Me too. I'm 28 also.
Okay, so here's the thing. In 1999.
That's my earliest memories. My earliest memories of the Knicks is Game 3 of the '99 Finals. My uncle took me. That's my.
It's not even that. If you go back to the first round in Game 5, I remember this. I remember vividly in my room on Pennsylvania because that was devastating because I thought the Miami Heat was going to beat us. I thought Jeff ain't going to take a timeout, and I think it was Larry Johnson who inbounded that ball. I was like, it's like 1, 2. I think it was like 2.3 seconds left on the clock. And if we're gonna lose this game, and I'm heartbroken because at that time, the Heat and the Knicks, people don't realize, the Heat and the Knicks played 4 straight years in the playoffs. And the funny thing is, we beat the Heat every single year, but we're there like big rivals. And Patrick Ewing was hurt, and I was like, I ain't know what we're gonna beat the Heat. They got us this year, and I was hurt.
Yeah.
And then Allen Houston. Because people don't realize, and even though he was at the end of his career, Dan Marley was still a hell of a defensive player. Allen Houston did a jab step, got around Dan Marley, and threw up a Quickly floater before Quickly was probably even born. Right?
Right.
He threw up a floater, and it was like everything slowed down. Because it didn't just go in. It bounced off the back of the rim. Went straight up. Allen Houston actually jumped again. This is how long the ball was in the air. And then it went in. And at that moment in time, I thought we just won the championship. Like, I thought we had just won a championship, even though we won the first round of the playoffs. And you saw Allen Houston running down court. That was the only time I've ever really seen Allen Houston show any kind of emotion. Allen Houston was always one of those stoic players. Like, he didn't show any kind of emotion whatsoever. That's the first time I'd ever seen Allen Houston. Probably the first and only time I've seen Allen Houston ever show any kind of emotion.
Right. So is David Lee a Knick?
David Lee was drafted by the Knicks. He made an all-star team as a Knick.
He won championships with the Warriors.
Championships with the Warriors. But no, I don't think was ever loved as a Knick.
What?
I don't think people love David Lee.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, what about Zach Randolph?
Zach Randolph was a good player, not a Knick.
That's another thing. I love that you said that. Nobody loved David Lee. So what's the obsession with this current crop? This fan base goes so hard for mediocre young players. Like, I've never. This is new. This is wild. We've never done this before.
The thing, I'll put it with Kevin Knox, right?
It's Frank.
I look at.
It's just a young.
No, I'm saying with me. I'm saying with me. Like with David Lee, I saw David Lee, and I was like, David Lee's just a hard-working dude, right? He's one of them lunch pail dudes. Like, he's not super athletic. He's not super, anything. He's gonna get his. He's steady.
David Lee was sneaky athletic, bro. I'm telling you. David Lee used to win dunk contests in high school and college.
Yeah. David Lee was in the NBA. He was like, he's just a steady dude. He's gonna work hard, and I appreciate that. So I look at Kevin Knox, right, and I see an enigma.
Everything comes back.
Because he asked me a question. I'm gonna give him my interpretation. Now I'm using Kevin Knox. I see an enigma with Kevin Knox because I look at him
wrapped in a puzzle.
I see him as like, is your name Edward Nigma? Because that's who you remind me of right now.
Right.
Because you can be so much more than what you are. And it's a little bit of fear because I fear Kevin Knox is going to go somewhere and be the star I want him to be in New York. Like, not just good player, star. And so, deep inside, and maybe the money.
How long until he reaches that? How long do you think?
If he went somewhere else,
anywhere. If he, how far do you think Knox is away?
If he goes to San Antonio, he's a star right away. You think that's what you say, Kev?
Oh no!
No.
Whoa!
If Kevin Knox went to San Antonio next year,
he'd be a star right away.
Kevin Knox would put up 18 points a game.
Bam, easy.
So he's better than Michael Porter Jr.?
Is he better than Michael Porter Jr.?
No, let's not be ridiculous.
I was
no, because my thing is this with Michael Porter Jr. It's not being better than Michael Porter Jr. is I don't know how long Michael Porter Jr. can do what he back injuries is something serious. And something I don't like Michael Porter Jr. Michael Porter Jr. can ball. I still
wouldn't draft Michael Porter Jr. I agree.
Again, do you remember Larry Johnson?
Yeah.
Larry Johnson, grandmama, was a totally different dude in Charlotte. Larry Johnson was that dude in Charlotte.
Yeah.
Zion shrunken down.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
No, back injuries are real. My mom has.
And in that back injury, Larry Johnson couldn't jump anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
Literally, 2 years ago, Larry Johnson could not jump anymore.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. I just don't know if his back injury will keep him from reaching. Like, he's great. He's putting up good numbers now. But I think Michael Porter Jr. could put up even better numbers. It's just the fact that is that back injury going to limit him?
No, I agree. I would never have drafted him. The thing that blows my mind is we didn't draft SGA. We scouted that Kentucky team and we didn't come away with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That just blew my mind.
As Chuck would say, you can blame Frank Ntilikina for that.
I know. I don't agree with that take either. But.
Hey y'all.
But the thing about it is,
I gotta run, man. I'm so tired right now.
I'm slacking on my work so bad.
Let me end this right here, man, because I gotta get up for the next morning drive in 4 hours.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm a thank everybody for coming through, man. I'm gonna get out of here real quick, man. And
good win tonight.
Yes, great win.
Let's keep stacking them.
Yep. All right, y'all.
All right.
I read it.